Hola, ¿me escuchan? Does everybody listen? Yes? All right. Well, thank you. Well, good morning. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. It's an honor to have you here at Princeton. We are not only here in presence, but also live streaming. It's very important for all of you to know that we have a lot of people watching us. Welcome to the Latin American Conference at the School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton University. It's an honor to have you and to have such a lineup of world-class leaders from multiple countries and expertise. Considering all the global crises that are arising at the same time in the world, we are glad to have you here to discuss Latin America. A region full of opportunity. The region has it all, not without problems. It's the land of the future, but has been like that for decades and risks to keep that status. Latin America is a region of almost 700 million people with an amazing endowment of natural resources, minerals, biodiversity, fresh water, food production, mostly democratic, with a vibrant Latin culture, is music, is literature, is arts, is language, and industrious young people. 25% of Latin American population is under 24. The region is strongly positioned for energy transition. It has reserves of lithium, copper, nickel, rare earth, solar irradiation, and has a 60% of green energy matrix. Latin America has a thriving and growing innovation ecosystem for digital technologies, 220 startups per year. 77 cities of 11 Latin American countries improved their position in the Global Startup Ecosystem Index in the past years. However, the challenges for the regions are substantial. Poverty, inequality, organized crime, corruption, populism, and more recently, presidents have become outspoken, moving away from diplomacy to get into public fields. All these undermines the region's potential. Sadly, Latin America has the worst economic performance in the world when compared to all emerging regions in the recent decade, including 2024. According to the IMF, the emerging economies are expected to grow 4.2% this year, while the region only 2%. Low economic growth is correlated with the very low productivity in the region. Global average productivity growth for the period 1997 to 2022 was 2.3%, while in Latin America, the average was only 0.8%. The pandemic not only had a high impact in the cost of human lives in the region, but in addition, it reversed social trends. Poverty accounts for 29% of the population, while informality is 48.7%. Inequality is high. Gini coefficient is 0.45, with no significant improvement in the past 5 years. The region is the most affected by the presence and political influence of organized crime, while is the most violent region in the world. According to the Vanderbilt University 2023 report, 25% of citizens in Latin America have been victims of crime. The region has the highest homicide rate, according to the World Bank. 10 countries have a homicide rate above 20% per 100,000 inhabitants. The Mexican Council for Public Safety and Justice says that 40 of 50 most violent cities in the world are located in the region. 91% of world cocaine is produced in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia. 50% of gold production in the region comes from illegal mining. Cartels expand their influence along the region. Mexican cartels control fentanyl distribution and flow to the US. According to the US CDC, fentanyl deaths have risen 279% between 2016 and 2021. The Institute for Economic and Peace from Australia estimates the cost of violence in the region at 9.2% of GDP. The Gallup World Poll for 2023 shows confidence in police worldwide at 71%, while in the region is just 53%. And confidence in justice system is 60% in the world, while in Latin America is only 41%. Corruption has become a systemic disease that has been weakening regional democracy. According to Transparency International, 2/3 of countries in the region have a corruption perception index over 50%. Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela are among the most corrupt countries in the world. Polarization has increased and democracy is deteriorating according to Economist Intelligence Unit Index. It shows 7 years of sustained deterioration. Certainly Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela have some of the worst democracy index worldwide. This scenario has accelerated migration from the region. 7.2 million people have left Venezuela, but more recently, Colombians, Ecuadorians, and Hondurans are increasing the numbers of people leaving their countries. The desire to move permanently from Latin America is 28%, while in the rest of the world is only 16%. Global power competition is another issue. In addition to the situation emerging global powers, due to the evident potential of the region, are looking to this part of the world. Russia and Iran have close ties with the least democratic regimes in the region, while have been trying to influence electoral processes. China's economic importance for Latin America is evident. It has become the largest trade partner for Latin America, increasing 30 times its economic exchange in the past 25 years. Also has become a major investor, creditor, and source of cooperation in areas like infrastructure, mining, and food commodities. The region is expected to act with pragmatism. However, Latin America must protect its values, democracy, respect for human rights, free markets, while leveraging on new global opportunities in trade and investment. U.S.-Latin America relation can strengthen for the benefit of both sides. There is a natural bridge to connect the Western Hemisphere. Around 63 million Latinos live in the United States. That's 90% of the population. Many of them US-born, US citizens, or people that has come to America seeking for the American dream. The agenda for regional integration has multiple areas such as education, green technology, digital economy, business development, and nearshoring. With all these, the Latin American Conference that we have here today is a great opportunity to reflect and think on bold ideas and policies that can accomplish a better future for our hemisphere. The incredible lineup of experts and leaders at our SPIA, School of Public and International Affairs Conference, is unique. We have with us 45 experts and leaders, 3 former presidents, heads of states from countries in the region, 3 high-level senior US officials, 5 former cabinet ministers from multiple countries, 3 former presidents of central banks, 2 former US national security advisors for the Western Hemisphere, a former US SATCOM commander, multilateral bank leaders, private sector leaders, media leaders, and former diplomats. We have participants from 12 countries from the region. We're very proud to say that this conference about Latin America is probably one of the most relevant in the academic world this year. This opportunity should serve our students, faculty, and academic community to nurture their thinking to bring better policy solutions ahead. The region has an incomparable chance to develop, but we need to make it happen. That's a real deal. I want to thank you. I want to thank our incredible SPIA staff. They deserve all the credit that make this space of reflection at this Princeton space a unique place in the world. Finally, I have the honor to introduce our Dean, the Dean of our School for Public and International Affairs, Dean Amaney Jamal. Dean Jamal is the Edward Sanford Professor of Politics and Professor of Politics and International Affairs at Princeton. Dr. Jamal's scholarship covers the Middle East and North Africa, mass and political behavior, political development, and democratization. Her book, Barriers in Democracy, won the 2008 American Political Science Best Book Award in the Comparative Democratization section. She earned her PhD from the University of Michigan and bachelor's at the University of California, LA. She was named a Carnegie Scholar in 2006 and elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2020. Moreover, Dean Amaney has been an essential ally to bring back the global spotlight to Latin America at Princeton University. I want to thank you, Amaney, for your support and leadership to achieve this milestone of being all gathered here today. Please give her a strong applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure and delight to see you all here today. On behalf of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs, I welcome you to this signature conference at our school and at our university. We are so absolutely delighted to have you all here today. Internationalization is one of the school's core strategic pillars under my leadership, and we are paying particular attention to Latin America this year. Throughout the year, our programming, our research, and our recruitment have focused on this spectacular region of the world, and we continue to explore it in the years to come. It is important to recognize that Latin America is a region of many great opportunities, from abundant natural resources and incredible biodiversity to a thriving young population and a rich and diverse culture. It is a land with so much to offer. This conference gives us a forum to look forward and critically discuss Latin America's future and its connections internationally and to the United States in ways that Latin America will find beneficial. Over the next 2 days, your discussions, your presentations, your analysis, your insights, your perspectives will contribute tremendously to these efforts here at the school. Thanks to all of our speakers and attendees, I am especially grateful to the 3 former heads of state who have graciously agreed to participate and travel to Princeton University. President Michelle Bachelet of Chile, President Ivan Duque of Colombia, and President Guillermo Lasso of Ecuador. Your unique insights, perspectives, and experience are invaluable. This premier conference of so many distinguished Latin American and esteemed leaders is one of the first for us here at Princeton University. Convening so many important and influential Latin American leaders from the public and private sectors in the same place at the same time is a terrific catalyst for productive thinking and beneficial action. We are very proud to have you all here. Thank you for allowing us to host you and to host this signature conference across our school and within our school and across campus. Our efforts will not end when this conference concludes. The school looks forward to continuing its work in and with Latin American partners and colleagues and leaders. We want to continue to welcome global leaders and experts to our school, welcome practitioners and diplomats, all to gain more knowledge about the region. I want to take a quick note to thank the many different people behind the scenes working on this. As my colleague, Ambassador Juan Carlos has pointed out, the staff has worked tirelessly. I want to thank especially, I want a special call out for Dean David Mayorga, and a special call out for Dean Stephen Petrick, who has been really working hard on our internationalization efforts. I want to thank all my colleagues, our faculty from across the university who are joining us today, who have also been moderating many sessions, and thank our students who will be coming trickling in and out throughout the day. So thank you. And finally, special thanks to Princeton SPIA's Ambassador Juan Carlos Pinzón. Where did he go? Ah, there, sorry. Ambassador Juan Carlos is a John L. Weinberg Goldman Sachs and Company visiting professor and lecturer who conceived of the conference and did so much to bring it to fruition. Juan Carlos, a Princeton SPIA MPP alum, one of ours, has served his native Colombia in numerous important capacities, including as ambassador to the United States, not once, but twice, as Minister of Defense, as Chief of Staff to the President, and so much more. We are so fortunate to have him here at the school, and we want to thank you because we know you work also tirelessly behind the scenes. Big round of applause. On behalf of all of us at the school, welcome again, and my best wishes for this wonderful, spectacular conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriela, and I'm a third-year student here at Princeton SPIA. Thank you for attending this premier Latin America conference. We are thrilled that Gabriela Frias of CNN en Español will be moderating today's keynote discussion. Ms. Frias is an anchor of Portafolio Global, CNN en Español's afternoon business, innovation, and entrepreneurship show. For more than 20 years, Frias has presented financial news from Latin America and the world for CNN. She is recognized as a leader in business journalism and geopolitics in Latin America. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome to Princeton our esteemed and honorable keynote speaker, President Guillermo Lasso of Ecuador. President Lasso has had an extensive career of more than 50 years dedicated to the public and private sector of Ecuador. Prior to becoming president of his country, he served in several positions, such as Minister of the Economy, Ambassador or Executive President of Banco de Ecuador. He is recognized for improving Ecuador's competitiveness and openness to the world, defending the values of economic and political freedom. He is currently a professor at Florida International University. Please welcome President Lasso.
Muy buenos días a todos. First of all, for me, it's an honor to be here in the Princeton University. Thank you for the invitation, Ambassador Pinzón, and thank you, all of you, for stay here this morning. My English is not very good. I want to present my apologies, but my speech will be in Spanish. Los retos de América Latina son variados y en cada uno de ellos hay distintos niveles de impacto según el país. Creo que no tienen la traducción. Le hace falta acá la señora. Decía que los retos de América Latina son varios y sobre cada uno de ellos hay que evaluar el impacto según el país. Pero voy a transmitir mi visión sobre la base de la experiencia de mis 900 días de gobierno en Ecuador. En primer lugar, América Latina requiere la cooperación para enfrentar al crimen organizado y disminuir la violencia. Nuestra región tiene una tasa de homicidios 3 veces superior al promedio mundial. 18 muertes violentas por cada 100.000 habitantes versus la tasa de 5.6 que tiene el resto del mundo. Somos la región más violenta del planeta en la que vive solo el 8.3% de la población. El 50% de los homicidios totales en las Américas está asociado al crimen organizado, en comparación con el 24% a nivel mundial. En el caso de Ecuador, los crímenes violentos están asociados en un 90% con el crimen organizado. La mejor medida que podemos tomar es mejorar y profundizar la cooperación entre los estados democráticos. La violencia que ocurre en Ecuador no está aislada de la que ocurre en México o de lo que está pasando en Chile o en Estados Unidos. Son las mismas organizaciones criminales que operan en nuestros países para traficar drogas, armas, minerales y personas. Debemos cooperar en inteligencia, en información y tecnología, y también debemos armonizar nuestra legislación para tener herramientas legales que nos permitan enfrentar a las organizaciones criminales. Un ejemplo de esto es la regulación sobre el lavado de activos. Debemos armonizar las leyes en toda la región para detectar el ingreso de capitales que provienen del narcotráfico y de la minería ilegal. Los gobiernos también están obligados a invertir en sus instituciones de seguridad. Más tecnología, personal mejor capacitado y bien equipado, porque las organizaciones criminales tienen recursos económicos y armamentísticos que pueden superar los presupuestos de los estados. Mi gobierno hizo una importante inversión en las Fuerzas Armadas y en la Policía Nacional, que superan los 1.100 millones de dólares en apenas 30 meses de gobierno. Solo en equipamiento compramos aviones, armas, chalecos antibalas, vehículos blindados, etc. En el caso de la policía, además incrementamos el personal de 50,000 a 60,000 nuevos policías, un 20% del personal que yo encontré cuando asumí el mando. Probablemente una de las mayores contribuciones que hicimos en seguridad fue el fortalecimiento de la cooperación con Estados Unidos. Firmamos varios acuerdos internacionales y ratificamos otros para garantizar operaciones contra actividades marítimas transnacionales, para interceptación aérea y para formación y capacitación de nuestras fuerzas. Si Ecuador lamenta haber perdido la base militar estadounidense que operó durante 10 años en el puerto de Manta, hoy puede sentirse aliviado porque los acuerdos que hemos suscrito permitirán que personal militar y civil de Estados Unidos permanezcan temporalmente en territorio ecuatoriano para visitas de buques, de entrenamientos, de ejercicios, actividades humanitarias y para compartir información de inteligencia. Y la cooperación ante los retos de seguridad de interés mutuo para el tráfico ilícito de drogas, terrorismo internacional y otras amenazas. Es decir, podrán hacer intervenciones militares conjuntas entre Estados Unidos y Ecuador. También perseguimos con tenacidad al narcotráfico para quitarles la mercancía, que es el producto que les permite tener dinero. Logramos una incautación histórica de droga que ubicó al Ecuador como el tercer país del mundo en incautaciones, solo después de Colombia y de Estados Unidos. De acuerdo a los informes de Naciones Unidas, entre mayo del 2021 y noviembre del 23, quitamos de las manos de los narcotraficantes 580 toneladas de droga, una cifra que equivale a todo lo incautado en los 5 años anteriores de mi gobierno. El golpe al bolsillo de las mafias criminales fue de cerca de 25,000 millones de dólares. Y con la incautación aplicamos una política de destrucción de droga que se han convertido en un referente en la región. La destrucción se realizaba incinerando las sustancias incautadas en un proceso en el que se invertía mucho tiempo. Quemar una tonelada tomaba al menos 10 horas. pero con el nuevo método que implementamos, denominado encapsulamiento, tarda 1 hora. Destruimos al menos 500 toneladas con este proceso que además es amigable con el medio ambiente. Otro objetivo u otro reto que tiene América Latina es la inversión social. La pobreza en nuestra región es una de las mayores injusticias que soporta América Latina. Al menos el 30% de la población es pobre, a pesar de que habitamos en un continente muy rico en recursos para vivir a plenitud. La inversión social tiene que crecer porque de lo contrario la pobreza va a aumentar. Y será una ventaja enorme para las organizaciones criminales que aprovechan de las personas más vulnerables, especialmente de los jóvenes, que son reclutados para el tráfico de drogas, armas y el sicariato. Yo estuve convencido de que la mejor política de seguridad era la inversión social. Nosotros invertimos por año 13.300 millones de dólares en salud y educación. Así, reabrimos 237 escuelas para niños y niñas indígenas y campesinos y construimos 27 unidades educativas de primer nivel. Tenía que llevarles educación cerca de la casa para que no tuvieran que desplazarse largas distancias o lo que es peor, no estudiar porque la escuela está muy lejos del hogar. Teníamos que destinar la mayor cantidad de recursos posible para los jóvenes y las mujeres, porque son los ciudadanos con mayores compromisos sociales. Esto no había pasado antes en Ecuador. Un gobierno en 900 días de gestión entregó a las mujeres créditos por más de 800 millones de dólares, que equivale al 65% de todos los créditos que entregamos durante mi gobierno. De las 30.000 soluciones habitacionales otorgadas, el 70% fueron a mujeres. De las 15.000 becas de estudios tecnológicos, el 62% se entregaron también a mujeres y a jóvenes. En lo personal, el logro más significativo fue haber reducido la desnutrición crónica infantil en 3.5 puntos porcentuales. Ecuador tenía la segunda peor tasa en América Latina, pero en 900 días y desde el primer día de mi gobierno implementamos una política que nos permitió reducir 3.5 puntos porcentuales la desnutrición crónica infantil y salvar a 20.000 niños menores de 2 años de la desnutrición crónica. En tercer lugar, tener una visión más pragmática sobre las relaciones con el mundo. Los gobiernos aún se dividen por ideologías, si es de izquierda o si es de derecha extrema o liberal, nuevos progresismos, posturas que pueden ser relevantes para las organizaciones políticas, pero que no tienen ninguna importancia frente a la demanda de los ciudadanos. La gente quiere que se resuelvan sus problemas. Les comento mi experiencia durante el proceso de vacunación del Ecuador por la pandemia del COVID-19. No teníamos vacunas. El país no solo estaba paralizado, sino que se había empobrecido a cifras similares a las del 2008, en retroceso de cerca de 12 años en pobreza y una caída del Producto Interno Bruto en el año 2020 de 9,2%. Negociamos las vacunas con China y con Estados Unidos, dos economías mundiales con sistemas políticos diferentes, pero mi gobierno dialogó con los dos y compró vacunas suficientes para inmunizar en 100 días al 52% de la población con 2 dosis. Nuestra política fue práctica, útil, necesaria y transparente. Pensamos en la vida de los ciudadanos, no en nuestras visiones ideológicas. Ecuador fue uno de los primeros países en América Latina en recuperar la normalidad. La gente vacunada retornó a su trabajo. Nuevamente el transporte público se llenaba y los restaurantes abrían y las actividades educativas también. Nuestra política fue práctica, útil, necesaria y transparente, como lo he dicho. Ecuador fue no solo uno de los primeros países de América Latina, sino que en el mes de julio y en el mes de agosto del 2021 fuimos el primer país del mundo en cuanto a la velocidad de vacunación a los ciudadanos. En el año 2021, con la apertura de la economía, con este plan sanitario para cubrir a todos el COVID-19, yo asumí el mando en mayo, es decir, me tocó 7 meses del año 2021. Cambiamos la tendencia y cerramos el año con un crecimiento económico del 9.8%, que nos permitió recuperar los niveles perdidos durante la pandemia. Con esta misma lógica, logramos firmar el TLC con China, con Corea del Sur y Costa Rica, e impulsamos la aprobación de la ley IDEA, que está en trámite en la Cámara de Representantes de Estados Unidos y que tiene por objetivo homologar el tratamiento arancelario que tiene Estados Unidos con los países del Caribe, homologarlo a favor del Ecuador. América Latina tiene ese gran reto. Ser más práctica sin que eso signifique sacrificar nuestras democracias. En cuarto lugar, me quiero referir a otro reto importante: proteger el medio ambiente. Este es uno de los retos más importantes de una región muy rica en agua dulce, en bosques, en tierras fértiles, en minería, en petróleo, entre otros recursos como también los páramos andinos. América Latina tiene que enfocar su desarrollo protegiendo el medio ambiente, porque se trata de cuidar nuestra casa grande, que está amenazada no solo por la gestión negligente y a veces corrupta de empresas y gobiernos, sino por el crimen organizado dedicado a la explotación de la minería de forma irresponsable. Entonces, la combinación es desarrollo económico con eficiencia y seguridad. En mi gobierno tomamos algunas decisiones importantes. Una de ellas fue histórica y de impacto mundial. Logramos el canje de deuda por conservación de naturaleza más grande de la historia de la humanidad. Con este mecanismo hemos reducido 1.100 millones de dólares la deuda externa del Ecuador y aseguramos más de 450 millones para la conservación y protección de la Reserva Marina de Galápagos mediante un fondo denominado Galápagos Life Fund. Esta operación contó con el apoyo del DFC de Estados Unidos, del BID y también de la Unión Europea y los Países Bajos. Debo destacar la generosidad de nuestros pescadores, la visión de las organizaciones ambientalistas, con varios actores claves con los que asumimos la responsabilidad de cuidar nuestras Islas Galápagos. El canje de deuda por conservación partió por una decisión, una política pública que nos llevó a elevar la Reserva Marina de Galápagos de 138.000 kilómetros cuadrados a 198.000 kilómetros cuadrados. Este es un ejemplo de cooperación en que el papel de los ciudadanos fue determinante. Ellos entendieron que proteger nuestro mar era proteger las Islas Encantadas y el futuro de nuestras familias. Por último, un desafío de América Latina es fortalecer nuestras democracias. Creo que además de la violencia y la criminalidad, una amenaza muy grave a las democracias son las noticias falsas, las posverdades o la divulgación de medias verdades que al final son una mentira también. Las redes sociales y los medios digitales son utilizados para masificar estas mentiras y hechos que son ajustados a las conveniencias de actores políticos y mafiosos que crean sus medios de comunicación, compran a algunos malos periodistas y masifican relatos falsos. En mi experiencia, las fake news avanzaron a amenazar a la estabilidad del gobierno, con fuertes herramientas para el socavamiento de las instituciones, con el objetivo de controlarlas. En un mundo veloz, asfixiado en información de todo tipo y desde cualquier parte del mundo, con una población sin mayores elementos para diferenciar la mentira de la verdad, las posverdades y la polarización ganan terreno. Sin armas, sin militares, pero con mentiras masificadas pueden hacer que las democracias fracasen. El gran reto para nuestra región es detener esa dispersión, esa masificación, esa explotación de mentiras que además están financiadas por operadores del crimen organizado, a quienes les interesa el control de las instituciones para lograr impunidad. En todo lugar del mundo existe una pugna entre Estado y el crimen organizado. Y eso probablemente existirá a lo largo de la humanidad. Pero lo que no puede suceder es que el crimen organizado tome control del Estado, porque ahí sí tenemos un problema grave y serio. Penosamente debo decir y compartir con ustedes que ese es el caso de Ecuador, cuando el crimen organizado, contactados con políticos inescrupulosos, permiten que miembros de organizaciones criminales sean elegidos asambleístas y formen parte de la construcción de políticas públicas o, como fue en mi caso, llevar a cabo procesos de fiscalización falsos porque les era incómodo mi presencia a todos los grupos delincuenciales organizados. Yo quisiera terminar con una breve conclusión. En el mundo hoy, a las sociedades democráticas nos urge mejorar la coordinación interestatal, aprender de las buenas experiencias y ser muy prácticos. Las democracias tienen varios enemigos. Los más peligrosos son la pobreza, la corrupción y la violencia. No tenemos tiempo para dudar. Tenemos que actuar de manera coordinada porque nuestra población está sufriendo. A ustedes, los jóvenes, les corresponde ser parte de este grupo humano dispuesto a actuar en la solución de los problemas. Pueden hacer política, pueden crear empleo, pueden hacer control social. Lo importante es que no le den la espalda a sus sociedades, porque hay miles que esperan y necesitan de su ímpetu, de su honestidad y de su generosidad. Muchas gracias.
Mira el micrófono. Le pongo el micrófono. Por aquí mismo.
Bueno, mientras el presidente Lasso toma asiento, this is going to be a conversation in Spanish all the way long. So I'm just going to remind you, we're going to have a conversation 30 minutes, more or less. And 10 minutes prior to ending this conversation with President Lasso, we will open the floor for questions, 10 minutes. So if anybody has questions, just make sure that you're closer to the mics. That would be on 10 minutes before ending this session. Thank you. Presidente Lasso, qué gusto.
Gracias.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien, Gabriela.
Qué bueno verlo. Creo que la última vez que lo vi en persona fue en la Cumbre de las Américas.
En Los Ángeles.
En Los Ángeles, efectivamente, con el presidente Duque en ese momento que estaba firmando un acuerdo. Varios presidentes. Estábamos hablando de negocios, empresas, usted es banquero, es empresario. Rápidamente, después de este repaso que ha hecho usted de lo que son estos temas en su gobierno, recordarle a la audiencia, usted es guayaquileño, ¿no? Su mandato, 24 de mayo de
24 de mayo del 21. Sí.
Exactamente, hasta el 23 de noviembre de 2023, un mandato que termina 18 meses antes de lo que debía ocurrir por el partido político, creando oportunidades. Usted llega a la presidencia. Ha sido muy elogiado por esa exitosa campaña de vacunación contra el COVID-19 que usted ha mencionado. Usted también ganó con esa importantísima promesa de abordar el narco con mano dura. Todos lo recordamos. Y después empezaron estos desafíos de armar alianzas, los desafíos para lograr cambios a través de la Asamblea, el movimiento indígena que paralizó al país 13 días, usted lo recordará, todo el tema del precio de los combustibles también, que fue un fenómeno de presión en una economía dolarizada, para poner en contexto las cosas, los 2 intentos de juicio político en este repaso, y fue el presidente Lasso el primero en declarar la figura de la muerte cruzada. Esta figura le permite destituir la Asamblea Nacional, llamar elecciones anticipadas, presidenciales, legislativas, 18 meses antes de terminar ese mandato, y se retira la contienda electoral. En este repaso también hay que recordar situaciones muy delicadas que usted enfrentó, crisis carcelaria, más de una docena de matanzas, 5 cárceles, centenares de presos asesinados. Se disparó también el número de asesinatos en el Ecuador. Y por supuesto que también vimos esa ola migratoria de la que hoy damos cuenta, incluso cuando hablamos del tapón del Darién. Uno de los grandes grupos de éxodos de migrantes son ecuatorianos. Y en este contexto es que nos toca hablar el día de hoy, presidente. Y permítame comenzar por el contexto en el que estamos encaminándonos a una consulta importantísima, la consulta del domingo. Esta consulta con referéndum, con temas que abarcan seguridad, justicia, más de 13 millones de ciudadanos están convocados a participar, es obligatorio, ¿correcto? ¿Usted va a votar?
Sí, claro.
Exactamente. ¿Va a viajar al Ecuador a votar?
Sí, claro, regreso
Okay.
mañana.
Regresa mañana. ¿Por qué? Para enfatizar aquí, es importante esta consulta. Ya hay que recordar que usted tuvo la propia, con 8 preguntas que fracasó. Lo escucho, presidente.
Muchas gracias, Gabriela. Comenzando por el tema de seguridad, en febrero del 2023, mi gobierno planteó una consulta popular donde la primera de ellas era si los ciudadanos estaban de acuerdo con aprobar la extradición. ¿Por qué? Porque la extradición es el más grande temor que tienen los integrantes de grupos criminales, especialmente los narcotraficantes. Y también otras preguntas relativas a la incorporación de las Fuerzas Armadas para apoyo a la Policía Nacional en situación normal, no solo en estados de emergencia. Lastimosamente, yo tuve una oposición absolutamente irracional, tanto del populismo del socialismo del siglo XXI como de la extrema derecha ecuatoriana, que por hacerme daño a mí hicieron campaña para votar por el no. Estos elementos como la extradición y la participación de las Fuerzas Armadas, que lo esperaba la población. Bueno, perdimos la consulta, pero actualmente el presidente Noboa ha vuelto a hacer una consulta un año después.
Con varias preguntas, perdóneme.
Con varias preguntas en materia de justicia, en materia de seguridad, en materia de economía y empleo. Y claro, yo regreso al Ecuador y voy a votar en la consulta por el sí, porque hay que ser coherente. Muchas de las preguntas, especialmente en seguridad, la extradición es exactamente igual a la pregunta que yo hice hace un año. Mal haría votar no solo por oponerme a un gobierno. Yo creo que es importante actuar con responsabilidad.
¿Usted cree que una diferencia de aquella consulta y este es el momento? Muchos se preguntan por qué no la hizo antes, cuando tenía a su favor los vientos, por ese buen manejo que se generó en la pandemia. ¿Por qué no se activó antes?
porque habían prioridades, especialmente la economía. Se nos había caído la economía en 9.2%. No teníamos recursos ni siquiera para pagar la nómina de empleados públicos. Necesitábamos recuperar la economía. Cuando yo asumí el mando, teníamos 4 crisis en el Ecuador al mismo tiempo. Crisis sanitaria, crisis económica, crisis moral y una crisis de debilidad institucional de las instituciones democráticas. Había que fortalecer eso. Y había que, yo siempre lo dije en campaña y como presidente, el mejor programa económico de mi gobierno era vacunar a los ecuatorianos para poder reactivar la economía.
¿Ve usted algún indicio de que el presidente Noboa ha aprendido de lo que usted ya caminó de cara a la preparación de la consulta? ¿O ve ya usted en el camino desaciertos? ¿Ve confianza en el ciudadano en el momento que está ocurriendo este proceso?
De acuerdo con las últimas encuestas, la mayoría de preguntas ganarían con el sí. Y como ecuatoriano a mí eso me satisface, me parece importante. Y no quisiera ser tan pretencioso de pensar que el presidente Noboa aprendió de mi experiencia. Yo creo que él tiene sus propias experiencias, sus propias opiniones, y creo que en materia de seguridad y de la consulta que ha planteado, creo que ha tomado una buena decisión.
¿Cómo describe su relación con el presidente Noboa?
Es una relación cordial, no tenemos mucho diálogo. Yo lo conocí cuando él era asambleísta, me visitó un par de ocasiones en el despacho, conversamos de temas de interés nacional y algunos otros temas, pero no es una relación constante, permanente, fluida de conversación.
O sea, la última vez que habló con él.
La última vez que hablé con él es el día de la transmisión de mando, el 23 de noviembre, en que le deseé mucho éxito.
A principios de este mes, el presidente Noboa lo responsabilizó a usted y al grupo que usted representa de querer boicotear los resultados de la consulta. ¿Qué opinión le merece? Después salió el desmentido del presidente y del grupo, por supuesto.
El movimiento, creo, que yo lidero, fue uno de los pocos, casi el único, que se inscribió en el Consejo Nacional Electoral para hacer campaña por el sí. Y esa ha sido mi posición pública siempre. Como le dije hace un momento, sería incoherente de mi parte quedarme callado o peor, promover el no solo porque la pregunta la hace el presidente Noboa y no yo. Sería absurdo.
¿Y le extrañó?
Claro que me llamó la atención porque era contra toda lógica. Nuestra campaña era a favor del sí, no del no.
No, y de hecho ustedes le recordaron que el tema aquí era el crimen organizado, era combatir el narcotráfico en el comunicado que ustedes emitieron y lo que usted dijo presentando su postura.
Hay una pregunta que es nuestra. Es una pregunta que requirió de una enmienda que debe de ser aprobada por la Corte Constitucional en primer lugar, por la Asamblea Nacional en segundo lugar, y luego pasar a consulta al pueblo. Esa pregunta es nuestra, de nuestro gobierno, que es la participación de las Fuerzas Armadas en apoyo a la Policía Nacional. Siendo una pregunta nuestra, que concluye el trámite en el gobierno del presidente Noboa, lo menos que se puede esperar es que promovamos el sí a esa pregunta.
Entonces, ¿qué le ha parecido el planteamiento que hace en la red social X? Siempre digo que tuiteo, pero ya no podemos decir tuiteo, porque hacen en la red social X el día de ayer. Cuando se refiere a la crisis del sector energético, un sector al que le han faltado inversiones, usted lo sabe, presidente, cuando declara emergencia pide la renuncia de la ministra de Energía, pero también habla de sabotaje. De cara a esta consulta estamos escuchando sabotaje. ¿Coincide usted en esa percepción?
No puedo coincidir ni no coincidir porque realmente no tengo los elementos de juicio suficiente para pensar que se trata de un sabotaje. Pero lo que sí quiero decir es que en el último mes de nuestro gobierno dejamos suscritos acuerdos por escritura pública con empresas privadas para el desarrollo de proyectos de energía limpia por cerca de 800 megas. Lastimosamente se han paralizado. Y también dejamos iniciado todo un proceso para generar energía a través de barcazas con generadores termoeléctricos que son útiles en esta etapa de emergencia, con capacidad para generar más de 300 megas y superar la crisis que tenemos hoy. Se paralizaron los trámites y esto es lamentable en nuestros países en América Latina, como que se pretende que cada gobierno quiera refundar el país. Y lastimosamente no continuaron, pero yo creo que no le va a quedar más al presidente Noboa que dar continuidad a todos estos procesos que dejamos firmados por escritura pública, no solamente informados, sino firmados.
Crimen organizado. Yo sé, se ha escrito mucho desde afuera, el Washington Post, muchísimos medios de comunicación. Nosotros mismos hemos llevado distintas historias. La propia fiscal general del Ecuador, Diana Salazar, lo ha descrito y yo quiero que usted termine describiendo de qué estamos hablando el día de hoy. Cuando le quiero preguntar, el gran operativo Metástasis del 13 y 14 de diciembre pasados, importante para una depuración masiva del sistema de justicia, pero la propia fiscal Salazar habla de un entramado que ha dejado al descubierto distintos operadores en el sistema de justicia, los abogados, incluso medios de comunicación en el Ecuador. ¿Cómo le describe al público fuera del Ecuador cómo entender el momento por el cual está viviendo su país y este tema de la narcopolítica?
En septiembre del año 2021, cuando apenas yo cumplía 100 días de gobierno, tuve el primer amotinamiento en una de las cárceles más grandes del Ecuador, en La Tacunga, en Cotopaxi. Y le dije a la ministra de Gobierno en ese momento, le dije, mira, yo creo que esto tiene vinculaciones políticas, con partidos políticos de oposición. Y ella me dijo, pero no tenemos pruebas. Si yo tuviera un diálogo con ella ahora, le diría, bueno, ahora ya aparecieron las pruebas. Las pruebas en el caso Metástasis, en el caso Purga, donde se ve claramente la conexión del crimen organizado con partidos políticos que se dieron espacios en Asamblea Nacional para que el crimen organizado tenga sus propios actores, Metástasis y Purga son la prueba de eso, pero también hay algo que se desarrolla en estos días en la justicia de los Estados Unidos, en Miami, y es el juicio al ex contralor Carlos Pollitt, donde se ve claramente por los días transcurridos que hay las pruebas suficientes para tener claro que fue sobornado por Odebrecht y que también Odebrecht no solamente sobornó al contralor, sino presuntamente al vicepresidente Jorge Glass. Y ahí ve usted claramente cómo la corrupción, el crimen organizado, están formalmente conectados con la política. Lo que decía hace un momento, si allá está el crimen organizado y acá está el Estado con la sociedad ecuatoriana, bueno, tenemos que luchar contra ellos. Pero si allá está el crimen organizado y el crimen organizado tiene representantes en el Estado y actúan en beneficio del tráfico de droga, tenemos un problema mayúsculo. Y eso tiene hoy el Ecuador.
¿Qué necesita la fiscal Salazar para articular, más allá de estos operativos, esa depuración con éxito?
La fiscal Diana Salazar es una gran funcionaria pública, es una gran fiscal y es el actor principal de lucha contra la corrupción y contra el narcotráfico en Ecuador. ¿Qué se necesita? Apoyar a la fiscal, respaldar a la fiscal.
¿Cómo?
El apoyo de la sociedad civil,
Ajá.
el apoyo de los ciudadanos, que ella sepa que va por el camino correcto. Porque yo he sido presidente, ella es fiscal, hay días en que uno siente dudas sobre lo que está haciendo. ¿Le parece bien a la gente? ¿No le parece bien? Y yo creo que la fiscal tiene que tener una voz muy alta que le diga todos los días, la sociedad civil la respalda a usted, señora fiscal.
¿Cómo no han cerrado filas quienes están en este momento del lado de a favor de esa depuración? Políticos, empresarios, ciudadanos, partidos, ¿por qué eso no ha sucedido?
Porque son parte de la corrupción, porque son
¿Todos?
parte de la narcopolítica, no todos, al menos dos. Hay que decirlo, son parte de la narcopolítica, son parte de la corrupción, son parte de aquella corrupción descubierta en un caso Purga, donde la mano derecha de un importante político ecuatoriano, manejaba la justicia para beneficios personales, para robar tierras a los pequeños agricultores, para manipular. Fíjese usted, uno de los grandes capos de las drogas tiene por apodo Fito. Yo a Fito lo pasé de la cárcel regular a la cárcel de máxima seguridad.
Está oído.
Donde estuvo 30 días. ¿Por qué? Porque un juez bajo control de este individuo del caso Purga hizo gestiones para que un juez ordene el traslado a la cárcel regular. Y a mí no me quedaba más que cumplir con una orden judicial. Luego, en el actual gobierno, en diciembre de del año pasado o enero de este año, se escapa de la cárcel.
Sí.
Y él y otros delincuentes más.
Y otros delincuentes. Y está
Claro que
oído, le
sí.
decía yo, y está oído.
Está huido. Y obviamente es como si en Colombia, en la época de la década de los 80, Pablo Escobar hubiese estado libre sin el acoso del Estado.
Bueno, ya que menciona el caso de Jorge Glass, del ex vicepresidente ecuatoriano, yo creo que aquí hay una enorme expectativa por conocer su opinión sobre lo que ha ocurrido aquel viernes en la noche, que quizá para muchos ecuatorianos, para algunos periodistas sí, todos nos preguntamos, ¿dónde estabas cuando estaba ocurriendo el asalto a la Embajada de México en Quito? Hábleme de lo que vio, si es que se acuerda dónde estaba además, y evidentemente hay una intención de establecer un precedente por lo que ha ocurrido. Pero ¿ve usted intención de querer arreglar las cosas? ¿Quién las va a arreglar? ¿Los siguientes presidentes? ¿Los siguientes gobernantes?
Primero hagamos una descripción del caso y separemos lo que es Jorge Glass de los incidentes con la Embajada de México. Jorge Glass, que fue vicepresidente del señor Correa, es un corrupto sentenciado. No es que es un proceso de investigación. Sobre él pesa una sentencia ejecutoriada, como dicen los abogados.
Sí.
Y aparte de esa sentencia, tiene acusaciones, están en un proceso de investigación previa y posterior juicio, por lo menos 2 o 3, que tienen que ver con corrupción.
Entre ellos
Por
el
lo
de la
ta-
reconstrucción, ¿no?
Claro, por lo tanto, él no es un perseguido político. Él no es un perseguido político. Él es un corrupto sentenciado por la justicia ecuatoriana. Eso en primer lugar.
Perdón, y ahí agrego la entrevista que hicimos en CNN con la fiscal Salazar, cuando él estaba solicitando ser acogido como huésped en la Embajada de México, que no se le requería, que no se le iba a detener, pero que sí se le requería para declarar en el tema de la reconstrucción. Hasta ahí dejo la declaración de la fiscal. Perdón.
De acuerdo. Separemos este caso de un procedimiento policial que sin duda alguna toca fibras en materia de diplomacia y relaciones internacionales. En este contexto, estando en el exterior, yo como ecuatoriano y especialmente como ex presidente del Ecuador, quiero ser muy tinoso, muy cuidadoso y quizás dé opiniones muy subjetivas que ustedes las consideren como una visión un tanto extraña, pero yo estoy obligado a cerrar filas con el gobierno y a respaldar al gobierno. Y no es la primera vez que tomo una decisión de este tipo. En octubre del año 19 hubo una revuelta en el Ecuador por cerca de 20 días, protagonizada ¿por quién? Por el señor Leonidas Issa, que dice defender el interés de los indígenas y de los pobres, cuando realmente ya se ha descubierto que no es más sino que un vocero del crimen organizado, de la minería ilegal, del narcotráfico. Entonces, yo quiero ser muy cuidadoso porque en octubre del 19 yo era opositor al presidente Moreno, declarado opositor, y hacía oposición en todos lados, hasta en las calles. Pero cuando vi este fraude de querer tumbar a un gobierno democrático, yo salí a la televisión con Fernando del Rincón y dije, aquí atrás está Correa y está el dinero de Venezuela. Por lo tanto, mi obligación, no con Lenín Moreno, con el país, es defender la democracia. Y por supuesto que me dediqué a defender a la democracia que dependía en ese instante de la estabilidad de un gobierno al que yo me oponía.
A ver, pero ¿y entonces dónde acomodamos o cómo acomoda o cómo racionaliza o en dónde, ¿no? El tema de lo que ocurrió? Si cierra filas con Noboa, ¿significa que como Noboa no se arrepiente de lo que ocurrió?
No.
¿Que quiere invitar a comer tacos y ceviche y así en ese
no.
nivel arreglar el tema con el presidente de México?
Le agradezco que mencione esos detalles porque obviamente yo no puedo estar de acuerdo con ese estilo. Yo lo que espero como ciudadano ecuatoriano, como latinoamericano, como una persona que admira a México en sus distintas facetas de cultura, de arte, de historia, pues obviamente lo que yo aspiro es que rápidamente Ecuador y México normalicen su relación. Y para eso se requiere a los amigos, se requiere a los Estados Unidos, se requiere a la OEA, se requiere a la ONU, para que la solución sea una solución que realmente satisfaga al presidente y al pueblo mexicano.
Y lo que ocurrió ayer, hace unas horas, en esa sesión extraordinaria de países miembros de la CELAC, ¿cómo lo acomoda en lo que está ocurriendo?
Yo creo que es como echar leña al fuego, en lugar de echar agua al fuego. Yo creo que hay que actuar con serenidad, con tranquilidad, dejar que las aguas se calmen y que los buenos amigos actúen. La Unión Europea, Estados Unidos, la ONU, la OEA y los países de Latinoamérica. Al final,
sí,
nadie quiere una bronca entre países latinoamericanos.
Bueno, pero
ya tenemos suficientes problemas.
Pero el presidente López Obrador quiere suspender, expulsar a Ecuador, más allá de que se pueda o no se pueda, de Naciones Unidas. No está solo. Venezuela ya también hizo sus propias declaraciones en relación con el retiro de personal diplomático de la embajada.
Yo creo que cuando actúen nuestros amigos y pongan, como estoy seguro pondrán, o harán aportes importantes para contribuir a la serenidad y a la tranquilidad, para recuperar la normalidad de las relaciones con México, es el camino. Yo creo que es el camino por donde debemos transitar sin banalizar el problema, sin hablar en términos coloquiales. Esto no es un ceviche, esto no son tacos, esto es algo muy, muy serio, muy grave. No puede quedar ese precedente, pero tienen que intervenir los amigos, ayudar a solucionar, a entenderse entre dos países hermanos.
¿Concibe usted, si lo tuviera frente al presidente Noboa, la necesidad de sugerirle que escuche más a su equipo diplomático? ¿O ve usted el problema en el Ejecutivo y el equipo diplomático por lo que ocurrió?
Yo más bien le diría, no escucha a su equipo diplomático y pida opiniones a diplomáticos expertos en el Ecuador que sí lo existen. Gente con seniority, con gran experiencia en la solución de problemas. Mire usted, problemas con el Perú, sí, que la paz fue firmada en el año 98. Sí. Consultar a esos señores, como yo lo hacía, porque muchas veces el presidente queda encapsulado dentro de un círculo de sus más íntimos colaboradores. Y es bueno abrir las ventanas del palacio, salir a la ventana y escuchar. Y preguntar con humildad, porque yo creo que la humildad es la mejor herramienta para lograr el éxito aún en política.
¿Detecta humildad en el presidente Noboa en este caso?
Bueno, esa ya sería una opinión subjetiva y no creo que sea necesario evaluarlo a él.
¿Cómo fue su relación con el presidente López Obrador, ya que está hablando de esa voluntad de querer resolver? Hábleme de la voluntad que usted detecta en el propio presidente López Obrador, porque en el discurso, de momento no parece. En el discurso, ¿qué dice?
Bueno, yo tuve una buena relación con él. La primera visita que hice al exterior fue a México. Sí. Fui invitado a los 200 años de la Constitución, de los Acuerdos de Córdoba, tuve oportunidad de tratar con él, con su esposa, que es muy agradable también. Mi objetivo era uno, y se lo dije desde el primer día. Yo quiero un tratado de libre comercio con México, porque es una condición indispensable para que el Ecuador ingrese a la Alianza del Pacífico.
Pero no ocurrió, presidente.
No ocurrió lamentablemente por el lobby de la industria del camarón y del plátano de México. Al último estuve dispuesto inclusive a firmarlo, excluyendo esos dos productos, porque luego cuando entrábamos a la Alianza del Pacífico ya no había la posibilidad de exceptuar al camarón y al plátano ecuatoriano. Lastimosamente no tuve éxito. Me dio mucha pena, pero lo que me dio más pena luego es ver cómo se ha politizado a un organismo multilateral que nació con objetivos muy claros y muy positivos.
¿Quién habla, perdóneme? ¿El organismo?
La Alianza del
Ah,
Pacífico.
ya, la alianza, perdone.
Los fundadores fueron
Sí,
Alan
sí.
García,
Sí.
Sebastián Piñera,
Sí,
un gran presidente latinoamericano, presidente Santos de Colombia y el presidente Peña Nieto de México. Y yo creo que la Alianza del Pacífico cubrió las expectativas porque creó un bloque económico y comercial de gran poder para negociar con el mundo. Lastimosamente se lo ha intoxicado con la política y con la ideología y creo que va por el camino de debilitarse.
Y ahora, con esto que ha pasado entre México y Ecuador, ¿cuál es el horizonte al que aspiramos?
Bueno, yo aspiro dentro del horizonte, yo lo que aspiro es la normalidad, la normalización de las relaciones de México.
Se dice fácil, presidente.
Sí, es difícil en las acciones, pero bueno, usted me pregunta qué ve en el universo. Yo como expresidente lo que más deseo es la normalización de las relaciones de Ecuador con México, pero requerimos la ayuda de los amigos, ¿no? Cuando en el barrio hay una pelea de vecinos, hay otros vecinos que tienen más edad, que son más fuertes, que son más inteligentes, más serenos y pueden ayudar a tranquilizar ese malestar.
La reacción del presidente Petro en Colombia, por ejemplo.
La reacción del presidente Petro de Colombia, bueno, han habido dos. La una que es netamente política, suspender el gabinete bilateral que había acordado conmigo cuando tuvimos hace un año, más de un año, el gabinete en una provincia norteña de Ecuador.
Ajá.
Y la segunda decisión política, la segunda decisión, perdón, no es política, es una decisión técnica, que es suspender la provisión de energía de Colombia a Ecuador. Yo quiero en esto ser muy sincero. Cuando se me presentó a mí el problema, yo le pedí cita al presidente Petro y me la concedió en 24 horas. Y tuve una visita un fin de semana, un sábado, a Bogotá, para negociar la provisión de energía de Colombia hacia el Ecuador. Y el compromiso era proveernos energía hasta diciembre del año 23, pero el acuerdo se extendió con buena voluntad de Colombia hacia Ecuador y Colombia ha provisto de energía a Ecuador hasta el mes de marzo.
Sí.
Pero ahora hay problemas en Colombia también, problemas de sequía. Y es entendible la decisión del presidente Petro de que ponga en primera prioridad su país. Y claro, esto no tiene nada que ver con la política, tiene que ver con la naturaleza y con temas de carácter técnico.
Segunda llamada, voy a abrir el piso para preguntas, 10 minutos tenemos. Déjeme hacerle 3 preguntas rápidas. La actitud del expresidente Correa en relación con esta crisis, lo que se lee en ex Twitter, es incendiario. No por nada la ministra del Trabajo del Ecuador también hace poco presentó una denuncia por traición a la patria, prácticamente en lo que ella describió, por incitar a que sancionen Ecuador por asalto a la embajada. Hábleme del expresidente Correa.
El más grande opositor, el más grande enemigo, el más grande adversario que tiene el presidente Correa se llama Rafael Correa. Y se llama Rafael Correa porque, bueno, está desempleado. Claro, su espíritu, su voluntad, su mente, le educó solo para ser presidente y nunca para entender que los presidentes son transitorios, que luego tienen que retirarse y que tienen una labor que cumplir en favor de su país como expresidente. Yo no me atrevería jamás a pedirle al mundo sanciones al Ecuador. Jamás. Me parece que es una actitud, no llevaría yo al extremo de pensar que es traición a la patria, pero por lo menos es algo de mal gusto, ¿no?
¿Quién va a tener preguntas? Si me pueden señalar, si no, yo me quedo platicando con el presidente Lasso. Sin problema, tengo muchas preguntas. ¿Nadie? Ok. Ok, tenemos micrófonos. En un momento abro ya. Antes de dejarle ir, y yo sé que muchos de ustedes le van a seguir preguntando de este caso, que todos, bueno, qué curiosa la vida que nos toca un ecuatoriano, una mexicana, hablar de este tema. Dos ciudadanos que entendemos la relación que tenemos desde hace mucho tiempo en nuestros países.
Esta no es...
¿Algo que quiera agregar?
Sebastián Corral, que fue mi secretario de la administración y jefe de gabinete, me recuerda un dato que es importante.
Adelante.
Dentro de las investigaciones del caso Metástasis,
Sí.
se encuentra claramente que un delincuente, un miembro de los lobos de grupos delincuenciales organizados, proveyó dinero, $250,000 para pagarle a un juez para que lo deje libre al expresidente Glass. Y adicionalmente también aportó dinero para la campaña del no. En mi consulta popular de febrero del 23, aportó dinero, aportó autos y se ve la vinculación, la conversación de íntimos entre un delincuente y un miembro de la Asamblea Nacional que a la vez era también miembro de un grupo delincuencial.
Gracias por el dato. Antes de abrir micrófono, febrero 2025, elecciones. ¿Lanzarán candidato en 2025? ¿En quién están pensando? ¿A quién están apuntando?
El movimiento, creo, como todos los partidos políticos, luego de dejar el poder, terminan un poco golpeados, magullados, raspados. Entonces estamos en el momento de reestructuración que ya lo hemos concluido. Estamos llevando a cabo un trabajo territorial para fortalecer en las bases al movimiento y sin duda alguna tendremos candidato a presidente y candidato a asambleísta.
¿Y a presidente ya tienen 1, 2, 3, 4?
No tenemos un nombre que pudiera anunciar. Lo que yo sí puedo decir es que Guillermo Lasso no va a ser candidato. Ya eso es una vuelta de página, una etapa de mi vida que ya terminé y tenemos muy buenos miembros dentro del movimiento, creo, que son personas que pueden tomar la bandera de lucha y recorrer y hacer un camino como el que me tocó a mí por cerca de 12 años, 3 elecciones, perder 2 y ganar la última. La tercera fue la vencida, pero es un costo muy grande, es un trabajo. La gente cree que los políticos no trabajan. Quizás muchos, algunos que viven en Bélgica no trabajan, pero otros trabajábamos. A mí me tocaba levantarme a las 6 de la mañana para ir a los medios de comunicación y regresaba a mi casa a las 10 de la noche. Por lo tanto, era un trabajo de 16 horas continuas y de presidente ni se diga, ¿no? Pero creo va a tener candidato.
Gracias. Preguntas.
Presidente Lasso, muchísimas gracias. Usted mencionó la necesidad de los amigos para reconciliar a México y Ecuador. Me pregunto a qué amigos se refiere y cómo espera que suceda, porque si pensamos en las instituciones regionales existentes para mediar conflictos, si no están desarticuladas o ausentes, están bastante debilitadas. Así que mi pregunta es cómo espera que esa reconciliación suceda.
Claro, y ahí sería interesante antes de que responda Estados Unidos, y ahí viene elección y ahí viene Trump. Le voy a sumar varias preguntas porque se nos está acabando el tiempo. Acá también, perdón, ¿quién? Adelante. Uy, entonces, los amigos, ¿no?
Hola, muy buenos días. Mucho gusto, mi nombre es Tami León, soy estudiante de México de segundo año acá en la carrera y mi pregunta, presidente Lasso, va enfocada, ya que usted hizo mención a los jóvenes, sobre todo va enfocado a aquellos jóvenes que nos encontramos ahorita estudiando y que deseamos regresar a nuestro país, pero de pronto nos encontramos con el miedo de enfrentarnos a un narcoestado. ¿Qué consejo nos daría?
Enfrentarnos a una
Narcoestado.
Narcoestado. ¿Qué consejo daría? Ok.
Amigos, consejo.
Amigos, el consejo y también, adelante, por favor. ¿Tiene micrófono? Porque no la van a oír. Mira. ¿Puede?
Diplomática retirada de México. Una pregunta muy específica. Una pregunta muy específica y muy técnica.
El tema de la extradición en su consulta y ahora en la consulta del presidente Noboa. México tiene la extradición, ha extraditado a muchos capos a Estados Unidos y la violencia no ha disminuido. Entonces, ¿qué tanto la extradición es clave? Me inclino a pensar que no es tan fundamental. En cambio, la cuestión de hacer un estudio comparativo de las legislaciones penales en América Latina y la armonización de esas legislaciones es fundamental, porque ahora no solo estamos viendo, por ejemplo, la extradición de los capos en narcotráfico, que digo, en México no ha funcionado como hubiésemos querido, sino la extensión del crimen organizado a otras áreas, al tráfico ilícito de personas, que usted mencionó, al tráfico ilícito de armas, todo. Y ahí nuestros códigos penales ni siquiera sabemos qué tan armonizados están. ¿Cuál es su reflexión entonces en torno a estos dos temas? Muy técnicos, perdón.
No. Muy
Oye,
bien.
una más. Con esta cierro para permitir que respondan en el poco tiempo que tenemos.
Buenos días, gracias, presidente Lasso, señora Frias. Mi pregunta, presidente, usted habla mucho en sus palabras sobre el vínculo entre el crimen organizado y partidos políticos. Y quisiera, si puede indagar un poco entre el vínculo entre tres partes, crimen organizado, élites tradicionales y partidos políticos. Inclusive esta semana el National Security Archive publicó uno de los vínculos de élites con Alfonso López Miquel en Colombia. Entonces, si quisiera escuchar sus palabras en ese vínculo. Gracias.
Usted me dice, ¿por dónde quiere empezar?
Los amigos que pueden intervenir, creo que ya lo mencioné. En primer lugar, quiero señalar algo. Aquí está Gabriela, mexicana, yo soy ecuatoriano, y podemos dialogar y hablar. Este no es un problema entre el pueblo de Ecuador y el pueblo de México. Esto no lo es. A pesar del incidente, pues podemos hablar amigablemente, con absoluto respeto humano.
Sin tacos ni ceviches.
Sin necesidad de tacos y ceviches. Pero el problema que existe es entre el gobierno del Ecuador y el gobierno mexicano. Y creo que ahí deben de funcionar los mecanismos de las entidades multilaterales, de los buenos amigos como Estados Unidos, la Unión Europea, para poder arreglar estas heridas y lograr la normalización.
Pero ya Estados Unidos dijo arréglense, no ha dicho voy a entrar.
Sí, pero los Estados Unidos normalmente da un discurso público y actúa.
Por debajo. Ok, muy bien. Ahí va.
La siguiente.
El miedo, el consejo que da cuando habla de narcoestado. Y bueno, y ahorita vamos a las siguientes. Adelante.
El consejo que yo te daría es el mismo consejo que le doy o le he dado a los jóvenes de Ecuador. No le den la espalda a su país. No te atemorices, no tengas miedo. Participa. Ocupa la silla vacía. Y si la silla no está vacía, sino ocupada por alguien impropio, que no se preocupa del futuro de la sociedad, sácalo a patadas, a punta de trabajo político, a punta de sacrificio. Es muy duro el trabajo político. Yo decidí en mayo del 2012, y lo dije públicamente, dejo mi profesión de banquero y me voy a dedicar a la política. ¿Te imaginas el bullying que me hicieron? ¿Quién vota por un banquero? Nadie. ¿Quién vota por un católico encima conservador? Nadie. ¿Quién vota por un niño rico? Nadie. Y en la primera elección, el 23% de los ecuatorianos votaron por este ciudadano, no por un banquero ni por un católico, sino por un ciudadano que conectó con el interés de los jóvenes. En el 2017 creo que fue el mejor momento de mi partido político, aunque no ganamos la presidencia. Y en el 2021 la ganamos, a la tercera fue la vencida. Yo creo que, no solo en política, yo creo que si tú tienes un sueño en la vida, debes perseguirlo hasta que se te haga realidad. Y comerte el cuento de que vas a ser presidente de México y por lo tanto vas a luchar todos los días porque llevas en la piel, ese objetivo. Ese es el consejo que les daría a ustedes. Y el primer punto, no tengas miedo, ¿no? Bueno, hay que actuar con prudencia. No hay que, pero bueno, los miedos que me plantearon a mí desde el primer día, claro que yo comencé mi carrera política cuando tenía 56 años, ya estaba un poquito entrado en años comparado contigo, pero hay que luchar, hay que luchar.
El tema importantísimo, el asilo, lo que ha dicho Marta Bárcena, sí,
A ver,
la embajadora.
Yo creo que aquí, para solucionar los problemas de violencia, en primer lugar, hay que lograr una alianza de los países que cumplan objetivos como el que usted ha planteado, que yo mencioné también, homologar las leyes penales, identificar los delitos y homologar las leyes que combatan esos delitos.
Perdone, ahí tendrían que estar sentados países específicos. ¿A quién sentaría para empezar? Por algún lugar hay que empezar.
A todos probablemente no estará Venezuela porque ellos no quieren estar, no estará Nicaragua, no estará Cuba. Pero yo, ¿quién era yo? ¿Cómo entré? Un presidente liberal. Yo diría un presidente de centro. Me tocó tratar a presidentes de izquierda, que son muy simpáticos, como AMLO, como Petro, como Gabriel Boric, como Alberto Fernández. Es que se puede hablar. El tema del delito organizado, del crimen organizado, no tiene ideología. Es un tema grave, una situación grave que existe en una sociedad. Y voy a ser infidente. En un almuerzo en Perú, estaba yo sentado al lado del presidente Petro. Recién lo conocía y le dije, presidente, deme usted un consejo para luchar contra el narcotráfico. Y lo hice deliberadamente, no era una pregunta ingenua la que hice. Sabía quién se lo hacía. Y el presidente Petro me dijo, mire, hay que darles duro. Derrótelos, luche contra ellos y utilice un arma que es fundamental, la inteligencia. Y combate especialmente a la élite de este negocio, a los lavadores de dinero, combátalos, pero con leyes potentes y con instituciones fortalecidas. Pero termino la idea. Alianza entre América Latina, que puede existir alrededor de este tema, sin duda alguna. ¿Quién puede decir, no, yo no estoy ahí porque yo represento al crimen organizado? Nadie va a decir eso. Pueden estar. Y luego este bloque, negociar también con los Estados Unidos y negociar con la Unión Europea juntos, porque lastimosamente países pobres como el mío, he tenido que invertir 1.100 millones de dólares en seguridad y es dinero que se le resta a la educación y la salud. ¿Para defender qué? ¿La salud de quiénes? Sí, de jóvenes ecuatorianos, pero la mayoría de jóvenes de Estados Unidos y de Europa. Por lo tanto, ahí hay una razón moral que obliga a Estados Unidos y Europa a colaborar con los países latinoamericanos en la lucha contra el crimen organizado y las drogas.
¿Extradición clave o no? Es la pregunta que hacía también.
Es clave la extradición. ¿Por qué? Porque nuestros sistemas de justicia son muy débiles. Y en el Ecuador está demostrado que están penetrados por el crimen organizado. ¿A qué le temen? A la justicia de Estados Unidos. Entonces, hay que usar esa arma de extradición para que sean juzgados, impuestas penas severas y las paguen. Mire, por ejemplo, fui como presidente a un evento de justicia en el Ecuador. Estaban la Corte Nacional de Justicia, la Fiscalía, abogados y tal. Y les dije, señores, a mí me da un poco de vergüenza, pero a la vez me satisface. La vergüenza de que sea la justicia de la Florida la que esté tramitando más casos de corrupción que en Ecuador. Y la alegría por que al menos lo hace la justicia de Florida, ¿no? Mire este juicio que se está llevando a cabo en estos días contra un contralor que de una gran mala reputación, pero que ahora sí va a ser sentenciado por una justicia debidamente fuerte en Estados Unidos.
El tiempo que me queda es para un sí o un no. Está casi para ayer, sabiendo el flagelo del crimen organizado y narcotráfico, cómo nos ha pegado México, Ecuador, Colombia, ahora Chile, Argentina. es casi para ayer hablar de sentarse a estudiar el tema de la legislación penal en los países, ¿no? Como
Totalmente.
expresidente le interesaría...
Pero por supuesto que sí, y no solamente la legislación penal, sino que hay que comunicar a las fuerzas de seguridad de los distintos países en relación a este enemigo común, los servicios de inteligencia, cómo transmitir experiencias de unos países que tienen fuerza pública más experimentada que la que tienen otros países como el Ecuador. Cuando el presidente Duque estaba en el poder, teníamos diálogo semanal y yo recibí mucho apoyo de Colombia para luchar contra el crimen
Y
organizado.
una disculpa, el overtime con todo el tema de los documentos, de los archivos que se han liberado en el caso de Colombia, ¿la respondimos? ¿Sí la respondimos o no se la respondimos? No, ¿verdad?
Yo entendí que tu planteamiento... Sí, yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí. Y en alguna manera hasta por temor y comodidad. Y bueno, por hacer negocios también, ¿no? Pero negocios mal habidos, ¿no? Aquí también, en este juicio que me estoy refiriendo, del ex contralor Polit, aparecen también empresarios inescrupulosos que no se dieron cuenta que el dinero, habían préstamos y condiciones excepcionales que no da un banco normal. Uno duda y dice, bueno, ¿esto de dónde sacaron la plata? Si es dinero fácil, muy sencillo. Se ha comprobado que es dinero producto de la corrupción y ahí está la prueba de lo que tú dices. Hay que luchar y hay que homologar las leyes, hay que conectar a los servicios de inteligencia, hay que desarrollar como bloque alianzas con los Estados Unidos, la Unión Europea, y las leyes deben de ser muy duras en materia de lavado de dinero para castigar estas élites inescrupulosas que quieren hacer dinero a toda costa, violando todos los principios y las leyes que existen en nuestros países.
Bueno, en televisión ya estaríamos en el siguiente programa. Afortunadamente esto no es televisión. Le agradezco todos los comentarios que ha hecho en esta sesión y a ustedes también. Un buen día. Muchísimas gracias. Un placer.
Solamente 10 segundos para despedirme agradeciendo al embajador Pinzón por esta invitación. Realmente para mí ha sido un gran honor estar aquí en la Universidad de Princeton y también un gran honor que una expresidenta de Chile esté presente en el auditorio. Una expresidenta a la que le guardamos mucho respeto y admiración. Muchas gracias.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this first panel, which is Economic and Social Development. We are very glad here to give the welcome to three speakers, which are very well known. The first one who will be talking is William Maloney, who is the Chief Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean region at the World Bank. He has held several positions within the World Bank, including Chief Economist for Equitable Growth by Finance and Institutions and Trade and Competitiveness, as well as Global Lead on Innovation and Productivity. Before, he was also an academic, like me, an assistant professor of economics at University of Illinois. He has also served as lead economist in the Office and Chief Economist for Latin America and Development Economics Research Group. Additionally, has worked with the Colombian government on innovation and firm upgrading issues while serving as visiting professors at the University of Los Andes. Maloney holds a PhD in economics from University of Berkeley, California, Berkeley, and a BA from Harvard University. Our speaker that we have is Alfonso Prat-Gay, from former Ministry of Finance of Argentina. He has dedicated more than 15 years to public service in Argentina. Before becoming the Minister of Finance in 2015, Alfonso served as National Deputy for the City of Buenos Aires, performing as President of the Civic Coalition Deputies Bloc and President of the Finance Committee. Prior to this legislative experience, he was President of the Central Bank of Argentina. As well, Prat-Gay has long and wide experience in the private sector, leading banking and finance scenarios. And our last speaker, not least, is Ernesto Revilla, Managing Director and Chief Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean at the Citibank. He joined the city in 2015 as Mexico economist before he had a 12-year career at Mexico's finance ministry, where he was chief of the tax policy unit from 2012 to 2015. In that position, headed macroeconomic planning, coordinated Mexico National Development Plan from 2013 to 2018, served as advisors to the ministry, and participated in budget negotiations. Earlier, Revilla was an economist at the World Bank, where he was a financial economist and later East Asia economist. Thank you so much. Please, let's give a round of applause just to give a welcoming to. So, William, would you like to start?
Okay. So first, thanks to Ambassador Pinzón and to SPIA for the invitation. This is a very busy week at the World Bank with the spring meetings. It's much more fun to be here. So doubly thank you. We put out our semi-annual report, the Latin American and Caribbean Economic Review, last week, and I just want to orient my thoughts around 3 numbers. The first one, just to pick up on the previous topic, is that 20% of Latin Americans now rank violence as the most important issue, with under 50% saying it's now the economy. That's a big change in the last 5 years. Violence is affecting more intensely and more geographically, more involving more countries than we saw 5 years ago, including Chile, Uruguay, countries that we thought were immune. That's not the case anymore. And just to put a plug, the IDB, the World Bank, and the CAF are now working together on an analytical program going forward to understand both the magnitude of the problem and interventions that work. Just to modify Ambassador Pinzón's number a little bit, we have 10 times the homicides per capita of Asia. So when you're thinking about moving all this nearshoring from China to Mexico instead of Vietnam, that's something to think about. The second number is 3.5, and that is the rate of inflation in the region, taking out Argentina and Venezuela, who we always have to do that. It's kind of, and that's just a reaction a little bit against the assertion that we're the worst managed region in the world, and we're not from the point of view of just general macroeconomic management. And that's a logro that we have to acknowledge, that in the last 40 years, we have moved from being this hyper-volatile region to one where we just has a second major crisis where we didn't do worse than anybody else. The whole bit about the United States gets a cold, we get pneumonia, didn't happen during the pandemic. Our inflation rate is below the OECD right now. That's because central banks like Brazil and Chile started much earlier than the Fed in tightening, and now they're bringing down interest rates as they're achieving their targets. That's a big plus. Also, not to nerd out too much, we now can have counter-cyclical monetary policies. It used to be when we were hit with a bad commodity shock, we had to jack up interest rates in order to convince the international community that we were going to, that the capital flows weren't going to drive us into a major crisis. We now have the credibility that we can say, no, we're going to drop interest rates because we just got a negative hit. Those are huge things that we have to acknowledge, and they are essential for any growth policy we want to go forward. And that is a testimony to the slow professionalization and institutionalization of good macro policy across the region. The third thing is where we're bad, and that number would be 1.6 for this year, which is the rate of growth of the region. And if it were 1.6 or 2.2, it really doesn't matter because it's way too low for any kind of social mobility or poverty alleviation. And so to me, as taking a long horizon, and I think we need to take a long horizon, that's the issue that bothers me most. It's causing a lot of questioning of the model that has been kind of the model in the region. The fact that Chile has had no productivity growth for like 15 years is a major worry because that's the country that's done everything right. And you can tell cuentos about they need to reform more, this, that, fine. They're growing at 2% this year, right? This is a problem, and it's exactly why so many places now are thinking about new industrial policies, both in sensible ways and less sensible ways. And even if everything's holding together now on the macro side and broadly on the micro side, you don't see anybody in the region saying, oh, we should close our economies again. That's not happening. I don't know where we're going to be in 10 years if we don't come up with a credible model for growth. Two big opportunities that we have. One is potentially nearshoring, but we're not doing it yet. The numbers aren't there for Chile, the numbers aren't there for Mexico. They are there for Costa Rica, but this big flow that we're supposed to see is not showing up either in greenfield investment or in just general FDI, while it is increasing still to Asia. There's a big movement to Vietnam, to Malaysia, to India. It is not coming to us yet, and there's a lot of reasons for that that we need to think about. The second is, of course, the green transition. We have a very green grid. That means, in principle, we should actually be able to do some manufacturing in the context of the CBAMs that the Europeans are putting up. We have big lithium deposits, big copper deposits. That's all very great. So there are opportunities there. In both cases, though, what preoccupies me a little bit is not just how do we make the easy part happen. And the easy part is like attracting the FDI. The easy part is getting the green hydrogen industry. And it doesn't sound easy, but what concerns me is if we're going to leverage it better this time than we have in the past. And what do I mean by this? Just because I'm a history nerd, 2 countries in 1860 were major exporters of copper. Chile, Japan, okay? 3 companies which you've heard of, Sumitomo, Hitachi, and Fujitsu, started as copper companies, okay? This whole thing about the resource curse is nonsense and always has been, okay? The question is, why do the Japanese have 3 major zaibatsus, world-spanning high-tech companies, and Chile doesn't have them? And I could say that about every country. We all lost our mining industries because we were unable to adopt new technologies and to diversify into new sectors. This is a whole area of growth theory we don't really understand. We don't understand quite what's missing. But it's not just because, well, that is mining, that's a problem. Okay, but in electronics, Mexico, Guadalajara has had HP and Hewlett-Packard there for 50 years. There is no Teléfono Azteca, despite the fact that the Koreans, starting at the same time, now have their Galaxy. Question is, what do we have to change in terms of our technology adoption, in terms of our entrepreneurial ecosystems, that is going to make that leveraging of our new areas of comparative advantage much more dynamic than we've done in the past. And that's a huge issue that we need to think about. And the worry about the new industrial policies is they're not so new. It's like, okay, Lula's right now, we have to build more oil platforms and ships. Yeah, fine. The last time they tried that 20 years ago, they didn't have enough engineers. They didn't have enough designers. The thing failed. We don't want to be doing that again. And this gets me to my final point, you tell me when I'm out of time, is I think the big challenge for our region is developing our, we can talk about infrastructure, which is weak, we can talk about violence, we can talk about all these things, but developing these capabilities for leveraging these opportunities. And let me just give you a couple of ways. To begin with, let's start with labor, okay? Average PISA scores in Latin America are about 400. That's combining writing, math, okay? In Asia, they're 500. And in Vietnam, they're about 480, okay? So Vietnam is not only safer, but it's also much better educated, even though it's much poorer, okay? This has been on the table forever, but now we have 29% of firms in Latin America saying they can't expand because they don't have mano de obra calificada. Okay, this is a major deal, and it's like, it's a win-win, as we say in America. It's like, not only do we help social mobility and reduce poverty, but it makes us competitive in a way that we're not now. So we need that. If we don't do that, you can forget all this industrial policy stuff. Second thing, management capabilities. We're lagging a bit in that. And it's just part of our history as well that it's interesting that most of our industrialization, with the exception of Antioquia, was done by immigrants, okay? What is it that we lacked? I mean, this is why it's important to get beyond this World Bank rollo about your business climate. Yeah, that's important, but there's also something else in terms of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial ability and risk-taking that we need to work on. And it's very interesting. You see, in Manizales, they're talking, okay, we've done everything right. We've been working with MIT. We're not getting our guys exporting to the United States. Or in Guadalajara, we've had these companies. We're not getting high-tech entrepreneurs coming out of Mexican high-tech entrepreneurs. What do we have to do? Those are kind of questions that are around this issue of high-tech entrepreneurship that we need to understand better. And in that context of that sort of human capital of entrepreneurship, it's also just interesting, most of the non-Brazilian unicorns that we're seeing are people who studied abroad. You spend 5 years in Stanford, come back and set it up in Antioquia. That's kind of a pattern. So there's something like getting out, which we don't do enough, getting plugged into the external networks, which we need to do. All that is stuff that we haven't really thought enough about as economists and at the World Bank, and I think we need to. But these institutional structures that we've set up, we've kind of done what we call first generation innovation policies. Okay, so we all have an innovation agency and we all have grants for subsidizing patents, look, I say, blah, 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 blah. Almost across the region, it's fragmented, uncoordinated, and without a long-term vision of where we should be putting our marginal innovation dollar, which is always too small. We underinvest in not only in R&D, but in technology adoption of all kinds. We need to really think through how to change those. One example. If you think about Silicon Valley, what is the key thing? It's the collaboration between Stanford, Berkeley, and the high-tech companies, right? Same thing with Route 128. Latin America has the least collaboration between its universities and the private sector in the world, okay? This is a lujo that we cannot afford, okay? And we need to be thinking about how to change those incentives and how to get our overall innovation ecosystem actually supportive of our firms so they can develop, so we can get these entrepreneurial high-tech spin-offs and we can get more growth. I'll leave it there because I think I've absorbed too much oxygen already. Thanks.
So much for this feedback. We will leave the questions after they all give their exposition. So Ernesto, would you want to continue?
Well, thank you very much. Let me also start by thanking Ambassador Juan Carlos Pinzón and all the team at SPIA. This is a fantastic conference. It's great to see friends and to share this panel. William did, as always, an amazing job in giving us a very complete overview of where the region stands. So maybe, given my job in Wall Street, in financial markets, more connected to the day-to-day, let me focus on his second point, which was the exceptionalism of Latin America in terms of macro management recently, because I think it's undervalued, and I think it's a great base to build on for a future development agenda, increasing productivity and everything that we will talk in the panel. So, of course, it's not only Latin America, the US economy, the global economy right now is very strange after the pandemic. All the pieces move, it's hard to forecast. Many traditional relationships are not working. What we economists use as parameters of the relationship between the interest rate and economic activity is not working as it was before the pandemic. High interest rates, and yet the US seems to be reaccelerating. High interest rates, and yet asset markets are achieving historical maximums. So it's strange in the global economy, it's strange in the US, but look at Latin America. Latin America usually does well when interest rates in the US or in core countries are low, right? I mean, that pushes capital to emerging markets, that pushes capital to Latin America. Latin America does well when China is growing strongly. It's a huge source of demand for the region. And right now we have exactly the opposite. High interest rates in the US, huge slowdown in China. China is not going to grow 10%, probably never again. We are expecting growth of half that in the next few years, 5%. And yet Latin America is doing really, really well. Of course, we can talk about idiosyncratic stories, but the region as a whole has a macro stability that we didn't have in previous Fed hiking cycles. Actually, the biggest crisis in LATAM happened when the Fed started hiking rates in other decades, in the 1980s, in the tequila crisis in 94, 95, and so on. Now, the region has low growth, yes, but we also have strong macro frameworks, inflation that has been coming down, and relatively good macro fundamentals. So that's the first exceptional observation on LATAM. The second one is a subset of that one is monetary policy. I mean, central banks, as William already mentioned, are decoupling from the Fed. What does that mean? Latin America in 2021 started way earlier than other central banks in hiking interest rates. When the Fed was making the mistake of thinking that inflation was going to be very quickly transitory and was going to pass away in a few months, Latin American central bankers said, we've seen this movie before. We know that when inflation gets out of control, it's hard to bring back. Let's act fast, and they started hiking earlier than others. That means they got to terminal rates earlier than others. And that means that right now, most of the region has started easing rates before developing central developed central banks. And that's extraordinary to think that a Latin American central banks can decouple from the Fed, reduce interest rate without a worry of your currency. It's probably a first in history. And with inflation, which is not yet at the midpoint of the target in the medium term, but getting there. And the third thing that is exceptional in my view, it's politics. There's a rule of thumb in Wall Street that emerging markets elections cause a lot of volatility and a lot of risk premium in currencies, mostly 3 months before the election. And it works. If you look at many emerging market elections, the currency starts depreciating 3 months into the election. This year, Latin America, as the rest of the world, has a lot of elections, 5, probably 6, if Venezuela gets there. And what I'm surprised about the people I speak with in the market is that nobody cares about Latin American elections from the market point of view this year. In other words, Latin American elections are not putting fear in anyone in this particular cycle. And that's, again, a first, because if you think, for example, in Mexico, elections in 2006, 2012, 2018, AMLO was in all of those elections. And the Mexican peso depreciated before all of those elections, just like with Petro in Colombia and Castillo in Peru and Boric in Chile. And this year, we won't have that effect on the FX. The election that matters, the election that worries the market, is the US election. So the tables have turned. So I will finish these introductory remarks by saying that in recent years, we have had a particularly curious policy mix in some countries in the region, which I call tight macro with bad micro. You have these radical candidates in many of these countries that campaigned on very radical agendas to transform their countries. Many of them put a lot of uncertainty in their domestic private sectors. That was, again, the case of AMLO, of Petro, of Boric, of Castillo. But once you look at their governments, when they arrived to government, they kept the macro pretty stable and pretty much like it was before, which was basically tight macro. So fiscal didn't deteriorate as much in any of these places. They allowed the central banks to remain autonomous, as we just said, so high interest rate, tight fiscal, tight monetary, that means tight macro. But the microeconomics is very bad. The uncertainty on the private sector is very bad. The regulatory changes or restrictions or uncertainty remains bad in all of these countries, not to mention violence and security and corruption. So as an economist, if you put together tight macro, very tight macro, with bad micro, what do you get? You get low growth. And that's exactly what we have in Latin America. But the other side of that coin is that you won't have an investment, a credit rating downgrade. You won't have a fiscal crisis, you won't have a currency crisis, which is exactly what we have in Latam right now. I mean, low growth, but fundamentals relatively good, and there is not a lot of worry from the market point of view on a traditional macro crisis in Latam. So yes, the challenge remains the same as always. I think Latin America is overdiagnosed in terms of the low productivity, in terms of how hard it is to think about the policy that unlocks higher productivity. That remains there, and we can talk during this panel. But I think that the base right now, as I say, is good, is better than before, and it's a good foundation to build on the future development agenda of the region. So I will leave it there.
No, now we move to the case of Argentina, which probably will be how we see the exceptions, so you will talk.
Thank you so much, Micaela, and thank you so much, Juan Carlos, for having me here. It's such a pleasure to be here at SPIA, at Princeton, and surrounded by distinguished colleagues, including the moderator of the panel. I don't want to repeat some of the things that have already been said because they are well taken, but I would add a few things. First thing is that there's always stuff going on in Latin America. I'm sure that Gabriela, you were not expecting to, or Juan Carlos, to have Gabriela interviewing Lasso right after, you know, what happened at the embassy in Quito. So this is welcome to Latin America, basically. No? So the challenge is how to see through the noise and put a few trends together. And what I'll offer to you in the next 5 minutes is basically 4 trends and 2 threats, menaces, or challenges, if you will. The first trend has already been explained by Ernesto and William. Macroeconomic management is non-Latin at all. I mean, the fact that you can claim that inflation is lower, with the obvious exceptions, no, in Latin America than in the rest of the developed world, yeah, you would have thought we would be crazy if we've had, claimed this like 20 years ago. And I add 2 things to what's already been said in terms of prudential macroeconomic management. First, central bank independence is out of the question in the right way. Even with some noise in Brazil, with Lula and so forth, independence, and look at Boric in Chile, has been basically confirmed, not the opposite, and that's very important. And also fiscal policy. Ernesto, you mentioned the problem is within US elections and non-Latin American elections. Fiscal policy in the US is chaos. And fiscal policy in Latin America, for some reason, is quite the opposite. There are exceptions, of course. But right after COVID, and take Mexico, if you will, we were all so surprised at the way in which AMLO dealt with COVID and with the fiscal policy throughout COVID, that this is obviously a trend that has been established. But then there are 3 other trends that I'm more worried about, because obviously macroeconomic discipline is good, but it's not enough. It doesn't actually deliver the goods. And the goods we need to be delivered in Latin America are basically growth and better income distribution. And it turns out that it was not enough. So we've got to discuss what needs to be done in order to build on top of that macroeconomic prudence and good management. It's been mentioned already, worsening growth performance is my second trend that I wanted to, Latin America is growing old before it grows rich, and that is something that needs to be tackled. Productivity is stagnating, infrastructure, all the things that we know. And sadly enough, when you look at the long cycle, we yet need to demonstrate that we can grow strongly out of a commodity boom cycle. It hasn't happened yet. So we've got to ask ourselves, on your point, William, about productivity and the fact of adding value to the value chain, we need to find out where's the problem, because without that, we're not going to grow as our societies need. My third trend is, obviously because of this, is growing social demands. And again, we can look at Chile before COVID, but it was not only Chile, Peru, Ecuador, elsewhere in the region. Voter and consumer dissatisfaction is something that is on the table. We need to address it, and we need to think ways of dealing with it. On top of that, of course, COVID, in my view, and COVID management in the region worsened this trend, not the other way around. You're well aware that there is no other region in the world where schools were closed for so many days. And of course, this will have implications on growth going forward, growth potential, but also on inequality, which is a big problem. You put those, trend number 2 and trend number 3 together, which is worsening growth performance and growing social demands, and you get to the 4th trend, which I'm very worried about, which is political fragmentation. Because it's almost as if you can't deliver just what the doctor ordered, which is at the very same time when you need structural reforms to get the economy growing back again, you get political fragmentation, which leads you to political paralysis, and you can't quite move on. In some cases, people might claim, okay, given that we got this clown, it's better if he or she doesn't go ahead with reforms. But when we look forward, look at what happened in Chile. We got 2 constitutional drafts, and they were both, as you know, gladly brought down. But that's the extreme. Chile was this close to changing its constitution. It was not allowed, it was not able to do that, or not do much during the Boric administration. And when you get to that point, and this is very akin to what's going on in Argentina, I'm sure we're going to expand on that during the questions. You get a second round of disenchantment with the political class and with politicians in general. If we vote in for these guys, and these guys, you know, all they can show is political paralysis, and we're back to square one, you know, this is a big problem. I don't know what the answer to this is, but I'd like to put it on the table. And just to finish up and have enough space for questions, my two additional threats, only bullet points because there's so many other things we can talk about. President Lasso already, you know, spoke enough about it. Organized crime is everywhere. It's everywhere, across the region, across the board, across the institutions, across the armed forces, across political parties, across our life in general. And to the extent that we pretend that that's not the case, that's a recipe for disaster. So that's one thing. And the other thing, I don't know if it's a challenge, a threat, a menace, the role of China. President Lasso also mentioned that. I mean, we can all talk about China as our main trade partner, the lender of first and last resort in many cases, infrastructure, many other, you know, dubious things that are going on with China. My take, and this is my final point, is that China is filling in a void that the US left voluntarily. And we had hoped that with the Biden administration, this could have changed. It didn't really. And when we look at the next election, as Latin Americans, we don't know what to think about, you know, US involvement in the region coming forward. And without, as Lasso was saying, a little help from our friends, you know, this challenge and this vicious circle in which I see most of our countries in the region is going to be very hard to break that vicious cycle. So that's it. Thank you.
So much on this very interesting panel. So I want to bring, before I open the questions to the audience, I just want to bring one question which is exactly related with the points that you brought, which was something that we were not discussing. I was thinking about this, about why they are very risk averse. You mentioned we are lacking this entrepreneurial, why we never grow apart from these commodity booms. And these are particularities of Latin America, plus this organized crime. And the other thing that you mentioned, which is very important, is this political discontent and how all these factors, I want to ask all the panel, can lead to also to a change in the value of democracy and institutions that could be seen as you start seeing like this increase in violence and political discontent of maybe people like trading off, you know, civil values like democracy versus higher security in certain locations, and how this can also be affecting how much you want to be, you know, risky or entrepreneurial when you start a business, the micro part. That was my first question that I wanted to bring, because I think all this of the political discontent and also the organized crime that is everywhere can, at the long run, can have a larger damage of, even though you have now the macro fundamentals in the right place, how all this will affect long run.
You go, Ernesto.
It's a big question, so thank you. So let me start first with something that we've said, kind of implicit, which is that macro fundamentals are there this time, but just let me make it explicit, they are not there forever, right? I mean, once you achieve them, it's not that you're done. You have to constantly work at them. And a bad micro that I was mentioning, or bad crime, or bad productivity, low growth, etc., will eventually come again for the macro. So macro is good for now, which is why I was mentioning it's a base, but it's not enough. So let me continue with this theme in light of your question. So the policy mix, as I was arguing is bad for growth. And what is the right combination for growth? And I think some countries, of course, have it right. And one example is Dominican Republic. Smaller countries, sometimes we don't pay enough attention to the smaller ones, particularly in the market. But when they asked President Abinader what's the receipt, he said it's very easy. It's a pro-business and pro-investment climate together with a lot of social expenditure. And that's how you solve it. Of course, within the framework of responsible fiscal policy. And it's easier said than done. But look at how many countries we have and go one by one, and some of them have good macro. And Alfonso, you mentioned the case of Mexico, good fiscal relatively in the first 5 years of the AMLO administration. By the way, a parenthesis is that 2024 is different, and we are worried about the extent of the pro-cyclical
you've got
fiscal
elections.
expansion, exactly, end of year for the administration and so on. But you look at Mexico, you look good macro, but the pro-business environment is not there because there's a lot of uncertainty for private investments, particularly with what William was mentioning in terms of nearshoring. The government is not doing enough to give confidence to the private sector that it's going to unlock the bottlenecks that we are seeing in nearshoring in terms of electricity, water, human capital, infrastructure, and logistics. If you go to other countries, they have high social expenditure, but macro, or the combination is not there. So, of course, we need to focus on productivity, but how to deal with this huge policy challenge. And when you think about productivity and you look at input markets in LATAM, I mean inputs that are used across all sectors, you think about electricity, energy, finance, you think about telecom, and many of these input markets in LATAM are oligopolistic with low quality and high prices of all of these inputs. So of course you want to be an entrepreneur, but the inputs are hard to get by, are expensive. And then the last leg of the investment process is, even if you manage to get past that, you have all of the insecurity, and I'm using insecurity widely, not just in terms of the cartels and organized crime and so on, but the insecurity of getting your returns, getting appropriability of your returns, because either there's corruption and they are going to be extorted away by the government or by organized crime, or there is going to be macro instability in some countries, or there are problems in some part of the economy that you cannot appropriate your returns. So how to fix it? Let me just finish by saying that in LATAM, we usually go to huge ideas. What is the top-down idea, the top-down reform that is going to unlock all of this? And I think it's basically bottom-up what has to be done. It is not refounding and retransforming the country every time a new administration comes in, which is something that many candidates and many presidents in LATAM feel that they have to do, right? Refound the economy. Again, Mexico, to use example, AMLO calls himself the fourth transformation of the country. So he's going to transform the country again. But the transformation is not really there. It's going back to the 90s in terms of macro neoliberalism, back to the 70s in terms of many policies, particularly energy. So we don't need refounding. We need very prosaic day-to-day advancements from the government in terms of delivering public services, improving the quality of government and the day-to-day experience of the population, entrepreneurs, firms, and everybody that operates in this economy.
Yes, well, I mean, a couple of points regarding your question, Micaela. First, I would argue that democracy is not, bulletproof, but it's working. Many years ago when we had a discredited political class in Latin America, we went a different way. And this time around, we vote people out, we vote people in. The case of Argentina is a very interesting one because the current president was somebody who didn't have a party even 2 years ago. 3 years ago, he was basically unknown. In the midterm elections 2 years ago, he got 2 seats out of 257 in the lower chamber, and he's president now. So the people have spoken and the people have chosen. The same could be said about, again, Chile. Chile wanted a new constitution. They came with a first draft and they said, no, I don't like this one. They came with a second draft, I don't like this one. So we stick to what we've got. So the electoral institutions are working. And I think despite the fact that there is this frustration with politics in general, I think this is a very important thing that we should stress. Probably the weakest spot here when it comes to democracy is the judiciary, I would argue, across the region. It's very hard to claim in any country in our region to say that the judiciary is working properly and that investors, consumers, economic agents in general feel that they've got a fair, level field. And this is probably one of the reasons, along with a few reasons that William was mentioning at the beginning, why investment is not as strong as it should be in Latin America. If the rules of the game are not clear enough, if the judiciary is not clean enough and transparent enough, you might as well, look elsewhere. So I think when it comes to structural reforms, and I'm not aware of how much of this Michel was in the drafts of the Constitution in Chile, but when it comes to if there is a constitution reform anywhere, it should start with different rules of the game for the judiciary, because otherwise we would keep crying, the money is not flowing in, and the money is actually flowing out, the people are going out. If the referee is non-credible, you might as well leave the game. So that's to me the most important thing. And also, the next stage is when it comes to structural reforms need two things. They need consensus around them to stick around, and they need the approval eventually from any contest at the judiciary level. And those are two ingredients that most of the times are not to be seen in some of the structural reforms in Latin America.
Just quickly, I don't want to get too much into the democracy point, except that I was in Colombia when Petro won. Highly, highly controversial figure. When he won, within an hour, the opposition had called him and said, okay, you're president. It didn't happen in my country. There are some strong institutions in the, you got to look at the half full part of this glass. I mean, many of these countries have pretty strong institutions right now that we don't know exactly, as Ernesto was saying, we don't know how long, because you keep hitting it with this turbulence and eventually something breaks. But there's been a lot of let's throw the bastards out around the world. I'm not sure how really different Latin America is, except in the following way, or maybe it's the same, is that I think the middle class in the region had a lot of aspirations which are not being met. And you have this 2% growth, which is translating into 1% growth in middle class salaries. The AFP, the private pensions, aren't paying your parents as much as you'd hoped, so you have to subsidize them. The public education system continues to be crappy, so we have to go to increasingly expensive colegios, private colegios. At that point, you talk to middle-class folk, and they're like, this isn't working. And then you throw the violence on, and they start talking about Bukele. And then, there's some, in that soup, I think there's some worries. On the issue of entrepreneurship, and I think this is pretty complicated. Everything that's been said about the rules of the game being secure, absolutely right. And that's part of, like in the Mexican case right now, which is, we thought we knew what the rules were. And that's right. The reduction of macro volatility, really welcome. You look at, you watch the rating agencies, it's like, okay, this is a real continent. The risk aversion thing, we have to understand it, because there are cultural stories you can tell. I actually don't subscribe to them. I think it's much more a question of developing these risk-taking skills, is how to analyze projects and say, okay, this is someplace that I have to take a 10-year horizon. Can I analyze the risk here? And I'm not convinced that all these years of looking inwards, which we still do, we're still pretty ensimismados, that we haven't got those skills. We need to get more people out. Just get them out. I mean, if you look, the countries, the 3 countries that send the most tertiary graduates to study in the United States, just to pick a country that I have data for: Taiwan, Korea, Vietnam. Okay? We've had problems with Vietnam in the past. They're showing up, but they're above Mexico. And then you go further south, and it gets lower and lower and lower. And part of it's a curse that we have some very good universities and all now, but we have to get out more and make those networks, and at the same time improve the environment in which these guys have to work. So I'll stop there.
It's very key, improve the environment of how it is in the countries, but we will keep talking later. I want to open the floor for questions. So let's start here. Do you?
There we go. Brian Winter of the Marcus Quarterly. I wanted to take advantage of this all-star panel to ask a question that's been on my mind a lot right now, which is, why is everybody struggling? Because in past eras, there was always a country or a couple of countries that were outperforming. If you look at Chile in the 1990s or Peru in the 2000s, right now, with the exception maybe of Dominican Republic and Panama, there's not a country or countries that are breaking beyond that 2 or 3% growth barrier. It seems like these problems that we're talking about extend to everybody. And I've struggled with that because it makes me wonder if there's something structural that has to do with geography or supply chains or maybe education, which you've all talked about, that explains why this malaise would be so broad. Thank you.
I think there's one exception to the rule that we haven't talked about, and that exception is Paraguay. Paraguay is doing extremely well. I mean, there's a lot of catch-up that needs to be done in Paraguay, and they've had some political issues and so forth. But basically, they came up with a different economic model, and the growth rates in Paraguay are stunning. I mean, that's the one exception to your rule. Otherwise, the rule holds. And it's sad, and I'll open up to my colleagues to elaborate on it. I think one obvious way of looking at it is that we've got tougher competition when it comes to seducing investors than it used to be the case many years ago. Latin America has been growing below not only its potential, but also below Africa for more than 10 years now. And there are issues to be said there, demographic and many other things that we mentioned already. But your point is very well taken. All I wanted to say is that there's this one exception. It's very close. I mean, it's a neighboring country with Argentina. We've got close ties. I'm good friends with the president of Paraguay because he was finance minister when I was finance minister at the time. He did it much better than I did because he's president. But so I wish him well.
I'm not going to boost Paraguay. Their PISA scores are lousy. They don't invest in education. And I think right now they're kind of playing the card as our economies are not as crapped up as Argentina and Brazil, so bring it across the border. So I don't think that's a sustainable model. But
I didn't say that. All I said is that this one country is growing more.
No, you're right. I guess I'm a little bit more bullish on Costa Rica in the sense that they've been, in two senses, they actually have been investing in human capital over generations, and they've been very proactive. I mean, they went to the White House. They've got a part of this whole CHIPS Act thing, right? They got Intel putting $1.6 billion in there over 2 years. That's not huge money, but they're thinking about how to do it. And I think that proactivity that we were talking last night, it was like this kind of vision of how do we want to position our country in 10 years. I'm not seeing enough in the region, and maybe that's one area of commonality. But in Costa Rica, you are kind of seeing that. I think this issue of human capital, about a tradition of being very inward-looking as a region, I think that is slowing. I mean, that is common across the region. We have to over.
Hi, I'm Graciela from Peru. I have two questions. Actually, one is about inequality. Inequality has not mentioned explicitly, and I was wondering how much emphasis the private sector put in inequality as a goal to address low productivity and political instability. And do you think private sector has a role in addressing this, or it's just a role of the public sector? And another question about corruption. In which concrete ways do you think corruption is affecting economic growth? And what could be an active role of the private sector to address this issue?
Maybe I can start with a view from a part of the private sector, which is the market, which is, and let me also talk about the non-market part of the private sector. So what I was in the public sector for a long time, as you've heard, in Mexican finance ministry, and then I came into the finance sector, and then I was surprised about how many of these institutional topics and microeconomics topics and regulatory topics that we care a lot about in the public sector, and I cared a lot when I was in the World Bank and multilaterals, the market doesn't care, right? I mean, and it's amazing how the view is very short-term, very oriented on the return. And many of the stories that are happening in Latin America and that we are speaking in this conference are not really that important. And the example is right now, the current juncture, which is Latin America, because of everything that we've said, is offering very high interest rates to investors, very, very high carry, as we call it. Again, Mexico is a perfect example, but really anyone else. And the market loves Latin America right now and loves Mexico in particular. And Latin American currencies, we didn't mention this in this panel, but have been outperforming all other currencies in the world since 2023. They have been strong. In fact, some of them are probably too strong. And here's the example of Costa Rica, doing almost everything right, but the currency, in my view, is a little bit too strong right now, which means that the country is getting expensive precisely when they don't want to get expensive, which is when they want to attract investment and compete with others. Same with Mexico, kind of with the super peso. So that's the point of view of the market. So in terms of inequality, poverty, militarization, which is happening in some places, crime, the market is very myopic. Now, the rest of the private sector, of course, as William said, if you have a 10-year project, if you're investing in long term, you care about these things, maybe selfishly, because a country that has a stronger sustainable growth with improving inequality, it's a country that will give you more opportunities for business. You want a stronger consumers. You want to be a partner in the country for a long time. So I've seen in those types of participants in the market, corporates, entrepreneurs, long-term investor funds, in terms of foreign direct investment, much more attention to these topics than in the particular financial markets, which is something to manage. And you did as finance minister, it's a different view when you talk to the market with very short-term points of view than when you talk with other types of investors.
Hi, I'm Kateri, a senior in the SPIA department. I've heard you speak a lot today about just the shortages in educational infrastructure in the region and sort of the shortages of human capital that coincide with that. And I think what I was wondering was, like, given sort of the longer time horizons of those sorts of investments in education and educational infrastructure, like, what do you think countries in the region can be doing, you know, sort of short term to bridge those gaps?
That's our whole agenda, and some of them, there's some political economy questions which are very hard to resolve, and they vary by country, and they have to do with, you know, the same in my country. It's like teachers unions and like, but there are also some things that I think we can do quicker. For instance, we put out a book a couple of years ago on management in schools, and it turns out you can have the best educated teachers in the world, but if the principal of the school is not a good manager, you know, you lose all that. There are things like that which can be done. I think there are things, we don't want to oversell the digital solutions to stuff, but there are ways of taking teachers who are, you know, a little bit behind the curve and helping them, and those with digital sort of things. So I think there are things that can be done, but obviously you pointed to the big political economy issues. There are a lot of battles to fight, and why would I spend my 4 years doing that when it's going to show up in 20? So I agree.
And also, if I may, you know, now that this drive towards cutting spending, public spending in some countries, you know, I can think of one, for instance, the two areas where we shouldn't be doing that are infrastructure and education, precisely because of the reason that, you know, we're talking about right now. There's a lot of catch-up that needs to be done, and therefore, you know, we need to be very careful when it comes to this idea of, you know, cutting spending across the board. You know, that's not the way of, it might be good macro, but it's again bad micro. So we need to remember that.
One last question here, and that's because we are over time.
Thank you, Michael Reed. Just to pick up your point, Bill, my sense, and I have no numbers, but my sense, anecdotally, is that Latin America is sending people out into the world to study. And I meet many of them. Universities in this country, in Britain, in Spain are full of Latin Americans. I think the problem is they don't go back. Whereas I suspect that the people from South Korea and Vietnam and Taiwan do go back. I don't know, you can tell me. But and they don't go back partly because of the crime situation and the insecurity situation, as was raised this morning with President Lasso, partly because of the sense that there are no longer the opportunities that there were. And so my question is whether actually governments could do more as a public policy to try and encourage those talented, educated people to come back and do things.
The answer is yes, with big capital letters, and there's very little being done. And at the end of the day, Michael, it's like, brain flight, if you want to put it that way. So we can't afford to lose the most prepared locals to the rest of the world. And just as we mentioned about infrastructure and education in general, we need policies to seduce our nationals to come back. And my country is a very good example of that. There's a lot of brain flight over the last few years. And every time I go to one of these conferences, I do meet lots of Argentines who are so worried about our country, but who are not willing to come back to turn it around. So I go back to President Lasso's answer to the Mexican lady over there, do come back and do give the fight. And for governments, as you rightly mentioned, Michael, there's a lot more that needs to be done than is being done.
Governments haven't been good about making it easy, particularly in the sciences, to plug in. And it's a bit problematic. I mean, because it's expensive to do science, right? And so you find all sorts of Latins right now in NASA and in US, science areas. To mimic that in their home country would be really expensive. So I think, but on the other hand, a lack of technical capacity is also part of this entrepreneurship thing we're talking about. Argentina, for instance, has some very good stuff going on in pharmaceuticals and biotechnology stuff. They're losing. Those guys are getting fed up. But you need to have the facilities to support those characters, and it needs to be a commitment over time. It also means that because it's so expensive, we have to be a little bit selective. We may not want to have that big a space program in many of our countries.
Thank you so much, everyone. We will have to finish now because we are overrun, but thank you so much, speakers.
Good afternoon. If everybody can, I just got off several flights the last week, so please take your seats. You don't have any safety belts. My name is Miguel Centeno. I'm a professor in sociology and in the school here. I was once the professor of Juan Carlos, so you can blame me for everything. First of all, I wanted to congratulate Juan Carlos and Amaney for organizing this. This is just amazing. The roster of folks is very impressive. Today's theme is actually very good, a very good one for me. I remember when I was doing my dissertation work in Mexico City, when it was still called Tenochtitlan, and there was a wonderful show. I can't remember what it was. ¿Qué nos pasa? And this was a show about the disasters of government in Mexico. And I suspect if you could do a franchise of ¿Qué nos pasa?, it would be a popular show just about everywhere. I'll tell you one story. My favorite example of state capacity in Latin America, the first time I arrived in Buenos Aires, I get off the plane and I see a big sign that says prohibido fumar. And below the sign is a bonaerense, a policeman smoking. That in some ways is a dilemma of Latin America. What is wrong with our institutions? ¿Qué nos pasa? Why can't we produce the kind of society that we all want to, given the amount of wealth? Fortunately, we have a wonderful panel here. We're going to get, in a sense, and I hope you don't mind my labeling this, you're going to get three views. One, Dan Restrepo, someone who has been in the American government, who has been in the Security Council and can tell us what does Latin America look like from the White House, from that particular perspective, from Washington. We also have Rebecca Bell Chavez from the Inter-American Dialogue, so she can speak to us about what does Latin America, in a sense, look like to itself, and how can Latin America as a region, in a sense, begin to understand itself. And finally, we have Ríos from, I'm not sure which order you want to put this, from both Mexico and Harvard, or from Harvard and Mexico. Mexico, muy bien, muy bien. And with that, I will just let the panelists start. And I'm not quite sure what order, Juan Carlos, you wanted any? Bueno, from the left to the right, de la izquierda. Vamos. Así que, por favor, Dan.
Thank you. Oh, good Lord. Thank you very much. I'll talk quietly into the microphone because I don't normally need a microphone. Thank you to Juan Carlos Pinzón. Thank you to all the folks here at Princeton. My first opportunity to be on this campus, and it's an honor. I'm actually going to start, I think, a little bit intentionally provocative, and kind of call into question the framing of the conversation. Because I think there is a shortcoming, and I certainly lived it in the White House. This is certainly a shortcoming in Washington, that too often when we talk about Latin America from the United States, we talk about it as a world apart rather than as part of the world. And so when we're thinking about ¿Qué nos pasa?, but then the topics that we're undoubtedly going to touch on, right? That we're going to touch on kind of the age of impunity, the inability or the difficulty of democracy to deliver, which we were hearing a little bit about already, kind of the atomized and degraded information ecosystems that we live with, the polarization, the allure of populism and autocracy, the difficulty of 1940s multilateral institutions to deal with all of the above. That's not unique to the Americas. That's happening all over the world today. And I think it's important for us as we think about the challenges in the Americas, and I include the United States when I talk about the Americas, because all of what I just described is happening here at home as well, that it's important to keep that frame in mind, that Latin America and the Americas are part of the world, are going through a series, kind of riding the same set of inflection points countries all over the world are facing today. And I'm also struck that we've gotten kind of this far in the conversation, and I'll admittedly missed a bit of President Lasso, of a couple kind of near omissions, and I know they're elsewhere in the agenda. One is displacement, right? 25% of the world's displaced population is emerging from Latin America and the Caribbean, a region that represents 8% of the world's population, right? So we're over-indexing on displacement. Very important to note that the vast majority of that displacement remains in Latin America, right? You wouldn't know it from the way that it's talked about in the United States. 80-some-odd% of the displaced in Latin America are staying elsewhere in Latin America and the Caribbean. There's been a lot of talk about entrepreneurship in the last conversation, and it's a super complex topic. But I think it's also important, like, to the great benefit of my country, Latin America has been exporting risk takers to the United States for quite some time. Not just the folks who come, like my father did, to study at an Ivy League institution, but folks who physically walk across our border. And you don't have to take my word for it. The most entrepreneurial demographic in the United States today are Latinos. And so I think that's part of lo que nos está pasando. I think also, I'm also struck the climate crisis, which is we're an incredibly climate vulnerable hemisphere. But there's also enormous opportunity that has been touched upon in terms of the energy transition and what it could mean for economic development and social development in the Americas. And finally, the impact of the pandemic. There's kind of like, there's this like collective desire to move on. There's this collective desire to like not think about the implications of what we all went through. And I think, again, in a region that was roughly home to about 1/3 of the world's COVID deaths, those are harder to count because of how everybody counted or didn't count, including folks in the region. But like the disease itself, it accelerated and exacerbated a bunch of pre-existing conditions in terms of the demands of the middle class that aren't being answered in places like Chile, in places like Colombia, quite frankly, Brazil before that. Kind of this exigencia to governments and the inability of governments to deliver on that is something that I think only got exacerbated. And I think we're only, quite frankly, beginning to see kind of the political and economic and social impacts, maybe social and political. I think we've lived the economic, at least the short-term economic. And that kind of takes me to like the final point here. With regard to, kind of going back to where I started, the Americas are part of the world. US policymaking is hampered by its inability to see that and to understand that, you know, Brazil's a middle power. It's a global middle power. It should be treated as such, not as something that's like, oh, over there for those of you who work on Latin America to worry about. Or that, you know, there's no more consequential country in the world for the United States than is Mexico, right, across the board. And yet, and I'll close with this, the first time I went to Mexico with President Obama, I went to Mexico City in April of 2009 with him. And we were flying from the airport to Los Pinos, then the presidential offices. And I was on a series of helicopters where the kind of core staff that was flying with the president for this visit. There were probably 25 people. There was one other person on one of those helicopters who had been to Mexico City before, other than me, right? It's treated as a world apart in a way that is deeply detrimental to the United States interests. And I think that is true with Democrats in the White House, Republicans in the White House, whomever in the White House. It has kind of been seen as this other thing. And I think it would be much better served, the policy world would be much better served by understanding the place the Americas holds in the world.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation, Juan Carlos. Such a pleasure to be here. First time at Princeton too, so I feel like in the helicopter now, but you know, arriving to Princeton for the first time. Yeah. So I'm gonna provide you with some political context about Mexico and what's happening in this very important country. So 3 things, right? First, I wanna talk about the election, who's expected to win. Second, why this is happening. And then finally, what to expect from the next president of Mexico, that, by the way, everything seems to point that it's going to be a female, first female president in Mexico, so huge change. So yeah, first point, there is not about, you know, what to expect from the election. There is not a single poll that does not show that the incumbent party is not going to win. So there is basically all the evidence is pointing towards Morena winning the presidency and Claudia, the successor of López Obrador, becoming the next president of Mexico. So that's a very short point. The second point, why is this happening, right? And I would say that there are 3 very important things to understand about the Mexican political landscape in this election. The first one is that the main reason why Morena is winning is because López Obrador and the political party have been capable of delivering important policy wins to their base. And when I'm talking about their base, I'm talking about Mexicans, mostly in the popular classes and in the lower part of the income distribution. With López Obrador, the minimum wage increase, it increased 85%, so it basically doubled. And the minimum wage at the border basically tripled. There has also been, and because of the change in income, there has also been a very significant reduction in poverty. 5 million Mexicans left poverty behind. This is the largest number in 20 decades. So it's like a historical event in terms of poverty reduction for Mexico. And the same thing can be said for inequality. Inequality went down in Mexico. Mexico, by some measures, is the 4th most unequal country in the world. And as you all know, the more unequal a country is, the harder it is to reduce inequality. So the very fact that Mexico observed a reduction in inequality is in itself a historical event. Actually, the reduction that we're observing is the largest that we have observed since the 60s, back in the time when Mexico was known as the Mexican miracle, right? So this is really, I'm emphasizing this because this is something that we actually didn't expect from López Obrador and from his government. There has also been a very significant increase in social spending, an increase of 11%, but particularly an increase in a very specific type of public spending, which is cash transfers. The amount of money that people is receiving on cash transfers in this administration double, right? So even if the budget, the total budget only increased 11%, the amount that people is getting double. So that's very significant because that was like a shift in the ecosystem of social spending that led towards this form of policies. The second important thing to understand the election is that AMLO has been, and López Obrador and his party, they have been very lucky because the Mexican economy is doing well. I mean, maybe it's true that the Mexican economy is not grabbing all of the benefits of the nearshoring. However, the numbers are pretty solid for Mexico. Last year, Mexico grew 3.2%, which is pretty good for a country that over the last 2 decades has only grown 2%. There is a historical maximum of foreign direct investment. And also, this is critical, there has been a very large increase in remittances. Mexico today is receiving $62 billion a year on remittances. In 30% of Mexican municipalities, the amount of remittances is larger than the GDP of that municipality. So when we're talking about, you know, the relationship between these two countries, it's further larger than we sometimes imagine. So this, you know, the money that is flowing on remittances, of course, is helping also the people because there is a large input of capacity of consumption and so on, right? The third thing to understand, and I would say the most important one about why Morena is winning, is that I would actually say that if you ask me, what's the main reason why Morena is winning, right? And I had to say only one thing. The one thing I would say is that they are winning because the opposition is a disaster. Right? It's unbelievable how incompetent the opposition has been to face the government of López Obrador. And currently the opposition in Mexico is basically we have two opposition coalitions. One is a very tiny party, Movimiento Ciudadano. They have 5% of the vote. They rule over 2 states of 32. So it's like a small party, probably growing in the future though. We have to keep an eye on them. And the second one is this coalition that I call the Frankenstein coalition of Mexico, right? Which is basically every single party that hates López Obrador together. So that includes the PAN, that is a conservative party, the PRI, that is a traditional party of Mexico ruling 70 years the country from the center left, center right, it depends the year you look at. And then PRD is true. And then PRD, which is the left, right? So all of these three together trying to defeat Morena, and their main sale point, this is when it becomes ridiculous. The main sale point of this coalition is that AMLO is destroying the country. But when you look at all of the previous statistics that I told you, this sales point that they are trying to make just doesn't fly. because people feel that they have more money in their pockets. They feel that income is increasing. They feel that they are getting more cash transfers. They feel that AMLO also has a very populist narrative that is also helping people feel represented. So it's not working. The marketing strategy is not working. So let me close with my third point, which is what to expect from Claudia when Claudia becomes president. And here, I always think about a paper published by Larry Diamond. And Larry from Stanford, Larry says that there are only 3 types of leaders in democracies. The first ones are gonna be the leaders that never challenge democracy. They are always gonna go by the rules of the game. The second one are the leaders that want to challenge democracy. Sometimes they don't like democracy, but they cannot do anything because they don't have the popularity to do it. And the third one is those that want to challenge democracy. Maybe they don't like it, and they have the popularity to do it. And those are the really dangerous ones, right? I think AMLO was a leader on the former side, right? Like in between 2 and 3, type 2 and type 3. But Claudia is going to be a leader of the first one or on the second type. So even if Claudia would like to destroy democracy, I don't think she could do it. I don't think she's gonna have the popularity to do it. She's not a populist leader. She's more like a very competent administrator. Like actually, when you look at her, she doesn't look like a populist leader like López Obrador. López Obrador thrives in the popular plaza. You know, he's like a very good speaker and so on. Claudia is just a very competent, super smart lady that is gonna sit on the chair to command. My husband, we were watching the debate, and my husband, he's a musician, nothing to do with us. She's like, oh my God, Claudia's the boss, you know? And that's the feeling you get when you observe Claudia, you know, she's the boss, right? She's the boss, she's gonna get the things done. Then second, she's also inheriting a party that she didn't create it, right? And it's gonna be a very messy party. It's a party that is already fragmenting, and everybody, this is the competition to become the next AMLO. So that's gonna be very hard for her to know, you know, to deal with her own party that is not hers, right? It used to be the vehicle of López Obrador to get to power, but now not anymore. And then finally, I think she's gonna face some important challenges, of course, security, health. There's a huge problem of health in Mexico right now, not enough budget, fiscal issues. Mexico needs a tax reform. Mexico collects less taxes as a percentage of GDP than the Bahamas. So I always say that Mexico is a fiscal paradise in disguise, right? Because it is, but nobody knows. And also the problem, of course, no, it's dramatic. And also, of course, inequality. And we can talk more about that in the next interventions. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank Juan Carlos Pinzón for the invitation to be here. And it's really an honor to be here because, alongside so many amazing panelists and moderators. I actually am a graduate of SPIA. I did my undergrad here, so I spent 4 years here. And I was also got a certificate in the program on Latin American Studies. This was over 30 years ago, I'll say. So this room looks a lot nicer than it did when I was here. But I have to say, at the beginning of the conference, Dean Jamal mentioned the importance of this conference, but I actually think Princeton has always been a leader when it comes to its focus on Latin America and also regional studies more generally. I'm a political scientist. I spent many years as an academic before I served in the Obama administration, and then and now I'm at the Dialogue. But I feel that regional studies are constantly under assault. And I think that Princeton has done an amazing job through both the program on Latin American Studies and with peers. I'm a member of the advisory board of peers, but I think Deborah Yashar, who's not here right now, is just a formidable leader of peers. And so the other thing I'll say to those students who are in the room who aren't off on the street having lunch is, my 4 years here really shaped my career. They shaped who I am today. And I've kind of spent this is to the students, I'm sorry, for those of you who aren't students, but I divided my career between focusing on issues of the rule of law and then also on security. And we need more women in security. So anyone here, any women meant to, but we especially women who are interested in a field in national security or security more broadly. As we've heard today, it's one of the most pressing challenges facing the region, so we need more of you. Okay. So I'm here to talk about the political landscape of Latin America, and what I want to do is, it's great to kind of piggyback off of you, Viri, is I want to focus on the erosion of democratic institutions, and also kind of piggyback on Alfonso's comment about comments about the role of the judiciary, the importance. So, of course, we've seen this is nothing new, everyone knows it, that the threat to democracy today is very different than it was before the third wave. You know, what we see are democratically elected presidents coming into power and then systematically and very deliberately dismantling democratic institutions. And I also point out we see this from both the left and the right. Mexico is one case, of course, from the left. Bolsonaro's Brazil. We see this in Northern Central America, Bolivia. And this is a challenge for us because we are used to this, the abrupt break in democracy. And it's something that, if we have time, we can talk about with the OAS and the role of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. So I think that there's a playbook that's out there that's been perfected over time, and I'd say there's certain steps that presidents are taking to eliminate agencies of horizontal accountability. And so it really provides like a clear step-by-step guide of how to dismantle liberal democracy and accumulate power, and leading to ultra or hyper-presidentialism. And the process is speeding up. I think Bukele is a good example where we saw things really happen quickly. So actions include eliminating judicial autonomy, going after freedom of expression. We see this in the form of physical and verbal attacks on journalists. We see this harassment, intimidation. And this is, of course, the free press is a really important check on power. One thing that we're not going to have time to talk about, but I just want to highlight, is the inviting the militaries in to basically supplant civilian law enforcement. And I see Admiral Fowler here, and this was a topic we often talked about, is how to get the military out of this. What is the off-ramp for the military? And Mexico, I think, is a really important cautionary tale when it comes. So other countries like Ecuador, we talked about this morning, that are considering turning to the military, is once you start down that path, it's really hard to go back. But what I really want to talk about is the role of the courts. Alfonso made the excellent point that courts are important for so many reasons, but your point about seguridad jurídica and for the economic challenges that the region is facing, we need independent courts, and also for investment. But we also need an independent judiciary when it comes to, well, courts can often serve as the last line of defense against authoritarianism. And what we're seeing is that presidents are using multiple tactics to get rid of judicial independence, and basically they're manipulating the institutional design of the courts. And we see this through things like changing the appointment process, violating tenure protection. We see AMLO and the Mañanera actually personally attacking judges, reducing the judiciary's budget. So there's lots of different things that presidents can do. But we see the results of this. We see by stripping courts of their autonomy, it allows presidents to do things like change the Constitution to allow for re-election, in some case indefinite re-election. And I think we've seen the dangers of this subversion most recently and most dramatically in Guatemala. We saw that in the lead up to the inauguration and up until the very day, or wee hours of the morning of Arévalo's inauguration, that judges and the Attorney General were behind what Arévalo himself called a coup attempt. And the judicial system today remains one of the most important challenges facing Arévalo. And we all want Arévalo to be successful. It's very important to the region. So, you know, I'm going to conclude, I think I'll conclude here and listen to your questions.
I'm going to take this authoritarian opportunity to ask my question first. It's always amazed me how little Latin America, your point, Dan, about being the only person in a helicopter. The last time I looked, the amount of trade between the United States and Brazil was the same amount as the United States and Belgium. Nothing against Belgium. But if you think about the relative size of the economies, that's really outstanding. The only mention that you often get about Latin America is, I'm sorry, I take this personally, the invasion. I never thought I was a Visigoth, but I guess I've become one. From Latin America. But if you do the sort of search in New York Times, you will find as many articles about Moldova as you will about Brazil. You will certainly find many more articles about the Ukraine than about the entire region. If you ask people in Congress who the president of Ukraine is, they could probably name it. If you ask them, the president, who's probably the most famous, Lula, the president of Brazil, they couldn't do that. So my question is, why? Why do we have, I mean, it's one thing, and again, I was born in Latin America, so I have no problem with calling the United States an empire. But one thing, you cannot be a stupid empire. And it seems that the United States' attitudes toward Latin America and its ignorance is just plain stupidity. Can you comment on that?
I've been beating my head against precisely this wall for most of my professional career. And actually, it goes back to that helicopter ride. Because again, I was with a bunch of very prepared, globalists, right? These are people who are internationally, and their connection to Mexico, to the extent that they had one, was either to Cancun or to Cancun and Los Cabos, depending on where they were in their lives and their success before coming into public service. Leaving aside the foreign service, actually, because one of the really interesting things about the U.S. foreign service, the diplomatic service of the United States, is fully a third of all first tours for foreign service officers are consular tours in Mexico. So you actually have this real, because it's our largest consular presence in the world, and so you have this real actually depth within the foreign service, at least kind of with somewhere in Mexico, but it's an exception. And one of the things that struck me kind of on that, literally on that helicopter ride, and something that I've been working on since I left government, is part of it is a structural failing. And so I've been doing what I do for the last 30 years, a little more. And in the course of those 30 years as a young national security professional and now a not so young national security has-been, I have been invited for countless opportunities to visit the Middle East, to visit Europe, to visit Taiwan, to visit Japan, to visit South Korea. Literally not once in my life to visit any country in Latin America. That infrastructure simply does not exist. It's one of the reasons I started I'm affiliated with the Center for American Progress, a think tank in Washington. And in the kind of the 18 months leading up to the pandemic, we ended up taking 7 trips, 100 people of kind of young professionals, folks between the ages of kind of 25 and 40, to do a deep dive on the U.S.-Mexico relationship in Mexico. I've now continued that work through an EQUIS Institute, which I'm affiliated with, which is about kind of building Latino power and kind of helping connect Mexican Americans back to Mexico in a very different way. But kind of sector by sector, you'll have the same repetition. Like the media, we used to take, I once took the secretaries of Defense, State, Treasury, the Attorney General, 2 4-star generals, the Director of National Intelligence, the President's Homeland Security Advisor. We took all of those people have a cup of coffee in Washington and it's front page news. I took them to a foreign country with the full power of communications power of the White House press office. And it's as if I had taken them to witness protection. Like nobody wrote about it. We went to Mexico for a high-level security conversation. And it's because if you look at the White House press corps, all of their international experience have been in bureaus in Europe or in Asia, and very seldom, if at all, in Latin America. So there's this like real structural failure of the farm system, if you will, of public policy, future public policy professionals in the national security space to get them tied to a region that is, again, deeply consequential to the United States and of which we form a fundamental part. But again, kind of this world apart.
I think a lot of people have understand the importance of these tours you're taking, are actually kind of replicating it, which is really important. And I think I was naive enough. The first time I traveled to the region with the Secretary of Defense, and he traveled with the press corps, I thought they were going to be interested in talking about the region. No questions about the region. The questions were always about what happened, even if it's in Colombia, even in Mexico, all the questions had to do with other parts of the world, which was really eye-opening to me. But I will say, I do think that there's a really worrisome consequence when it comes to US foreign policy towards the region. And I think we even see this today under Biden, is just the lack of attention to the region. And Alfonso, I'm going to call you out again. I hope you don't mind. But we were talking about, you spoke about sort of the lack of US engagement in the region. And there was, earlier there was a question or a short discussion about China. And the only way to compete with China is to be present. And no matter how many times you say for the US to say to its partners in the region, choose us, we're better, China's dangerous, is to offer an alternative, and we're not doing that. But I do want to give the Biden administration a shout out for Guatemala in particular.
It's a difficult question for me to answer because I don't want to be the Mexican on the table talking bad about the gringos. So. But I'm gonna say that this is a very simple question. Gringos don't care about Mexico and Latin America because gringos are on power and they don't have to, care about the weak. Or at least that's how, the world works. So I feel that this is definitely a problem of framing. I teach the class of US-Mexico relations at the extension school at Harvard. And regularly, the size of my class is in between 15, 20 people. So it's pretty shocking given that Mexico is the top and most important trade partner of the US, but the year where I got the most students, the top moment of marketing of my course ever was when Donald Trump got elected. In that year, I had to create 2 groups, I became kind of like, it became a huge class, right? For the wrong reasons, obviously, because, Mexico became news for the worst reasons. But my point is that there is not a single topic, and this is what I always say when I am, pitching my class, there is not a single topic on the American election that is not directly or indirectly related to what is happening in Latin America. So here we're talking about trade, labor, migration, violence, drug consumption, actually you open the newspaper and there is not a single topic not related to Latin America. It's shocking that it doesn't say Latin America, Mexico, Guatemala, they don't call us by name. But the topics are there. We are there all the time. You are all the time reading about us. So what we need, of course, is better marketing and landing all of these topics into a proper discussion about the region.
Electorate to ask a question. Yes.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. My name is Romit. I'm an undergrad in the SPIA right now. So I wanted to ask, to the point about sort of the judiciary and strengthening the independence and the power of the judiciary within the sort of broader political context, I was curious what you all felt about how to, the mechanisms by which to accomplish that, particularly in context of the sort of executive power that I think is so prominent in many Latin American countries. So on 3 different tiers, I think some scholars argue for one, that just the constitutions in general sort of prioritize or put a sort of like supreme leadership authority within presidents in many Latin American countries. The second point would be the sort of explicit denial or sort of subversion of the constitution that was mentioned in terms of like, say, like Bukele and like replacing judiciary officials, etc. And then to your point, Ms. Ríos, the idea that like part of the ability to subvert democracy from an executive perspective has to do with the populism and the ability of the leader to sort of like influence the public. So I guess sort of in light of those contexts, how do you see the ability for executive power effectively to be curtailed in order to strengthen judiciary, or do you not see that as like a prerequisite for the judiciary to get sort of a stronger role?
Of my dissertation. So I'm going to spare you my model of judicial independence. Yeah, no, I know, I won't. No, seriously. Oh my gosh, my heart rate sped up. I was so excited by that question. But I'm happy to, I would love to talk to you offline about that, because I think it has a lot to do with incentive structures. But I think what I will say is I think that your diagnosis was really strong, because the constitutions are, like, the constitutional guarantees are there. And there was a conversation earlier also about the importance of having the right laws in place. The right laws don't matter if the judiciary is not going to enforce them, right? And so I think that this is not related to the actual, like, what I would talk to you separately, but I would say that's one of the challenges we're facing, is that because people do not, and Dan referenced this at the beginning, that people do not see that democracy delivers, they're willing to accept, whether it be an assault on the judiciary, whether it be, shutting down a newspaper, because that there's, and we see people or citizens of the region supporting authoritarian type leaders like Bukele, because that's not the priority for them. It's not saying, oh, this kind of, we need a judicial independence because the rule of law is very important. No, they want to feel safe. They want to have food on their table. So I think that has really, though, I would say that this isn't an answer, but I'd say that's really exacerbated the problem.
Thank you. I have question, comment as a journalist, but also as someone who arrived in Atlanta, Georgia, where Ted Turner said, I'm going to build my company here, CNN, back when CNN was CNN. The thing that journalists were looking up to when thinking about journalism globally. The first thing I have to say is, as a journalist, how can schools, universities like this one make sure that the new, generation of journalists that work here in the US have the narrative of not only labeling, Latin Americans as Hispanics, because Hispanics means many things, but it doesn't mean I'm from Mexico. We're the middle class. We're represented not only by the border, we're represented by the asset that we represent as, professionals, as economies, as Mexico being the largest trading partner of the US. When I first got here, I was driving in Arizona, going to the Grand Canyon, and I was shocked listening to the radio that the BJ was saying that Cinco de Mayo was our Independence Day. I didn't have their phone number to call them and correct them. But even at CNN, I've had to, record a video letting them know that Cinco de Mayo is not Mexico's independence. And you still have to repeat that. So how can we make sure that, journalism schools that are producing Latin American talent and using Latin American talent and Hispanic talent, which is not necessarily the same, can, bring along those narratives? At CNN, it has been very difficult for me, because we also get included oh, let's bring Gabriela so she can talk about the border, fentanyl. What's going on with Trump? Trump arrived in Mexico. How is Peña Nieto dealing with that? And how, everything. Other than that, we did not exist. Now we exist because we're going to be the backdoor for the Chinese exports into the US. And it's going to be a huge topic. But that's the first question. The second question, and I'm just putting this to you because of your experience, how can we make sure that we also develop leaders who work at the White House and are more sensible to what's going on in the region? I'm talking about right now, ¿cómo se llama? Juan González. I know he does not longer work, but it was a waste of time, for example, in the way Venezuela's case was handled. So the point here is, in Mexico, we have the same problem. We have a lot of professionals that work for the governments that have been, for example, at ITAM, and they don't seem to connect properly to the reality. We do need opposition that is working, but we don't have, something is missing. So that's those two questions that I wanted to.
I'm going to take on the defense of Juan, but if you want to do the structural stuff first.
I was going to talk about Juan too.
Yeah. So disclaimer, two disclaimers. Juan González is a very good friend of mine. Juan González worked for me when I had the job that he just left after 3 very long, very difficult years. That job comes, and everybody who does it understands it, that you end up becoming the embodiment of the policy, and you end up owning everybody's frustration with policies that don't work, whether they are yours or not. So I think we should be a little careful in disparaging someone like Juan because we disagree with where an intractable problem is today. Juan didn't cause the problem in Venezuela. Juan's not the reason Venezuela isn't quote unquote solved. I can say Juan González is a primary reason for as many vaccines that were in US stockpiles ended up in Latin America rather than elsewhere in the world. Juan did the proverbial stood on tables and demanded, because of our deep interconnection, because of his understanding of our deep interconnection, to move policy that changed and saved countless Latin American lives in that direction. But I think it's also not the Juan González's that we need to fix. It is the food chains of people that Juan González's work for. I had a huge benefit that the person kind of up my food chain was a guy who started his career in Latin America. He was the other guy on the helicopter. He's now the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough, who was as close a policy advisor that President Obama had during 8 years in the White House. And it made a world of difference having somebody at Dennis's level, to your point, who understood the region, who valued the region, to back up those of us whose day-to-day job it was to pay attention to the region while they were paying attention to the whole world. Creating more Dennis McDonoughs of the world is something that we absolutely need to do. And I think it's a combination of things. I think it's a combination of the work that takes place at institutions like this one. It's the work of exposing people to the consequential relationships kind of throughout their professional development in the ways I talked about earlier. So that is absolutely necessary and is absolutely deficient in our system today.
You want to add something about the Juan case?
One thing really quickly on Juan is your point about the vaccines. given what we were just talking about and the lack of attention to the region, the fact that he was able to stand up on that table and do that, I think was quite remarkable. And then just really quickly on, and I'm going to give you, because you are a professor, you are in the seat, and you are, I think, doing the work that needs to be done. But I think this is going to be my shout out for regional studies. I think that we really need to continue in higher learning to value regional studies, and like I said, for many reasons, university politics aren't pretty. They are constantly under assault.
I'd like to, independently of the specific case of Juan, I'd like to call attention to the fact that indeed there are some biases on how America understands and analyzes Latin America. And the bias comes from the fact that because Latin America is such an unequal region, right? The capacity of Latin American people to speak English, to get to a Harvard degree, to get to be at Princeton, to get to be taken seriously by the education elites of the world is very limited, right? There is only a very limited part of society that, I'm talking about Mexicans, I'm talking about Guatemalans, there is a very limited part of society that actually gets to speak to you guys. Because to speak to you guys, I had to prepare myself since I was 12 years old, learning English. This is a long life process, the very fact that I can be there. Also, I had to be super lucky to get into Harvard, to get a PhD, and then to be here. And the way I conceive the world is completely different from the way that other Mexicans, other fellow Mexicans, like the ones that are here helping us today with the kitchen, conceive the world. And the fact that Americans constantly talk to people like me, and they cannot talk or do not care about talking to people that is not like me, that does not have my pedigree, that's a huge problem that we observe, biasing the coverage. This is dramatic, biasing the coverage of the top newspapers of the world, the New York Times, the Financial Times, The Economist, is biased by the fact that most people only talk to those Mexicans and those Latin Americans that speak English or that have some form of network connection to the journalism or to the education elites of the US. That is why. This is a huge problem, because if you tell me the problem is that gringos don't care about Mexico, yeah, that's a problem. But the largest problem is that even when they care, they have very biased sources, right? And that's a more dangerous, actually, part of the problem, right? So what to do? Well, let me just give you an example. A few years ago, if you asked people, so why do you think López Obrador is so popular? Many Americans, highly educated Americans, couldn't tell. Their answer would be something like, oh, because he's a populist, evil. He has said things, he has said things, lies to people, and people believe those lies, When it's like, no, guys, he doubled the minimum wage the moment he sits on the chair as president. So how could that information not fly to the top and most important decision makers of the US? I think we need to worry about this, and we need to make sure that we change our sources, or that we diversify the pool of sources that we're speaking to when we visit these countries, because also these visits sometimes is also very, very limited to the business elites, not yours. You do a wonderful job, but like sometimes it is very limited to business elites, to the think tanks that speak English, and you're literally talking. I would be surprised. I'm not close with this because I can't make a dissertation about this. But like, I would be surprised if by being in Mexico, somebody gets to talk with anybody that is not from the top 2 deciles of income. If you happen to talk with somebody, actually a discussion about what is a political discussion, with somebody that is not on the top deciles of income, you are lucky. You're doing something that nobody does. And that's a huge problem.
Thank you very much. This panel has been fascinating. I'm Agostina Lasso. I'm a PhD student here at SPIA. You all mentioned the US does not care about Latin America. If I may, there is an exception, and it has been suggested along the conversations. Ms. Chavez suggested it, Mr. Prat-Gay suggested it. The US cares about Latin America when there are extra-regional powers involved in Latin America. And I think it's no longer a question of why does the US care, but how they care. So my question is, like, how do you think this shapes and influences the relationship, in particular when the US finds a leader in the region aligned with this point of view? And I guess I'm speaking from my country now, Argentina. Mr. Chavez, you mentioned militarization. Maybe you could dig a little bit more on that. Thank you.
What was the last part? Was on militarization? Okay, so, well, first of all, that's an excellent question. The how question is really important. And I think we've, the second panel, or I guess it was actually the first full panel, I think, kind of suggested some ways that the US could engage in a productive way with Latin America. I do think that there is another driving factor when it comes to US policy, and I think it's migration. So China, you've got the specter of China, which I think it's there and it's real, and US needs to provide an alternative, but I do think there's a danger of only looking at the region through the China lens. We've learned how that plays out from the past. I think that the preoccupation this electoral year with migration is really bad for US policy. I think it clouds everything we do. It determines which countries we focus on, determines how we focus on them. And one example I think would be Mexico. You alluded to and spoke about some of like the three different types of leaders, and AMLO being between 2 and 3. Have we heard anything from the US about that? No. Why? I would say that migration probably has something to do with it. I don't know, Dan is giving me a dirty look. But yeah, so I think that, and then I think in the past, I think continuing today has been drugs, right? The drug war, the war on drugs. So I would say that external actors, migration, immigration, and the war on drugs have been 3 areas of focus which stand in the way of a coherent policy framework for looking at the region. So a productive policy framework. On the militarization, I think that this was a huge issue in the Obama administration, especially when it came to Central America and the Central America strategy, was knowing that crime and violence is one of the main drivers of root causes of migration, how to address that. And I think that the conclusion was the right one. It's not to really focus on the military, it's to focus on strengthening the police and judicial systems. But I think that militarization is likely to spread in the region. I think Argentina, what we're seeing in Rosario, for example, is alarming, very alarming. And this trend that we've talked about, that with Juan Carlos framed his opening remarks with crime and violence and citizen insecurity, drug trafficking organizations being one of the #1 concerns, people are looking for a quick answer. And there's also the concern, I'm going to stop here, but I'm also very concerned with the spread of Bukele's model, because we see images of Bukele. I was in Chile, Santiago recently, and you see images of Bukele, and people on the streets are talking about, we need someone like Bukele here. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, real quick, and I'm like avowedly not an academic. I've taken exactly 1 class on Latin America in my life. It's a lived experience. But when I kind of try explaining US policy towards the region kind of over time, and kind of plot US presidents, I do it on 2 axes. So from the x-axis from opportunity to threats, and the y-axis from ownership to partnership. And like the desired end state, as far as I'm concerned, is to have folks up in the right-hand corner, right? Mostly in the right-hand corner, not too far, because there are challenges that emanate from the region that are real. The paradox that folks who work on the region in structures that don't understand the region is that you look for other things to draw people's attention. And so you look to China to draw people's attention. Migration finds you whether you're looking for it or not, to draw people's attention. And that's a really double-edged thing, right? Because in the whole notion of extra regional actors, like, kind of makes my skin crawl. That's got very ownership-y feel to me, in terms of kind of how we think about the region. And again, it goes to seeing Latin America as a world apart rather than part of the world. Yeah, Latin America has relationships with countries all over the world. So does everybody else. And so that in and of itself shouldn't be the challenge. But again, the paradox for kind of the me's of this world in structures that are obsessed with China is like, ooh, I can get some attention if I can like play up the China, so there's that push-pull. I actually think there's something weird going on migration that's the opposite of that, that most people who work on Latin America in Washington hide under a desk when the topic comes to migration, because it's such an ugly political issue and people are so desperate to effectuate change today, right? So in the migration conversation, it's as if we were having the climate conversation and you were only allowed to put forth on the table policy responses that'll lower the temperature on Thursday, right? If it's gonna do so next week or 3 months from now, or God forbid a year from now, you're not dealing with the reality that we're dealing with, right? And so one of the reactions from most people working on Latin America is like, ooh, I'll go do something else, right? Like, because people know you can't just turn off the levels of dislocation that you have. So I think it's actually like weirdly divorced from the Latin America policy conversation and like the things that we should be doing to avoid, at least secondary displacements, if not the initial displacements, rather than trying to prevent the last step of migration, right? Which so much of the conversation is the last step of migration rather than why folks are on the move. But both of those issues are, again, this like paradox of like, ooh, do I play them up to get attention? Understanding the peril, particularly in the China case, in my view, of doing so. Or in the case of migration, am I gonna get myself just kind of mired in this awful political meat grinder that is the issue right now in Washington?
Thank you very, very much to the, there's one more question.
Hello,
boss.
thank
Yes.
you, thank you, everyone.
Anything you want, Amaney.
Thank you for this fabulous Thank you for this fabulous panel. I'm going to try to be very brief, just to get your sense, but you guys touched on something that we care about deeply in the school, which is how to train the next generation of policy leaders to better serve the public interest of Latin America. And to that end, if you were going to leave us with a nugget of advice on how we train and what our students should be hearing, I would be very grateful.
Well, I did think about this because I was reflecting on my time here, and I actually had 6 professors at Princeton who influenced my decision to focus on Latin America. So I would say, and last night I met some other members of the faculty. I think you actually have 4 Argentines on the faculty here, and maybe even all in the politics and economics. So you do have a wealth of Five. I mean, so Princeton is really unique, I think, in that just the well of expertise that you have here, focused on the region. I can't think of other schools that have that deep of a bench. So I would say sign up for these classes. You're going to get different perspectives from each teacher, each professor. But for me, it was one of the reasons that I pursued the career I did.
I mean, I would say it's a very difficult question, but maybe trying to bring more faculty from Latin America as visiting professors, such that they can share. Juan Carlos, great example of a wonderful panel organized by somebody that knows the region very well, and thanks to him, we're here. So I think exercises like this are critical for understanding better the region.
Two. One is I'll finish where I started, which is treat the region as part of the world, not a world apart. So in the global context, that which is happening in the Americas is happening elsewhere, and how those are related, I think, is fundamentally important. I also think it's fundamentally important to draw in policymakers who don't realize they're working on Latin America, because they're all doing it all day, every day. And journalists and other people who are reporting and working on these cross-cutting issues, expose them to folks who are looking at the world through a prism of Latin America.
And just to finish off with just to show you the extent of the problem, I remember being in Veracruz, of all places, please remember this, where the American ambassador at the time, 1980s, started his speech to an academic conference by saying, the reason why the United States and Mexico get along so well is we've never been at war. And on that note, I'll leave you. Thank you. Good.
Sí. Hola, hola. Hola, ¿me escuchan? ¿Ah, sí? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's fine right now, rested, and we're going to do our best for you guys not to fall asleep in this one, okay? It's just going to be just 1 hour. We're going to divide this into 3 segments. The first segment is going to be the presentation of each of our guests here, which is going to be fantastic, 5 minutes each. Then we're going to have a conversation. That conversation is going to be around 35 minutes. And then we're going to have 10 minutes of Q&A coming from very interesting questions from you guys. So we're very excited to be here. Thanks to the Dean Jamal. I don't know if she's here, but thanks to her. I know that we're live streaming this. To the Vice Dean Wilkov, thank you very much. And of course, to my friend, the very esteemed and prestigious former ambassador of Colombia in the United States and former defense minister, Don Juan Carlos Pinzón. Juan, gracias por invitarme, por invitarnos a todos. Let me introduce our panel today. With us is Laura Clavijo. She's the chief economist of Bancolombia, which is the leading bank in my nation in Colombia. She worked for the International Monetary Fund and the Inter-American Development Bank, economist from the Universidad de los Andes, the best university ever in Colombia. I graduated from there, of course. And she's MPA from Columbia University. Thank you very much. Robert Mosbacher. I'm sorry, I'm still learning my English. Former president and CEO of Overseas Private Investment Corporation. Thank you very much. And Haroldo Espalter. Haroldo is president of the Uruguayan U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much. Our panel is about investment potential in Latin America, a perspective of private sectors. So we're going to start with Laura. You have your 5 minutes to introduce us to the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. A pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you, Juan Carlos, for this very kind invitation, and of course the Dean and faculty from Princeton for welcoming us here. So let me draw a little bit from the panel on the economic outlook. As chief economist, I think that's a really good starting point to talk about the panel today regarding kind of the role of private sector and investment and other issues. Basically, I would take from the last panel that the diagnosis is pretty clear regarding kind of the challenges in terms of like economic development, how macroeconomic policies that have been sound are well implemented in the region, and this has fared well not only in the last financial crisis of the past decade, but also in the COVID juncture. So definitely a long way if we compare to many years behind. Nonetheless, we do have very important challenges. We have been growing steadily, but not at the rate needed to really bring down kind of the inequality in the region. And it's really not a story about growth, as was mentioned in the previous panel. So where are kind of the really important issues that we must face currently? One of the issues that Latin American countries face is that it's still a very commodity-driven economic model. Much was spoken about this. We are still very vulnerable to sudden shocks, whether it's like commodity prices and geopolitical tensions, as we are currently facing. But also we are currently seeing, and Colombia is a really good case about how low investment will really undermine growth going forward. Just to give you a sense of what we've been seeing here in Colombia, the investment as a percentage of GDP before the pandemic was close to 23%. It's not a really high number if you compare to other East Asian economies, of course, but we did have kind of a really nice base in terms of how investment was coming into the country for infrastructure, communications, and other types of sectors. Currently, investment as a percentage of GDP in Colombia is only 16%. It has managed to fall to really significant levels. And this, of course, is also driving kind of the low economic growth for the economy as a whole. So a very significant and profound challenge moving forward. I know we've already spoken about how productivity has fallen as well. This has also impacted employment informality, and we just start kind of going back to what all these types of lessons in the past, looking at, for example, the Southeast Asian economies and how we learned so much about them from when I studied economics, and we're still kind of driving on the same lessons regarding kind of TFP, productivity, investment. So it's a really important challenge that we're seeing, and at least in the case of Colombia, it's driven perhaps by two or three factors. One, of course, economic conditions, generally high interest rates, inflation, what we've all been seeing in terms of private investment being at least halted. We do see kind of a better panorama going forward, but that's kind of why also investment is falling. That's one. The other has to do how public investment has been falling in a very significant manner. And going back to kind of the political drawback, we kind of see this in different economies. Perhaps Mexico has far better indicators in terms of investment, but also has a left-wing government. In Colombia, we're seeing the levels of investment that I've been mentioning, and we also have a left-wing government. So not necessarily investment related, or the lack of investment productivity related to kind of the economic model. There's something very profound about how decisions have been made in the past and investment has not really pulled through in a sustainable manner. The private sector has remained central to the transformation that the economies in the Latin American region have been playing. And I would just like to stress the role of the financial sector as a private sector leader in terms of kind of going through these long-term dynamics, and the role of the private sector being kind of think about long-run dynamics, think about counter-cyclical effects. So the financial sector is a sector that is key to help kind of overpass these different challenges in terms of long-run growth. And I'd like to mention a couple of reasons why this is so. One is the counter-cyclical role that the banking sector has. Remember that in the past financial crisis, what we saw was that the banking crisis exacerbated the economic crisis. After nowadays, we have far better macroprudential requirements, regulatory prudential requirements, counter-cyclical provisions in the banking sector that enable the banking sector to help in times of trouble. And that's something very important in terms of the role of the private sector, and in this case, the financial sector. The other reason why the financial sector has a significant role in kind of this long-term economic growth setting has to do in how the financial sector can help target some of those social objectives. So if a government has a social objective such as bringing down inequality, well, subsidies might be in place, but subsidies that are transferred throughout the financial sector may be more transparent, and the financial sector has the role of providing that platform. So another reason why the financial sector is key in these economic developments has to do with how we can target those social goals using kind of the infrastructure and its outreach. And finally, one of the last points that I would like to stress has to do with, I think it was mentioned in the macro panel, about how Latin American region has really the challenge of doing adequate risk management, and that's exactly what banks do. We look at and have many regulatory requirements to make sure we manage credit risk, liquidity risk, and in this sense, kind of give the financial stability that economies might need. I'll stop there to continue the conversation later on.
Laura. Thanks, Laura. Robert, please go ahead.
Thank you, Luis. And Juan Carlos, I had the privilege of coming up and speaking to his class last fall, and I will tell you, we should all be so lucky as to have so many curious, well-informed, and engaged class members. So I really enjoyed it, and thanks for having me back. So I'm a businessman. I've invested in Latin America over the years, and then in my stint in the U.S. government, I helped drive over $1 billion of investment into Central America, which is not easy to do given the size of those markets. It was mostly in access to credit and in housing. So I'm a believer in the potential of Latin American markets and have acted accordingly. But there are also all these caveats that we know and we've been talking about. Things like regulatory and particular impediments that you get from the rule of law, the absence of the rule of law, or questions of human capital, or the lack of particularly hard infrastructure that facilitates access to markets. These are all challenges. There's lots of opportunity. The next panel will talk about the opportunity in the renewable energy space or the green space. And as is often the case in places where there are great opportunities, there's competition. And so just to quote a few statistics on the role of China in that green climate area, 99% of all solar panels imported into Latin America came from China. 60% of all wind turbines came from China. 70% of all EVs imported into Latin America were made in China. 90% of all lithium batteries, lithium-ion batteries, made in China. So that's not bad for consumers or buyers because it's cheap. A lot of the solar panels and wind turbines are very cheap. In fact, the Chinese have overproduced because of their own domestic economic circumstances, and they're flooding, they're dumping on the markets all over the world wind turbines and solar panels, which sadly is disrupting and in some cases bankrupting some domestic capacity that's been underway in some of these countries. But I'd really like to focus my comments on a strategy for how the United States can work with Latin American partners to begin to address some of these challenges, particularly of infrastructure and sectoral expansion. Even though we're still, I believe, according to most estimations, the leading trading partner for Latin America, China's maybe first, maybe we're second, whatever it is, we've largely been absent in the last few decades as it relates to certain sectors where investment has taken place and there are no Americans to be found. And I can tell you, as one who is associated with a U.S. government agency as a private citizen, and I'll get back to that in a second, but it's not a very effective argument for our embassy to call a host government and say, please don't do this deal with the Chinese. And they say, well, what's the alternative? And we're nowhere to be found. So this sadly follows a pattern of neglect that has characterized Republican and Democratic administrations for years. And there are exceptions, but generally we have left a vacuum, as Alfonso said this morning, and that vacuum is being filled, and primarily by China, but not exclusively by China. So if we want to regain some of the initiative, then I think what the United States has to do with Latin American partners is to go out proactively, affirmatively, and promote support for and financing of investments, particularly hard infrastructure. So let me take you back to 2018. This was 5 years after the United Nations adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals. It was very apparent that official development assistance or foreign aid has plateaued, and many of the NGOs that, frankly, almost thought that trying to fight poverty through wealth creation was immoral, finally came to the conclusion that actually we can't begin to fight poverty in the world unless we directly engage private capital investment. And so in the US government, we started thinking about, well, what tools do we have to do that? And the answer is primarily the agency that I headed for 3.5 years, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, which finances projects in middle and lower income countries. But that agency hadn't been updated or modernized literally in 40 years. And so a group of us set about drafting legislation that would create an OPIC on steroids. In other words, give them authorities or powers that most other development finance institutions have around the world. So we drafted this legislation. We had a far-right Republican sponsor and a liberal Democratic sponsor. We had all these people in between. And believe it or not, we got it passed through the House, passed through the Senate, signed by the President, who I will say probably didn't know what it was about, but it was 2018, and we've been implementing it over the last 6 years. And one of the realizations that we also came to was that this one agency, even though it now can spend up to $60 billion in commitments, and today has over $40 billion of commitments outstanding, nevertheless, we can't compete, even if we wanted to, with China dollar for dollar. What we can do, though, is be much more strategic, and we can offer a slightly different narrative and a rule of law, free market narrative. Now, as it relates to Latin America, the new creation through this legislation, we kind of collapsed OPIC into something called the U.S. Development Finance Corporation. The new DFC has nobody in business development on the continent of Latin America, or if they have anybody, it's maybe one person. And so, we can't hope to have an impact unless we have a presence. And so the first and most important step forward, I think, was for the DFC to team up with the Inter-American Development Bank private sector arm and create a meaningful partnership. And that happened last fall. So this partnership was negotiated, and the object of that was to take advantage of the fact that IDB and IDB Invest have offices in every country of Latin America and the Caribbean. They have very good market intelligence. They have tools for identifying deal flow and getting you into the game early as opposed to learning about it after the horses left the barn. And so it has all these advantages in terms of coverage and expanding depth of resources and the like that the DFC doesn't have. And so they concluded an agreement to work together last fall. And yesterday they concluded the next most important, I think, and perhaps in many ways the most important step forward. And that was they signed Scott Nathan, head of the Development Finance Corporation, and James Scriven, head of IDB Invest, signed a co-financing agreement by which both or each organization can put up to $50 million per transaction, and that the due diligence of one party will suffice for the other. This is really important because when you think of why we lose a lot of deals, I say the West or the United States lose a lot of deals to China, it's because when they sign the deal, they're off to the races. When we sign deals, it's subject to being reviewed by lots of people. And so this is an opportunity to work together. And my view is this has to be proactively marketed to governments around the continent in which we say this is what we're prepared to do in terms of financing if you will work with us on these basic rules, as in transparency, on competition for bids, and recognizing that there may be a low bidder on every bid that may be from some other part of the world. That doesn't mean they're the best party to select. So I think we need to proactively market that. And finally, we have to go out and recruit businesses, particularly Western and US businesses, to come back into the game. I can count on one hand and almost on two fingers the number of major US companies like Bechtel that are participating in bids on infrastructure projects. We have to go out to them and say, we're prepared to mitigate risk on these transactions so that it's worth your while to participate. And if we do that, I honestly believe we can start to turn the corner on a much more robust level of investment and trade and cooperation between the United States and Latin America. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Robert. Haroldo.
Yes. Hello. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Dean Jamal, who I think is not here now, but great this opportunity, and Ambassador Juan Carlos Pinzón for inviting me to this very prestigious conference. I am the president of the AmCham Uruguay, that means the Chamber of Commerce regarding Uruguay and the US. So my work as chairman is to enhance, foster, and improve the commercial relationship between the US and Uruguay. So I come from the private sector. I am a lawyer for profession. I've been working in my field for the last 35 years. So my comments in this respect refer to the view of Uruguay in connection with the situation in terms of trade with the US. The AmCham in Uruguay has 90 years old. This year we are celebrating 90 years, so it's a very long-standing relationship. And during all those years, we have had better years, worse years. I think that now we are in a period in which we are in a very good relationship between our countries. However, we have severe challenges in the future, of which I'm very optimistic that we can work in order to improve them, but they are certainly big challenges. Most of them have been debated already, but it is important to insist, at least from the view of someone coming from Uruguay. The greatest challenge for us is to make US companies come back to invest in a region. We need to be attractive. I'm not going to get deep into the why we are where we are, but from here we can look into the future. And this is a major task for not only the LATAM countries, but also from the US perspective. There are certain areas currently which I think, at least in Uruguay, need to be improved and should be the focus for the next short and medium term. And those are IT, which I haven't heard a single word until now. Probably someone will speak about that in the next panels. And clean energy, which will be next panel. Okay. LATAM has had, at least since 2010 onwards, and also the Southern Cone, very big expansion of the renewables sector, wind, solar. We have always been big in hydro. But for example, in Uruguay, currently, most parts of the day are 100% generated by renewables energy. Now we are facing a second cycle. It's a second opportunity. The first opportunity for US companies was, at least again in Uruguay, almost lost. We have some US clients, but They are, as Bob was mentioning, the percentages of the solar panels and lithium batteries and whatever coming from China is incredible. But now there's a second chance. And I can look President Bachelet here because we have Chilean investors intending to develop green hydrogen projects in Uruguay. And they already have some projects in the US and in Australia. And that is certainly at least the future of the sector and a second opportunity. The other sector I need to mention is information technology. Uruguay has made a very big effort in the last 15 years, more or less, in order to develop an ecosystem of IT companies, which currently are exporting lots of services, mainly to the US. The US is the main trade partner. We export to the US more than $1 billion per year, which for a country of 3.5 million population is incredibly big. But that needs to be maintained and be sustainable. And it's not easy. It's not easy, but it's a trend that I think that we have to follow. It was mentioned before, and it will continue to be mentioned, is China. China obviously is one of our main trade partners. We export whatever we produce, meat, soya, rice, etc., to China. But that in terms of products, in terms of services, the US is our main trade partner. So that is something to point out with a loud voice, because it is common to say the US has lost interest for the region, blah, blah, blah. But in IT, they are still very much interested, and we need to take advantage of that. Financing, what Bob was mentioned before, is very relevant. Of course, if the projects cannot be financed, they cannot fly. However, I mean, also speaking from the private sector, financing is not a big problem, because if you have a good project, money is not a problem. So you have funds from everywhere intending to do business in the region, even from the region or from Europe or Arab countries are now also starting to be very active. So another potential competitor in the region. Until now, they have been outside, but they are coming. So the key element in order to make investments attractive is a long-standing work between the Uruguayan governmental sector and also the US public sector. That is where we need to work more and more in order to develop a strategy. And I'm optimistic because in the last year and a half, 2 years in the US, at least in the governmental stage, there is a much more focus in improving the relationship, again, with Uruguay. You know, during the Summit of the Americas, President Biden announced the creation of APEP, which involves all Latin American countries that have free trade agreements, plus Ecuador and Uruguay. So Uruguay has been invited there, and there are some other projects of law in Congress in order to provide Uruguay a special treatment in terms of trade. And what I have heard, I've spoken with some congressmen also, congresswomen, saying that they want to take Uruguay as an example of a country, not very small in territory, although it's small for Latin American standards, but a country that has lots of common values with the US, strong democracy, strong institutions, very low corruption, transparency, things that by itself don't guarantee a country to improve, but they are obviously necessary, more when you speak of a small country. As I said, this year and a half, last year and a half has been very positive in that aspect. We have had several important visitors lately. Last week, Undersecretary Marisa Lago was in Uruguay, promoting also IT and green energy. General Richardson was there also, attending other issues which I will not enter into, which are obviously the increase of criminal organizations and violence. But I mean, we are in a very good moment of our relationship, and I hope it continues, notwithstanding who is the president. But three very small things. The time is now, okay? We have given more than a decade of time, and we need the US to come back and recover now. So rapidness is of the essence. We are in the 21st century. Everything happens like this, okay? Everything needs to be immediately satisfied. So we cannot wait 10 years, 5 years. It has to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with a first question, and this is not a joke, this is a reality. When I was asking my wife for permission to come here for a couple of days, and I said, she asked me, what are you going to do? And I told her, no, I'm going to go to Princeton. This is a very prestigious university. You know, we're going to be talking about investment in Latin America. And she said, and this is true, huh? She said, how are you going to bring investment to Latin America if there are so many countries that does not want to get international investment? And she's a person that reads the news every day, like you guys, and I'm pretty sure that the students here as well. And the headlines that she gets from Mexico, from Colombia, from Venezuela, I'm only mentioning leftist populist countries, but it also happens with right-wing populist countries in Latin America, is the same narrative, is that foreign investment is bad, foreign companies are bad, these are monsters that are coming to our nations, they've been coming to our nations for decades, they've been stealing the jobs, they've been doing good businesses only for them, and they only come here, as it is in the case of the United States, when they need something. How do we destroy that narrative? And if you agree, if that narrative is true. Do you want to start, Rob?
No, I don't think that narrative is true. I think that's a dated sense of external investment. I mean, I think, you know, whether you're talking about Latin America, Africa, the Indo-Pacific, I think one of the real benefits of instantaneous communication, the internet and so forth, is there's a much better understanding that this is truly, in so many ways, a global economy that everybody's part of. And, you know, everybody that aspires, and I completely agree with what was said earlier about, you know, there are many middle-class people across Latin America, and frankly, across the world, who have had aspirations of improving their livelihood and their lifestyle, and they've been disappointed. But I don't see them blaming external forces. I think, frankly, the more investment you can attract, the more jobs that are created. You know, they're not going to say, don't give me that job, I don't want to work for Chinese people, or I don't want to work for whomever. So I don't run into that. I don't see that, and I don't feel like that's a significant impediment.
Yeah, well, I mean, it really depends on where you stand. But foreign direct investment is at actually really high levels in Colombia with a left-wing government that has been accusing the extraction of oil and gas and has really downplayed the whole sector. FDI is risen to its highest level for that sector. That's kind of the viewpoint of foreigners. They're coming to the region, they're coming to our country, and they're coming to those sectors that are either tagged or halted by kind of these economic policies. So it leads us to think that there's genuine interest in the region that has withstanded different types of governments, different types of economic policies, and definitely thanks to kind of the role that the private sector plays, given kind of those challenges and those different narratives that start to play a role. So interest is there. There's a private sector to work collaboratively with kind of government facing all these challenges, as you've mentioned, whether it's the green transition or whether it's inequality or the IT technological challenge, which is so important. So, I mean, I think the numbers speak different to the narrative, and it's really about kind of implementing these new risks and these new challenges into kind of the medium-term narrative, investment narrative.
If I could just add one, an exception to what I said was when China was pursuing particularly access to critical minerals and some other things, they were bringing in Chinese workers in some cases, and then Chinese, not workers, but supervisors. That is changing because the pushback has been quite obvious. And that would be an exception where somebody might say they're coming in and they're stealing our critical minerals and they're only employing their own people. And so that's that. But I think the Chinese learned fast, and they learned that was really not a good way to move forward.
Do you want to add anything?
Just that I will speak only for Uruguay. In Uruguay, we have had, obviously that in the 60s, 70s, the phrase was gringos, go home, etc., etc. I think that changed. We are a country in which we have had mostly center-right governments, except for 15 years of left-wing governments from 2005 to 2020, and in all cases, the politicians have made commercial transactions with anybody, the US, China, whatever, so there is no problem.
Does instability, what's going on right now in Ukraine, what's going on right now in the Middle East, is opening opportunities in Latin America? You mentioned, Haroldo, that the moment is now. Is that because, comparatively speaking, right now Latin America is offering more stability than other regions in the world?
Well, I'm not that sure, no? I think that the whole world looks very unstable, and Latin America, unfortunately, is not the exception. But if we wait for a world to be more stable, then we will wait forever, because it is what it is. I was saying the time is now because I see that there is a real interest in the US government in developing a more focused strategy towards Latin America. And I hope it continues with the next US government, whichever it is.
Do you think, Robert, that these type of situations around the world opens up a window of opportunity in Latin America?
You know, there are some nearshoring opportunities out there, but they're not absolutely pure nearshoring benefits, because again, the Chinese very, very nimble and very quick, and they've found ways to re-engage sort of in the supply chains, even supply chains in the Western Hemisphere. So I think there are some opportunities, but I don't think they're as significant as they were originally thought to be. And I think there's some survey data that suggests that there are a lot of companies that are operating in Vietnam or around China that frankly are quite comfortable staying where they are. So it's a harder sell for some to make the case to come back to Latin America. Mexico is the exception of where the trading relationship is so embedded that there are huge benefits that are already being enjoyed.
Let me do a follow-up on that one. How do you sell Latin America then?
Well, large markets, and not in every country. Uruguay wouldn't fit that description. But there are terms on a regional basis, huge markets. I've, you know, this may sound naive to many of you, but I have thought for the longest time that, you know, if we had really, we, the United States, had really focused on trying to develop a unified hemispheric market that included Canada, the United States, not just Mexico, but on south, and really worked at that sincerely, we could have done something that was truly transformational. But I think for the reasons that were discussed this morning, stability relatively, and predictability, you know, people go in with their eyes open about the rule of law and corruption and things like that. But if they're comfortable with understanding the limits of their risk there, yeah, there's plenty of opportunities for investment.
Do you think this is the moment for Latin America?
I would add that the financial conditions are actually quite favorable for Latin America, as was mentioned also in the economic, regarding kind of the economic, macroeconomic conditions. In general, financial conditions have been improving worldwide this year. The FDI numbers that I mentioned corroborate that, as well as capital flows. Capital flows to emerging markets are at their highest level in a couple of years, including Latin America. And as Latin American countries enabled to bring down inflation quickly, are now on the path to bringing down interest rates. And that's an opportunity compared to other regions that is quite favorable, again, for investment. Regarding nearshoring, I think there's also kind of the same challenges regarding scale. And how long it will take for countries such as Colombia, not Mexico, that already has the tradition. It's near, that's why it's called nearshoring. And Colombia, for example, will still has challenges in terms of kind of implementing adequate levers to really favor trade regarding kind of this nearshoring narrative. So it's going to take more time. And the opportunity in terms of financial conditions, that window of opportunity might be smaller than we think. I'll just give you a sense of also what other types, we're not even talking about nearshoring in China, just to get a sense of Venezuela, our biggest trade partner many years ago. We're again trying to reincorporate that market, but it takes time. And you talk to business leaders and companies, and they're all for it, but it's going to take time and it's going to take efforts. And if the legal certainty is not there, or the rule of law, or whatever, it's going to take more time. And perhaps that window of opportunity is not as broad as we may hope for Latin America.
In Colombia, there's a soccer team that always gets to the final, but never wins. And people that are fans of that team, they don't have this finger. Because every year that they go to the final, they go like, this year we're gonna win. And they've been doing this movement for years, so they don't have this finger anymore. This narrative about that this is the decade of Latin America, I've been hearing this for years. Sir, Medellin, Independiente Medellin. They don't have this year. They don't have this finger. And I've been listening to this narrative for years. I've been listening to a narrative of, this is the decade of Latin America. This is gonna happen. I used to read a lot Mr. Reed over here, The Economist. And I remember one of the main front pages in The Economist about Brazil. And I remember one year a rocket going up, and then a following year or following years later, the rocket going down. That never happened, sir, right? Never happened. Brazil never happened. They told us the story of Brazil. So I'm pretty amazed about what you guys are saying, and hopefully that happens. And I'm crossing my fingers and begging to the Lord that this happens, of course. President Bachelet.
It's working. Well, coming from a country where we do believe in trade and foreign investment, we have had a great experience, and it helped us a lot in terms of our different challenges. And I do believe that when investors can be interested, when you have interesting possibilities that can, of course, be rentable for them, but at the same time of importance for the country. And I do believe that stability is essential, as you mentioned. Rule of law, but not only rule of law, I mean, clear rules in concrete in terms of foreign investment, but that are respected. Or in the case something changes, compensation, in the case that something dramatically changes and you cannot respect your agreements. But there are some challenges as well, because I have to say I've been leading the strategic committee on green hydrogen in my country, and this is something we're really pushing very strongly, but we had challenges like, we need to develop the economy and new areas, but at the same time with environmental standards that can permit us to be sure that everything's going in a clean way and so on. And many regional, when you're talking about the national level, maybe you have all the human capacity to respond to this big project, but when you're going to a particular region, and I'm telling you this because green hydrogen is mainly in Magallanes and Antofagasta, it's not all over the country. So they have very small functionaries, very small group of functionaries. So many of these projects need a sort of, I would say, more muscle in the public institution to be able to respond quickly enough. Because otherwise, what some groups start saying, oh, they invented this word permisología. So it means that you should not ask for so high standards. You should lower them down so it can be quick. And of course, for an investor, they cannot be forever waiting for projects. But there is a challenge there that is a particular issue. And the last thing I want to say, and it's linked to what Robert mentioned as well. For example, in green hydrogen, it's not about, look, this is a good place to invest, export. No, we don't want that anymore. We want that the country wins something, that the region gets something from it, get human capital, technological transfer, and other things, because otherwise, it's not worth it. So that's something that I think is important to consider for the private sector as well, that when they develop a project, they work, and we are doing that, working with the private sector, so they can also think on projects that, on the one hand, the community will accept them, because we had projects in the past that community did not accept on other areas, Patagonia, for example, and but they will feel that they are also winning something, getting something from it on their own development. And I think, I'm not sure if all private sector is enough clear of that. And I think the Chinese example that you mentioned is pretty clear. For Chileans, for example, they want this, and lithium as well, that we are a strong capacity on that, but we want that the country also gets something about it from that.
Absolutely.
Not a question, but it's a comment.
Thank you so much. No, very interesting, Madam President. Thank you.
I absolutely agree. Countries have to get not just something, but a lot from transactions. And one of the advantages of institutions like IDB Invest and the Development Finance Corporation working together is that they can share risk. So there's a very consistent cry going on in Washington and in the European community, the G20 and all, about all these public sector institutions need to take more risk. And they can. And there are different tools. So on a smaller project like that, the risk might be construction of the processing facility for whatever it is. And these institutions, typically construction is the most risky part of any transaction. Once a project gets built, whether it's a power project or a distribution station or whatever it is, the risk goes down significantly, assuming you have decent contracts for off-taking or paying for the power. What we're asking these agencies to do is creatively use a set of tools that they have to take more of that risk on the front end. So, like a guarantee. And you can do guarantees. And so President Lasso mentioned this morning that there was a very innovative swap of debt for conservation in Ecuador, and it will be talked about, I think, in the next panel. But this was real creativity, because the DFC provided a $656 million risk guarantee in the form of political risk insurance. And the IFC provided some cash, and it was truly a creative thing. So we need to be much more creative. We need to recognize that there are tools like guarantees, blended finance, subordinated debt, all these things that can be used that are higher risk than usual, but they're not that risky, and they have to be used to get projects done.
Thank you, Robert. We're going to open up for the audience. We only have 8 more minutes, so whoever has a question, we will be more than happy to take it. Please, thank you.
Very concrete question for you. How important is for the public sector the free trade agreements? Because recently I was in a seminar and with Florida International University, and some of the participants said the era of free trade agreements has ended. There will not be more free trade agreements. There is no appetite in the US for that. Now the words are global supply management, global supply chains. So do you agree with this, that the era of the free trade agreements has ended? And how important then would be for the private sector? And is the private sector ready to change the mind for this new era of global supply chains?
Well, I would say that free trade agreements continue to be very, very important, at least to the United States, because what they say to the investment community is, we're prepared to lower tariff barriers and the like, and we want equal access to your market in order to get access to our market. From a policy standpoint, that's still as strong and obvious as it ever was. Now, the politics on trade are all over the map. I mean, many, and I happen to be one in my party, Republican Party, which is a party that's hard for me to defend. You know, we used to be very pro-trade and pro-free trade. The Democratic Party tended to be less supportive, if supportive at all. Now, we have Democrats that are more in favor of free trade than Republicans. So I can't explain that. There's a lot I can't explain like that. But so I think the value of open markets and free trade is increasingly apparent because of what I said earlier about this being kind of a global marketplace, and people, you know, want to provide opportunities without regard to tariff barriers. So I think markets are getting more open. The value of free trade agreements remains, but the politics has changed.
Thank you.
Hi.
Gabriela.
Because there are no more questions, I was just grabbing the mic with 2 questions. Mercosur, yeah, European Union, with all the agricultural problems, challenges, the last meeting between Emmanuel Macron and Lula. Is the trade deal dead? And that I'm asking that because what kind of opportunities are opening up for US companies in that regard, if any? And the other thing that I'm wondering, Inflation Reduction Act, the type of strategy that the policymakers in the US that President Biden has done to attract massive investments, what does Latin America, what can policymakers do to enhance that attractiveness vis-a-vis China? Thank you.
I'll take the first one. Your question starts speaking about Mercosur. So that is the beginning of the problem. The Mercosur as such is being questioned heavily, at least from the Uruguayan standpoint. It is public that our president has challenged and fought in order to open Mercosur and permit the member countries to enter into direct agreements with third parties. Uruguay intended an approach with China, with what, in my opinion, was more a strategy rather than a reality, and it went nowhere. But I think to some extent it was useful in order to make the US look with more, let's say, love the possibility of doing something more with Uruguay. Mercosur, European Union, as you said, is for me is totally dead. There is no interest from clearly from some countries strong countries within the European Union. So I don't see a future there, and that to some extent opens more opportunities from the US side.
Yeah, Inflation Reduction Act had several goals or objectives. One was to try and encourage and stimulate more investment in domestic production. And that was, I'd say, a largely political imperative for this president. I think it's had, maybe they were intended, but in many cases, perhaps unintended consequences in terms of cross-pressuring our allies in Europe and in Latin America. So, I mean, my view is there needs to be much more flexibility. And I think we need to make smart economic decisions and not smart protectionist decisions. And so that's probably where I would leave it.
We have time for one more question. Mr. Reed.
Following up from Marta's question, it seems to me we're heading not just to a world in which free trade agreements are politically impossible, but we're moving probably to a world of higher tariffs across the board. And Robert, you explained the way that China is, in some sectors, it's actually almost deliberately dumping now because it has overcapacity and the leadership refuses to stimulate the domestic economy. So my question is, how should the Americas respond?
Well, philosophically, I don't believe there's a winner if you start imposing tariffs on each other and trying to punish each other. So this is a kind of a rat hole that's a bad one to go down. And so I would, much rather see if there's some way, through negotiation, that there's some chance to back each party off and maintain some control of this. I'm afraid that if Trump gets elected, that the Chinese tariff situation will go off the deep end. And Biden feels similar pressure, but not to pursue the same levels. So I think it's largely going to depend upon who wins the next election. And in the meantime, Biden has to be careful to not look like he's catering or kowtowing to China by lowering tariffs unilaterally.
Laura, Robert, Haroldo, thank you very much for this very interesting panel. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, welcome, bienvenidos, to our timely panel that tackles the challenges posed by the climate crisis and the dire need of a robust and sustainable development in Latin America, all against the backdrop of sprawling cities, infrastructure gaps, entrenched inequalities, and the continent's massive natural resources and ingenious human capital, especially indigenous forest-making capacities. My name is João Bill. I'm a professor and chair of anthropology and the director of the Brazil Lab at the Princeton Institute for International and Regional Studies. We have a gathering here of incredibly talented individuals and committed institutions that care deeply about a green future for Latin America and the planet. And you are all here because this challenge needs all our best selves and collective action to make pathways real. As Ambassador Pinzón boldly noted this morning, we need to make it happen. That's the real deal. There is no green future without Amazonia. The rainforest makes for 40% of the continent. The region belongs to 9 nations and close to 3,500 formally acknowledged indigenous territories. It is equal to 85% of the contiguous United States. 70% of South America's GDP is produced in areas that receive rainfall or water from the Amazon. Amazonia is also a hotspot of biocultural diversity, and it has more species of plants and animals than any other ecosystem. A major carbon sink, Amazonia is also one of the planet's most threatened geographies. A recent study published by Nature by Brazil Lab affiliate scholars underscores the region's historical resilience to climate change, but also highlights its increasing vulnerability to unprecedented stressors such as warming temperatures, deforestation, extreme drought, thus dramatically altering rainfall patterns with catastrophic consequences for agriculture and energy production, not to mention the genocidal toll on the incredibly rich human and non-human forms of life that make the forest and are made by it. We couldn't be prouder to bring to Princeton some of the most prominent and capable minds to give the vital Latin American planetary nexus with its forests, its growing cities, and its peoples a chance. Me and you, we got more yesterday than anybody. The Princeton Nobel laureate Toni Morrison wrote in Beloved, "Me and you, we got more yesterday than anybody." Both indicting this country's foundations built on slavery and affirming the need to consciously make futures, for futures are not given. We need some kind of tomorrow. After all, our time is specialized in producing absences, reminds us the Brazilian indigenous leader Ailton Krenak in his potent manifesto, Ideas to Postpone the End of the World. My provocation about postponing the end of the world, he says, is exactly to always be able to tell one more story. Some kind of tomorrow, one more story to tell. Some key elements of that story in the making are here in the panel and throughout our cross-sector conference. With their very best hearts and minds, our panelists want to share their critical knowledge and vision. Yes, with creative public pressure, sustained policies, and sustained investments, a different kind of economy and tomorrow for our wounded cities and landscapes. Princeton's service to humanity passes through Latin America, a critical nexus in the fight for the planet's green shift. Juan Pablo Bonilla is the head of climate change and sustainable development of the Inter-American Development Bank and former Minister of the Environment in Colombia. Mauricio Rodas is a former mayor of Quito in Ecuador and co-chair of the World Economic Forum Global Commission of Biodiverse Cities. Miriam Medel Garcia is the Director of Strategy and Climate Policy of the expert group 1 Point and former chief of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. And finally, our own Ramon Cruz is the Charles and Mary Robertson Visiting Professor here at Princeton and has held various environmental policy positions in Puerto Rico and the mainland US. We are humbled by your presence. We want to learn from you and take all the efforts being forged with such great urgency and commitment from so many quarters and countless more to a new threshold. A green future is our generation's defining story. As for the format of our panel, each panelist will take about 5 minutes for initial remarks, and I will then moderate a brief conversation between the panelists, and then we will open up to questions from the audience. Let's give our distinguished panelists a warm, warm welcome. Start with you.
Thank you for that introduction, and I wanted to say to the Dean and to Ambassador, a good friend, Juan Carlos Pinzón, for this invitation, and for all of you for your attention to this panel. I like a lot the way you framed the introduction about the transversality of the challenge of climate and sustainability, because it's about people, it's about private sector, but it's about cities, it's about rural development. And I think the sustainability agenda of the region has to go through the social agenda. We cannot talk about all these issues if we don't consider poverty, inequality as part of the challenge. But at the same time, how the private sector, productivity, competitiveness goes through the sustainability agenda. So the approach that we're having at the IDB is seeing sustainability first from the territory. We have developed the urban and sustainable cities area in parallel with the rural development area, and starting seeing all the connection of cities, Mauricio would refer about that, with rural development related to climate, and how the different sectors are part of this agenda. We talk about energy in the past, but we need to talk about transportation, about water and sanitation, about social issues, about trade. So the way we're organizing is a good example also of how the countries are facing this in a transversal way. Because you have the most important change from the Kyoto Protocol in '97 to the Paris Agreement from policymaking is that before the commitments were just from the developed countries. In the Paris Agreement, the most important result is that all developing countries also committed to have the NDCs, the National Determined Contributions. And those are made every 4 years, not only to see how we reduce emissions, but how to adapt to the impacts of climate. The question is if those documents has been just led by the Ministries of Environment or has been discussed with the different sectors and with the Ministries of Finance to see the implication of this into national budgeting, into planning. So the first thing that I wanted to say is that hopefully the NDCs, the National Development Contribution, should be planning documents to be part of the national development plans of a country. And the role of the Ministers of Finance is every day more important. So we have developed a platform for Ministers of Finance for climate and sustainability to start thinking about climate innovation, to start thinking about taxonomies, about the impacts of natural disasters. And right now, Chile is coordinating the platform, the Minister of Finance, but we're coordinating that every year. If you pass to sectors, energy, we talk a lot about energy in the last, I see, going back to the question about the opportunity of the region or not, we consider that Latin America is part of the solution for this. We have a very clean matrix, about 60% of the region is hydro. This is the only region in which 16 countries has committed to go to 70% of renewables by 2030. But at the same time, if you compare coal power plants, we have about 4.9% compared to 38 worldwide. The expansion of that matrix with wind and solar has been 120% more solar in the last 10 years, more than 40%. Is becoming the first input, as President Bachelet said, to have hydrogen, clean hydrogen, no blue hydrogen, but green hydrogen, because of the expansion of solar and wind. But at the same time, you see the minerals. You see the reserves that we have about lithium, about copper, about platinum, to all the transition, and I think there is a huge opportunity. But we have to do it right. It's not only creating the opportunity for private sector investment, but involving the communities in the beginning and providing the technical cooperation support to the sectors, to the cities, to make this happen. Second, agriculture. We have to talk a lot about rural development, because most of the emissions of the region are coming from what we call a follow, is land use, forestry, agriculture, and this is becoming every day more important with the reduction of poverty. We cannot just talk about the new regulation of Europe and how that will affect the export from different countries of the region, speaking about Mercosur, for cattle production, agriculture, but how this is an opportunity to make the agricultural, cattle production, and rural development more productive is adaptation to climate, but at the same time, how to support rural communities. So with the social department of the bank, many things that the social department of the bank did in the past with conditional cash transfers, oportunidades in Mexico, Marta is a good example, the results in health and education of conditional transfers could be right now the base to work directly with local communities for agroforestry or to climate impacts. If you have a disaster, the fastest way to support communities could be through cash transfers. If you want to support agroforestry in the Amazon, you can use Bolsa Floresta, for example, as a good example to start doing that. So see how many things that we learned from the social sector in the past can now be the solution to rich, very poor communities, related agroforestry, related impacts to climate. cities. Everybody talk about reduction of greenhouse gases. Mauricio, as mayor, knows the impact of drainage in the cities right now, just of rain. The investment that we need to do in infrastructure to do better drainage at the city level is going to be huge. So again, there is a lot of opportunity to do that also with private sector investment. But in order to do that, we need climate finance innovation. And it's what Robert was mentioning in the panel before. So we have been pioneering a couple of issues like sustainability-linked bonds. We supported Uruguay, was the first one in the world, linked to the NDC of Uruguay, has in a step down and up in the market. Chile also was pioneering this with a very important bond. But then we use guarantees, policy-based guarantees, to do debt for nature swaps. So we did the first one in Barbados. It's a guarantee that the ADB provides to issue new bonds to do a debt conversion, and the money that is freed goes to natural protection. So we did in Barbados for marine protected areas, and the word that Robert mentioned that we supported to Ecuador with DFC, that the first tranche was for Galapagos, and hopefully the second tranche would be now for Amazon. And to finalize Amazon, we have developed the Amazon initiative at the bank, and now the president of the ADB is leading Amazon Forever. But it's a comprehensive way to see the Amazon. We have to stop talking that the problem of the Amazon is deforestation or not, people again. So what are the alternatives for people? It's bioeconomy, but at the same time you have cities. So we're developing a pillar of cities, rural development in the Amazon, digitalization and infrastructure to make the Amazon in a sustainable way. And the IDB is right now leading Amazon Forever, that is an umbrella program to also work with the main 20 development banks of the region, and from Birinvest, the private sector, also to start working with private sector banks in the Amazon, with ministers of finance of the Amazon, the Forum for Amazon Cities for COP30. So the agenda is every day growing more, but the question is how, listening to all the panels before, this fits into national priorities. Because it's a global issue, so everybody's saying, okay, this is global, but all the impacts are local. And how we can introduce all this problem into the decision-making of national government plans, again, and how to prioritize investments in this area is going to be the key in a transversal way. So I'll stop there to start.
Juan Pablo, for this very comprehensive approach, traversal, but also multi-scalar. So we will now hear from Miriam Garcia.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, first of all, I want to thank Ambassador Juan Carlos Pinzón and the School of Public Policy and International Affairs of Princeton University for this invitation. It has so far been very, very enlightening, very motivating to listen to all the panelists and to listen to their passion about development in Latin America. And the conversation couldn't be completed if we didn't discuss about green, I will not say green future, I will say green present. Because the problem is here now, and the solutions are basically urgent, and we needed to have them in place probably yesterday. So Juan Carlos has already set up the scene, as well as you did in a very poetic manner. And yes, the issue here is people. And I think that is a very important departing point, because often when we discuss climate change, everybody tends to go into, oh, we have to save the planet and look at the polar bears and etc. Well, actually, no. The planet will have no problem surviving. Species will be extinct, and the ones that are in trouble are basically us, humans. And what is in place here, what is in play here is our livelihood, our way of life, and as you said, our future, and I will add our present. To what you just said, I would probably add 2 or 3 things related to infrastructure and how it is receiving all these pressures from climate change. One is most of the emissions from the region come from land use. So what we have is agricultural intensification, and then utilization, actually moving the border between nature and cities and settlements for housing and for commodity production. So far, 60% of the land of the continent is already degraded, and about 45% of that is irreversibly degraded. No way back. That land has lost its ability to capture carbon and has lost its ability to be productive. The second point, which I'm sure Mayor Rodas will go deeper into, is 80% of the 700 million people in Latin America live in cities. 84% more or less are city dwellers. So we are a heavily urban region, and that has obviously very clear pressures on everything, on energy needs, on water demands, on food demands, on mobility services, and very evident problems related to pollution and waste management. And then to add to that, our transportation systems are basically by bus. So we are also the region in the world with the highest use of bus transportation that is reliant almost purely on fossil fuels. There's no electrification of public transport. And then we have minerals and a hydrocarbon extraction that have led to very devastating impacts on biodiversity. So what we do have with all of this, so we have climate change, climate vulnerability on one hand, and then unsustainable models of development, and that has really created an infrastructure backlog. Our infrastructure is very obsolete, but I would say that may be actually good news. Why? Because we do have now the opportunity to modernize, to change, to innovate, to create new and to develop infrastructure in a way that is sustainable and that is climate resilient. The very bad news about that, it is extremely costly. I was looking into estimates on how much the infrastructure upgrading of the region would be. Actually, I found a very nice study from Inter-American Development Bank, but I will cite ECLAC, not IDB. All of them are in the trillions. So the estimate from ECLAC is that we would need between 2.1 and 2.8 trillion US dollars over the period 2023 to 2030 for a gross domestic product of the region of around 5 trillion. So that is really a lot of money. And I'm not talking about national budget. I'm talking about gross domestic product. So probably governments will simply, they will not be able to cope. And I refer to governments because the region has also been traditionally, I mean, they have been the ones to develop the infrastructure. This is a region where the government is the one in charge of that. So what do we need to do? We need to bring in the private sector, and I appreciate the intervention from the previous panel when they very clearly pointed out the opportunities for the private sector, and I would say the need for the private sector to come in and invest and develop and operate in big, massive giga infrastructure projects. The issue here, and I'm almost done, is we need to motivate the private sector. And here is where my problem comes in. We do not have, or I haven't been able to find, a credible business model that speaks about profitability. So we have to do this because our survival is in the mix. But we need to speak private sector, and we need to bring in the profitability. And then in the region, and I will finish now, the region needs to really to start motivating private sector. We do need to move into regulation in accordance with the intergovernmental agreements, the Paris Agreement being the most important, but really not the only one. Then right type of incentives. For example, the Inflation Reduction Act from the United States could be an example to study. I'm not saying to follow, but maybe to study, so to create some incentives for the private sector, to stop subsidizing some business as usual type of business, development of innovative financial mechanisms, capacity development for planning, which President Bachelet referred to in the previous panel. Bureaucrats really do need to understand and to work on project preparation and to be able to relate to the developers. Stakeholder engagement, communities, because if the community is not buying it, it's not going to work. And then the promotion of transparency, accountability mechanisms that goes also to combating corruption and dispute resolution. So it is really a big task. I think it really is going to be very difficult because it means changing the ways we do things. It's really changing our whole operation system, our whole mindset. But we're, on the one hand, we have no choice, but on the other hand, it may actually be a very good way to promote sustainability, to promote economic growth, and to promote prosperity for the people of the continent. Thank you.
No, thanks so much, Marina. And I think along the lines, we want to hear now from former Mayor of Quito, Mauricio Rodas. You know, they're also, Latin America is also populated with many initiatives and innovations and efforts at leapfrogging. So how to harness those things up to scale, right, is another challenge here. Mayor Rodas.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's really great to be part of this conference and to speak about a green future for Latin America. You said that we cannot think about a green future for the region without the Amazonia. I would also say that we cannot think about the green future for Latin America without cities. And not only because it is in cities where 84% of the people in Latin America live, but also because without cities, it will be impossible for countries to meet their indices, to meet the Paris Agreement goals. So according to Secretary General Antonio Guterres, it is in cities where the battle against climate change will be defined. So basically, we need to transform our cities into climate resilient spaces. And I think that there are many mayors in the region doing great things, taking bold, innovative action, in many cases, much more so than national governments in the climate agenda. But unfortunately, and this is key, cities confront a global financial architecture that was designed for countries. In order for cities to become climate resilient around the world, they would need around $5 trillion per year to transform their infrastructure, into a climate resilient one. The question is, how can cities access that huge amount of financial resources under the current rules of the game? The current financial system was designed in Bretton Woods in the 40s, when the world was not nearly as urbanized as it is today. We live now in a different reality, where the current financial system is not fit for purpose anymore. So just like Juan Pablo mentioned, we need financial innovation. So we must reform that financial system and make it more cities friendly. And there are several initiatives out there in this regard. I am actually working on something that we just launched, the Global Commission on Urban SDG Finance, to explore reforms to the international financial system, to develop more direct financial facilities for cities, for them to increase their access to climate finance. One of them has to do with creating a Green Cities Guarantees Fund. And this touches a very sensitive issue, because part of the fact that the current financial system is country-focused has to do with the fact, with the reality that actually in 56% of countries of the world, cities are legally banned from borrowing. They cannot access international markets. In the other 44% of countries in the world, cities can access international finance, but they have to meet certain requirements. In many countries of Latin America, for example, cities must get a national government's guarantee. A national government's guarantee that may not be granted because of political rivalries between the national and the local government, something that I personally suffered from when I was mayor. And trust me, it's hard. So, and unfortunately, this is something that many cities and many mayors are facing around the world, and that is preventing cities from accessing finance to develop climate initiatives. For me, that's unresponsible. It is scary to think that just because of politics, we are not doing the right thing to do to fight against climate change by empowering cities. Cities should be the drivers in the battle against climate change. But because of these reasons, they are not doing so as needed. So the idea of creating, for example, a Green Cities Guarantees Fund can become a tool for cities to overcome the need of a highly politicized national sovereign guarantee to access international markets, to access finance in a timely and an affordable way. This is the kind of ideas that I think we should be fostering at this point. Now, I also think we should think about the fact that many cities in Latin America are embarking themselves into very important mitigation projects. When I was mayor, thanks to the IDB and other multilateral development banks, we actually built the first metro line in the city and in the country. It wasn't easy to get the national government's guarantee, but we managed to do it. But I also think that we are probably underlooking the need to invest more in adaptation. Juan Pablo mentioned drainage. Absolutely agree. We need to invest more in making our cities more adapted to increasingly severe climate hazards. Not only floods, take extreme heat, what Mexico is suffering right now. I mean, think about this. Mexico is suffering right now of very severe heat waves in April. We haven't got to the summer yet. So that gives us an idea of how rapidly the climate is changing and how we must adapt our cities to face those challenges. Only 9% of total climate finance goes to adaptation. We must shift that imbalance. And a way to do that is by fostering the vision of a biodiverse city. What is a biodiverse city? It's a vision of a city as a living system where the built environment, the social structures, and the natural capital coexist in harmony. Now, think about this. How about if we shift the way we're investing in cities by considering investing more in nature-based solutions? Nature-based solutions for infrastructure are, on average, 50% more cost-effective than gray infrastructure. It delivers 28% more value added. Yet, nature-based solutions for infrastructure only receive 0.3% of total urban infrastructure investments. So this is the kind of thing we should be looking at, we should be discussing in order to make our cities climate resilient, in order to make our region a more green one. Thank you.
All the work you do and for this perspective, which really shows innovation from the ground up and playing against larger scales that many times stifle the possibility of thinking the future otherwise. So Ramon Cruz, bring it home.
Yes, can you hear me? Yep. Okay, well, first I will join all the accolades and say thanks to Ambassador Pinzón for organizing this conference and bring us together. I enjoyed a lot, our conversations about these topics as well. And well, so I will try, one of the, I guess, disadvantages of being the last one is that many points have been said. So I will try to, come up with a broom and try to, comment a little bit on that, and then maybe, bring a few things that might not have been mentioned. I'll start first with the opportunity, something that you finished, Mauricio, with in terms of adaptation, because it is actually the one item that the region has one voice on, and brings the biggest opportunity. Because the mitigation has been always difficult, I mean, you have been a lot in the negotiations, and, that there's an ideological division in the region. No, some countries that are much more, the mitigation part that the global north has to pay, and they cause the problem, and therefore they should pay for it. Some other ones that have taken, not that they would not support that vision, but also thinking, well, we all have to decarbonize, work on decarbonization and mitigation as well. So, but the adaptation part, it's something that really brings the whole region together. And there's so much there, and also because, we cannot afford not to do anything as a region because, it's our future ultimately. And especially with food, Pablo, you brought agriculture, but, and that is one of the main exports of the region, and at the same time, one of the sectors that are most vulnerable to climate change, and in the future. So it is something that we really need to work it as a region all together. And then, in terms of devising strategies to work on that, there's a real difficulty, I think, in Latin America, because we suffer, I guess, that middle class problem, of we are rich enough not to access all the financial, all the international cooperation and aid, but we're poor enough not to have enough resources to deal with these big challenges, And so that middle class problem, it's very real for us because, a lot of the aid is going to Africa and to Asia in comparison to what can happen in Latin America. And so, let's see, other things. In terms of investment, you mentioned, that we have, in general, a clean portfolio of, in terms of energy. At the same time, there are missed opportunities. I think, the creation of electrical grid or developments that could really help the region, and trans-boundaries. There has been a lot of focus on pipelines, the construction of pipelines, that it's infrastructure of, the 20th century, focusing on fossil fuels. But well, with electrification and trying to clean the grid, there's and then interconnectivity, even between regions and countries, then, we have it's a vast geographical area, but it's also a connected area in many aspects. Let's see, some other, in private sector, I think, I think that's a work in progress, but in general in the region, there's some good or responsible companies, or we're starting to see, at least, in GFANZ, that something called the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero. There you have actually like 10% of the companies that have signed up are from the region. The majority, and that may sound small, but actually from the developing country, that's the biggest portion, because almost 90% of it comes from the global north private sector. So actually our private sector is starting to wake up, I think, and show signs that could be positive. And of course the role also of the multilateral development banks on how crucial this is. You cannot, of course, bank the whole trillions of dollars that are needed that both of you mentioned, but the potential for being a catalyst to go in the right direction, it's very important, and also minimize the risk so that the private sector gets much more aggressive. And the last point I will make is, I think most of you mentioned, that challenge of the just transition and how important it is. Something that worries me as an environmentalist is when we think of all the potential of the extractive industries, and all the minerals that are needed for this clean future. it's in Latin America. And then within Latin America, a lot of that is actually in land that is with a big concentration of indigenous communities, in indigenous nations. And so, we cannot really repeat, that history of extraction and that history of colonialism that has been, especially for those communities, so unfair. So many challenges for the future in that regard.
We open up to questions from the audience, just to follow on what Ramon, what you just said. Recent studies show that, let's say, about 1/3 of the rainforest globally that's standing, happens in areas where indigenous communities live. So they are making the forest, they're keeping the forest standing. There's a lot of conversation about nature-based solutions, but very little conversation about how recuperating or incorporating the knowledge, the ancestral knowledge of indigenous communities, but also rewarding the contributions that they give to keeping the forest standing, which is crucial in terms of carbon sink, et cetera, et cetera. So do you see in the international sphere any possibility of bringing indigenous communities, their plight, but also their knowledges to bear in actual policies?
Yes, and I also need to talk about private sector because everybody's talking about private sector. Indigenous communities, we're learning every day more. And tomorrow I have a meeting in Washington with COICA. They gather more than 500 indigenous communities in the Amazon. We started developing a fund with them for bioeconomy. And I learned a lot from Gregorio, the first president of COICA. Now we have Fanny Quiruy, the first women, indigenous, Colombian president of COICA. And they said, listen, we don't want to be any more beneficiaries. And I learned a beautiful word. They said, why don't we co-create? But President Bachelet mentioned something very important. You need to invest first in the institutional capacity, not only of the institutions, but also of the communities to do it. So we provided $1 million to COICA to strengthen their capacity to develop the fund, and we're doing that together. It's gonna be a 10 to 15 million fund dollars for the economy that we expect to grow. The IDB will manage the fund, but hopefully we'll transfer that fund to them directly, okay? It's just one example of things that we're learning every day from them. Second, private sector, Ramon. I think Robert mentioned Bid-Invest before. We just finished the annual meeting of the IDB, and we have a new institutional strategy that is based on poverty and inequality, climate and sustainability, sustainable growth, how the interaction of those three is key. But the most important result of the annual meeting was the capital increase of Bid-Invest, the private sector arm of the IDB group. We have right now a 30% climate finance goal for IDB as a group. We're discussing with our board to increase that to 40% and 5% of green, biodiversity and nature. But the capital increase of Bid-Invest is based on getting to 60% of their finance related to green growth. So the signal that the IDB group is sending about the importance of the private sector for green growth is gonna be key. Bid-Invest is already the most important financier in Latin America of solar, wind, all the development, for example, in Uruguay that was mentioned before, UTE, Bid-Invest finance that, green lines, buses, we have 5,000 buses in Chile and Bogota, Bid-Invest finance those. So you see how the private sector is gonna be key with good regulation. So we need for hydrogen to work from the public side of what we need to reform to attract private sector investment, and then bring all the private sector to be the motor, the driver for green growth. So I just wanted to say that before the questions. Cities. We went to Denver with the president of the IDB. The Department of State had a very nice meeting last year about American cities with Latin American cities. And for me, it was frustrating seeing mayors of the US saying we can issue bonds to do A, B, and C. All the drainage infrastructure in Washington, the resiliency project in Washington, it was a 2.6 billion resiliency bond to finance. You cannot do that in Latin America. So we're in the process of developing a program, Mauricio, for cities. We need to go to the board, to all the financing instruments that we have for the national government, see if we can apply those to cities. But of course, as you said, we need to do that with the ministers of finance. And see for some cities that have good fiscal management, we could go without guarantee of the nation. That's gonna take some time, but I think it's the way to go for the future. Sorry that I expand too much, but.
There is, I mean, after a lot of struggle in the climate change process, in the United Nations climate change process, finally, local communities and people, an indigenous peoples platform was created. The problem is that it does seem like they are the beneficiaries, and they are, so, okay, here we are, we're the governments, we're 197 parties, and we're gonna negotiate. And then we're gonna create your platform so you can discuss amongst yourselves and you can tell us what you think. So, I mean, that is actually the problem with, with this articulation and the lack of understanding what it means to bring on the perspectives of indigenous peoples. What I also, and then you have this whole issue of the expansion of the conference of the parties, where the last COP, I mean, we had 90,000 people joining, which becomes really very, very inefficient, almost ridiculous. So what I would say is, and it's also something I always tell people, the lobbying, the advocacy, and the conversation has to be done back at home, in capital, in the city, in the community, and governments still need to be held accountable for defending the interests of these peoples. So it is an issue of accountability for governments. Of course, spaces need to be created and they need to be heard and they need to be co-creators and they need to be supported, etc. And we all need to benefit from the solutions that they provide because they are the ones that know the space. But it is more a matter of, I still think it's a matter of going back to the basics of the national politics and incorporating their views into the national positions. Because at the end of the day, out of the 90,000 people that were in Dubai, only 400 were negotiating, and only 400 were the ones coming up with the agreements that then go back to capitals, go back to governments, and then become regulation, become legislation, and become national policies and programs.
Fantastic, and I actually wanted to please get the mic, because Ecuador is this incredible like pioneer right of nature, right? So, and now this, the biodiversities, there's something quite striking and original that happened in terms of an imagination of an otherwise of a different future. And just tell us a little bit more about that scale, the political imagination, and how do you get public support for those visionary senses, both constitutional, but also in terms of policy making?
I think it all comes to improving people's quality of life. So if you advance towards a vision of a biodiversity, you will have a greener, healthier space for all to thrive. So I don't think it is that hard to make that case. And I am quite happy to see actually more and more mayors engaged with these kind of ideas, much more so than in the past. Because in the past, you thought that maybe speaking about climate wasn't politically sexy. But now I think that mayors are realizing that it's not only about climate, it's really about improving people's lives, and even more so, it is about saving people's lives. Because when you, for example, build infrastructure to make your city more adaptive to a changing climate, a city that is suffering from floods or from extreme heat or from devastating climate hazards, it is really about saving people's lives. And if mayors are concerned about things being politically profitable, there's nothing more profitable than saving people's lives or nothing more unprofitable than not doing so. So I think that local authorities are becoming more and more aware of the need to embark in this kind of trends. Now, I'm going to go back to Juan Pablo's point. It's great to hear that the IDB is fostering this kind of ideas and discussions. And I really think that the MDBs are really aware of the need to develop more direct financial facilities for cities. But the problem is that the mandate of MDBs is focused around countries. I mean, the guys sitting on the MDB's boards are ministers of finance. So it is really difficult to think that national governments would be willing to change the rules of the game, to change the way the money is allocated, because the money is allocated, I mean, the money coming from the NDBs is allocated through the national government. And very frequently, unfortunately, it is allocated under political and not technical criteria. So that's the problem. That's why we are not only thinking about fostering this idea of the Green Cities Guarantees Fund, but actually we think this can become a stepping stone towards something much more bolder and innovative, which is, why not creating a Green Cities Development Bank? Like a World Bank for cities that would be governed by a city logic, not a country logic, right? That would be paying attention to the specificity of urban climate projects. And I think that such an institution, rather than becoming a competition for an NDB, it could become a great partner, because they can collectively allocate resources for more and more climate projects. So I think this is the kind of new dynamic we should be looking at if we are really to change things in a drastic way, as we should, because the clock is ticking.
Joe, well, just very quickly on your question on indigenous people, you know, and the reason I wasn't here in the morning was I was actually at the UN in the Sustainability Week, but also the Forum on Indigenous, you know, peoples it's happening right now. So you could see the UN full of, you know, all these different, you know, they all come in their native attire, you know, and it's beautiful, but unfortunately it often stays, you know, in that superficial way. I don't know if, you know, I see the experience here in the US, and actually before coming here, I was president of the Sierra Club, which is a very old organization here in the US, and that have its own past with indigenous people. And I remember, you know, in having that opportunity or that privilege, talking to many indigenous leaders. Remember one from the Lemhi Nation in Washington State that told me once, you know, I think that I truly believe that the federal government agencies are just managing our extinction. You know, and it's very sad, you know, to think of, you know, all that knowledge, and there is no, even though you have official forums, it's not taken into consideration, and it's kind of like a satellite, the way that it happens, and so I wish we were incorporating that, but you know, that knowledge and put it into, you know, in the regulatory frameworks of especially in the extractive industries, but that is not happening really. Yeah. And so I'm, you know, I will definitely be always in the advocacy community pushing for that and governments for that, but I don't see governments to, you know, we're not at an equal level.
Yeah. And that's so important, Ramon, thank you, because if we think about, you know, keeping the forests standing, so to speak, and we know that in the Amazon, 20 million people live in cities, so the cities, you know, are part and parcel now of the rainforest as well. So how can we incorporate also creatively the knowledges that come, especially if one thinks of forest restoration practices, for example, which can become a very important industry, right? Important element in the decarbonization initiatives, right? So, and I love what you say, why not? I always tell my students, why not make it good, just and beautiful? And I will always say, why not make it green? Right? Why not? So let's open to the audience. Now we have a few people. Okay, wonderful. So we have the first Ben. Yep.
Hi. I wanted to follow up on a comment that the former mayor of Quito made in his opening remarks, that very little of the climate funds that are spent are on adaptation. And that seems particularly critical when we think about this question of urban climate finance, where a lot of the kinds of projects that cities are looking to do are really basic urban infrastructure and urban public goods that are climate friendly. The problem is that it doesn't always make money for the people who are financing. So this question of sustainable growth and participation of the private sector that comes in very easily in mitigation isn't as suited for a lot of the adaptation projects. How do you think about trying to overcome that seeming contradiction?
Yes, the big problem is that usually adaptation projects are not economically profitable. But the reason why I mentioned in my previous intervention the issue of politics is just like adaptation projects are not economically profitable, for many mayors, adaptation projects are not politically profitable because they are usually not visible. They are not profitable until you actually use them, you need them. But that may take years or decades, right? So that's why I was making the point that fortunately, I think there's a growing awareness, even if a mayor is thinking about politics and not thinking in a responsible way about the fact of protecting people as a priority, which should be the case. But even if you think that way, I think that given the fast pace in which these climate hazards are becoming more and more severe, now it is also a political demand to embark on adaptation projects. Now, let's go to the point of an attractive business model. That's really a challenge. And that's the $1 million question, how to make those projects profitable. 1 billion. And probably, you know, there's not a direct answer for that. But maybe a way to go about it is to package groups of projects, combining projects with adaptation and mitigation components so as to make the whole package attractive as a business model. That's something that some countries are trying, some cities are trying, and it has been fairly successful as of now. We still need to pilot those initiatives in a much greater way. But I think that's probably the only way to do it, because we need the private sector. And I think that unfortunately, one of the reasons why the private sector has not invested more directly in cities is because for the most part, the private sector has been used to deal with national governments, not with local governments. We need to create spaces for mutual understanding between city officials and private investors. And I think that should be happening from the early stages of the project cycle. And I think that, for example, international organizations, MDBs, can foster technical assistance facilities for those spaces for mutual understanding to take place. I think that that could help significantly.
Awesome. Let's, President Bachelet, yes. Yeah. But yeah. It's there. It's on.
Oh, no, don't worry. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
No, let me bring some different perspective. Not that I don't agree with all what you said. Is that, to tell you the truth, when you are in office, one of the more difficult situations is to decide what to do. Because on one hand, you need the economy. You need to have more incomes to solve health, education. I mean, so many demands, housing, et cetera, et cetera. So you need the economy, of course. But also you need, I mean, because I am somebody who do believe in climate change, that we need to tackle it. And so we need environmental measures. And on the other hand, we need to respect indigenous communities. But when we're talking about indigenous community, they're not homogeneous. In my country, we have indigenous communities in the north that are very good negotiators. They really, I mean, in all kinds of things, they sit down, they discuss their terms, and it's very easy to talk to them and to agree with them. And now, as a matter of fact, in Salar de Atacama, the lithium production there, the people in charge is having some troubles with that, but they're working on it. But on the other hand, there are other places where they don't want nothing. Nothing at all. So I want to say there is not a magic recipe for this. And the only important thing, I believe, is try to do what you need to do, respecting human rights, and trying to find a way that you respect the human rights of communities or indigenous groups that might be affected. For example, in the north, you need dumps because they're agriculture where they have no water, they need water. So sometimes you need to take certain decisions, But you try to convince the other party and try to compensate and try to find a way to do it. But it's not easy, I have to say. It's much easier to talk about it than to do it. And sometimes your heart is broken because you need to make very difficult decisions. But one thing that maybe, on terms of cities, and sometimes it could be easier because probably the private sector, when they work with the government, they have sort of the guarantee, the financial guarantee, the support, the backup. Maybe the way to do it as well is cities. I understand what you mentioned before, and not always easy to with some governments, but sometimes if there can be a combination, that somebody can provide the shoulders, if I may say, the support, so a city could have the possibilities. In my country, we did a lot of infrastructure before me, and based on concessions, and it was a system that worked pretty well, and we did a lot on that. But I'm not saying that is the only model. And the other thing I wanted to say, what I'm lacking in this conversation, if I can say, is that all our discussions is what each country will be doing. Mitigation, adaptation, of course, adaptation is something really needed. But how can we as Latin America integrate better? Because none of us alone will solve the problem. And one of the things that I'm really sad about, because it was a very interesting project, it was sort of integration of an energy all over Latin America. Even if we think it only on the green future, I mean, with all the natural resources and clean energy that we have, if we were able to solve sort of, there is a technical word that I forgot, but I don't know if it's a grid or the pipelines, something that could help that everyone, and it's known that if we do that, we will have access to energy for everyone. So we're losing potential. And I lost track on that, but I imagine that maybe it has been because of the political issues in the region the last years that did not permit that. But that would be so good if that could be, because it will also have an important positive impact on environment.
So let's.
So what I want to ask is somebody knows why it did not work.
Lively, hands. So let's collect a few more questions, then we have a final round of responses, right? Let's just collect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Excuse me. Thank you so much. My name is Teddy. I'm a junior undergraduate studying public and international affairs here at Princeton. First of all, thank you so much for coming. It's such an honor and privilege for undergraduates like us to be in the same space as experts like yourselves. My question revolves around geoengineering. I am in a climate change adaptation and policy course, and it's the first time I've ever heard of the subject, and we had a very interesting debate this past week about the ethics of geoengineering. And so I was wondering, as experts within your circles, within Latin America as a region that's trying to become a leader on the climate change front, if this is ever a topic that comes up, and if you think options like solar radiation management and perhaps cloud farming are actual viable options to be discussed going forward.
Yes. We have one more question there. Yes. And then one more there. Yes. And then we'll have final words from the panel.
Yeah. Hey everyone, thank you so much for such an enlightening and useful discussion. My name is Gustavo. I'm a junior student from the Aymara community in Bolivia. And my first question, it was kind of like two-part question. The first one is, are we giving up on rural areas? Are we giving up in, assuming that 80% of the population in Latin America is in urban areas? What about the urban areas? What about the rural areas? What type of work is being developed over there? Specifically taking into account that indigenous communities are the ones that populate those areas, and they are being depopulated as urbanization advances as well. So how do we balance that out? And the other question was to, I remember that it was mentioned, that we need to change the way we think in order maybe to be open more to, financial innovation. But how do we change that? Is it really possible to change that, having, let's take the example of a country like Bolivia that has had rich resources throughout history, but is still one of the poorest, and that now that holds still the largest lithium reserves and is one of the least producers of lithium-ion batteries. How do we change the mindset of these type of countries that are really, close to negative extractivist activities in Latin America? Thank you so much.
I don't have a question, I have a comment, and it is in line with a little bit with what Gustavo was mentioning earlier. I am originally from Colombia. My name is Yamiles Levy, and I have been in Princeton for quite a while. And while brainstorming with colleagues here in Princeton about how to tackle climate change at the local level, we not only considered the pillars that you guys are discussing now, which are mitigation and resiliency or resilience, but we also contemplated another pillar that's very important which is conservation. I feel that we shouldn't overlook the power of mitigation that trees have. So pretty much keeping the rural and in cities growing very strategically, and the potential to also to absorb water when we're talking about flooding of cities and situations like that. So in terms of considering the ways to tackle global climate change at the Latin American level, I feel like the conservation component shouldn't be overlooked. I just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you all, and there can be conversations later or a coffee break. So really appreciate because this issue is so pressing and it tackles so many scales, and so we want to give each panelist like one extended minute, okay, to address one aspect of the multiple questions asked.
Thank you for the extended. First of all, going to the adaptation question that I think is very good. The way we are approaching this is that we don't have adaptation projects or climate change projects. Because I think it's the wrong way to incorporate the climate dimension into that. What we're trying to do is how, in the development project that we do, you incorporate climate. So for example, if you go to cities, drainage systems, of course, an adaptation. But all the new infrastructure that you are developing has to be resilient, has to have the adaptation component. So if you go to Bid-Invest, our private sector, they are including in any port, in any road that they finance through concessions, how to make that resilient. So it's not an adaptation project. It's a road that we need to incorporate the resilience. It's a port, a bridge, even energy. Thinking about green lines, I don't know if you listen my extended minute, but I was just saying that we need to incorporate adaptation and resiliency into the projects that we do of infrastructure, even lines. If you go to the Caribbean, the best way to talk about resiliency of transmission is underground lines. So the same thing is with mitigation, because at the end is how you start incorporating in the projects that you do in different areas, if they are reducing greenhouse gases or adapting. But if you start saying this is an adaptation project, mitigation project, a president or a minister of finance is gonna say, no, I need to invest in health or in education. So what we're trying to do in every project that we finance is how we incorporate climate. That is a different way to mainstream. Second, rural development. I have in my department at the bank rural and urban. And I always say, listen, this is totally complementary because we have 85% people in cities, but many of the services to the cities come from rural areas. Food security, that's another opportunity for the region. We produce everything in rural areas, but we need to do it in a more sustainable way. And adaptation, again, is part of that. If you are thinking about rural roads, that is key for rural areas. Digitalization, you cannot talk about bioeconomy without digital connectivity in rural areas. So it's a complement about rural and urban. That's why I started my presentation today saying it's a territorial approach for sustainability. And last, thinking about adaptation,
the IDB is doing what we call the contingency lines for natural disasters. There are lines that we provide for the ministers of finance, ex ante, to respond to natural disasters. We have 19 countries of the region with those lines. And we were the first MDB incorporating hurricane clauses that if there is a hurricane or any other, now we're thinking about fires in Chile, how we can incorporate it in our lending, postponing of the payment of the principal for 2 years if there is a natural disaster. Bidinvest, private sector is starting to do the same for private sector. But we need to go beyond. Is what are the incentives to incorporate resiliency and adaptation in everything that we build? As Mauricio said, and you too, the amount of money that we're gonna need for adaptation in the region is huge. Regardless of what we do as MDBs, I think there should be a systemic change starting from the rating agencies. The rating agencies are punishing vulnerability right now, but not rewarding resiliency. If a country shows climate exposure to climate hazards, it's punished by the ratings right now because of risk. But if they invest in resiliency, the rating agencies are now saying, this is better. We need to have a better pricing. Same thing for concessions in the private sector. So why I mentioned ministers of finance, we should maybe have with the IMF, now that we are in the IMF meetings, when we review Juan Carlos Article 4, investments in resiliency should be accounted the same way or not. So sorry my extended minute, but I just wanted to, it's a very complex conversation about adaptation that we can follow after this.
Minute. We deeply appreciate it. Now each one has a 30-second extended.
Sorry, my mistake, extended.
Well, I will try to be mega brief. Geoengineering, extremely dangerous. Why? Not because, I mean, there hasn't necessarily, there is some research, it's ongoing, somewhat promising, but the risk that we run with those type of solutions is that then everybody goes, oh, this is the solution, let's keep extracting fossil fuels. So, and it is very, very clear, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has established, we have to stop relying on fossil fuels. Not today, but we do have to do it, and we have to do it soon. So yes, there are going to be opportunities to explore. Then we also need to consider the availability of the technology for everybody. I mean, it's extremely costly. So which countries are going to be able to do it? Then how do you operate it? There are a lot of considerations. So I would say yes, but with this very, very big warning sign. On Latin America, I would make just two final remarks. I would have one phrase that I learned when I was a student at UNAM many years ago, and that a teacher used to say, muchos microesfuerzos, macro descoordinados. That's what we do. And it's really extremely frustrating how the continent has these opportunities to go into a grid, to work on e-mobility corridors, to work into developing a train system, to go into nature-based solutions that are transboundary, and we're not doing it. So I think, I mean, I don't have the solution, but I do have the regrets and the complaints. And this also translates to the negotiation space, where the region is extremely disarticulated. I mean, Mexico negotiates in a group called the Environmental Integrity Group with Switzerland, Liechtenstein, South Korea, Georgia. Why? Not with Latin America, and we're out of the G77 in China. So it's really very, very frustrating, and I hope something will change soon in that area, because that has represented also, I mean, it's not only weakens negotiating positions, but it then later weakens access to resources from the development banks and from donors. So hopefully we will work on that. And then on the issue on adaptation mitigation, I think the key here is to transition into a new concept, which you have already mentioned, which is resilience. So it is about climate resilience, and it's about the resilience of societies, and then you can incorporate many other sustainable development goals with the goal of surviving, but also thriving. Thank you.
Mauricio, now you have 15 extended seconds.
You see, that's always the case with mayors.
Wait until it gets to the the activists.
Yes. Very quickly, going back to Juan Pablo's point, totally agree. We shouldn't be talking about adaptation or mitigation projects, but rather we should incorporate their components as a cross-cutting criteria for all projects. Just as I think that cities should incorporate climate change and mitigation, adaptation, resilience as cross-cutting criteria for urban planning. I think that's absolutely key, to ingrain these concepts in urban planning exercise, mid, long-term exercises. Very quickly on the idea of how to make adaptation projects more attractive for investment. I think that's something that, and talking about innovation, one of the things that we should explore is how to incorporate the notion of natural capital accounting into cities. This is a concept that some countries have been implementing, and it has been successful, but very few cities have done so. So I think that incorporating this criteria to put value on the benefits of ecological services for the population could increase the value of different projects and therefore make more attractive business models for attracting, investing in this kind of adaptation-related initiatives in a comprehensive way.
Yes, yes, bring it on.
Well, I'll just mention quickly, I guess, as well in the activist had the geoengineering one to amplify a bit of what Miriam mentioned, because most of these, I don't want to sound anti-innovation, but when you think of this, yeah, it's basically the fossil fuel industry trying to buy more time. I would put there hydrogen as well, carbon sequestration. Of course, not hydrogen are created equal. I would say, in Chile we see some good things, but say in Argentina it's probably gray or blue or hydrogen. And so it is important to be careful with that and not. They will sell a unicorn, but it's really what's behind it is the fossil fuel industry, and we have to stop.
Before we thank the panelists, President Bachelet, when you were asking your question about why not more cooperation across, I was thinking of the extraordinary political economist Albert Hirschman from the Institute for Advanced Studies here at Princeton, a lover of all things Latin American people and countries. He used to say, let's trespass boundaries so that every individual and nation has the right to a future. And I think the idea here of this table with the wonderful, knowledges, critical thinking, minds and hearts, opening up this question of a green present, so we can guarantee the right to a future for our people, our nations, So I really want to thank everyone for engaging with the conversation, but also for your wonderful, extraordinary work and for being with us, sharing your thoughts and your best ideas for the future with us. Coffee break, we need that too.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agostina Lasso. I am a PhD student here at Princeton SPIA. Thank you for attending this premier Latin America conference. I would like to welcome Rasia Iqbal, our moderator for this keynote discussion. Professor Iqbal was a journalist with BBC News for more than 3 decades and is a John L. Weinberg Goldman Sachs & Company visiting professor and lecturer at SPIA. From 2011 to 2023, she was the main anchor of NewsHour, a flagship international current affairs radio program on the BBC World Service, heard by millions in the US. She was also recently named editorial board member of The Nation. Welcome, Ms. Iqbal. Our distinguished keynote speaker is Michael Reed, who is one of the world's leading analysts on Latin American affairs. Reed is an author, journalist, and visiting professor at the School of Public Policy at the London School of Economics. He's been senior editor of The Economist magazine and wrote the Bello column on Latin America, as well as editor of the Americas section of the magazine. He's also the author of the book Forgotten Continent, A History of the New Latin America, published in 2017. a revised edition of his first Forgotten Continent, where he digs into the region's dire economic challenges after the economic boom, the commodity boom. Previously, he was a correspondent in Brazil, Mexico, and Central America, and spent most of the 1980s based in Lima, covering the Andean region for the Guardian newspaper and the BBC. Welcome.
Thank you very much. This microphone works, does it? Good, good. I'd like to join everybody else who's spoken today in giving great thanks to Juan Carlos Pinzón and to Dean Amaya. It's an honor for me to be standing here this evening. It's a pleasure to be at Princeton. It's my first visit here. And I think of, when I think of Princeton, I think of two great Alberts. One, of course, is Albert Einstein, who Oppenheimer, the movie, reminded us, was here a lot. And the other, to my surprise, was only just mentioned at the end of the last panel. And I had expected to hear his name more today. And that's Albert Hirschman, who was one of the deepest and most original thinkers about development and about Latin America. And Hirschman talked of the importance of linkages in development. And when I listened to Bill Maloney this morning say, how do we leverage in Latin America, commodity growth or whatever, that's what linkages are about. Hirschman also said it's important to try and identify the key bottlenecks and tackle them, because you won't be able to tackle them all. And that gets things moving, let's say. He also talked of reform as a strategy. He was a reform monger. And I was reminded, as several people today talked about presidents in Latin America in the last period who want to refound their countries. It's much better to concentrate on 3 or 4 reforms you can do in a presidential term and on good government. And that's the way that you progress, I think. And lastly, Hirschman had no time for what he called fracasomania, the idea that everything's a disaster in Latin America. And, it never is everything that's a disaster. It's only some things, right? And there are always some good things going on. And we heard in the last panel, actually, about some of those good things, I thought. And that was timely. Now, I'm very conscious that I'm standing between all of you and a drink. Also, we're at the end of a very long day in which there's been a very rich and interesting series of conversations, and some of my points have already been made, so it's my job to try and make them in a different and hopefully lively way. Let me start by saying I think there's no doubt that the international context is relatively favorable for Latin America, as some people have mentioned, because the region is geographically distant from wars, and it has opportunities in nearshoring and green supply chains and, as a supply of critical minerals for green energy and so forth, and of food. And it's a theater of great power competition, but not of confrontation. But at the same time, internally, the region has never been more divided than it has been, at least in the period of my life that I worked on it. There are no wars, but suddenly there are lots of wars of words between presidents, which is a novelty. And the centerpiece of what I have to say, really, is that I think the region suffers from a vicious circle of economic stagnation, social frustration, and the relative discredit of democratic politics that are all reinforcing each other. But it's also important to stress that there is more resilience, both economic and political, than often meets the eye. And of course, as always, when talking about Latin America, one has to be careful about generalizing. Chile and Uruguay are not the same as Venezuela and Guatemala. But if we cast our minds back 12, 15 years ago, there was a lot of optimism in the region. The growth had picked up, partly because of the commodity boom. Democracies seemed to be putting down roots. There were orderly transitions of power from right to left and back again. And there was a lot of social progress. And there's a lot more education and health coverage in the region than there used to be. There's poverty fell significantly, and income inequality, which, as has been rightly said, remains extreme, but was falling. And inequalities of gender and race, of course, still exist, but they were more contested than in the previous period. But the last 10 years have been very tough and very turbulent for Latin America. From the end of the commodity boom around 2013. The last 10 years have been, in economic terms, another lost decade. Annual average growth of just 1%. In the original lost decade, as it was called in the 1980s, it was 2.2%. And if you, in purchasing power, if you take into account purchasing power, income per head in the region is back where it was in 2013. And that has meant that there has been a narrowing of opportunities for younger generations. And those younger generations are more educated than their parents. And in many cases, they have paid for an education. They've gone into debt to pay for an education, which they expected to give them a professional job, a good, well-paying professional job with prospects. And in many cases, they haven't managed that. And so there is immense frustration there. And it's those generations that were on the streets in the so-called social explosion. You know? And, sorry, it's terrible having two sets of glasses. So that has contributed to the fact that politically, democracy is now under strain in many countries. Political scientists used to imagine that the consolidation of democracy was a one-way street. Well, reality has disabused them of that. There are now 3 dictatorships in Latin America: Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, that has been the longer. El Salvador is close to becoming an elected dictatorship. Nayib Bukele, its president since 2019, is hugely popular because of his crackdown on crime, because he has solved a problem that many Salvadorians had, at least for the time being. And that has allowed him to flout term limits and control all the powers of state. And some people worry that Honduras is going down a similar kind of road. In many other countries where democracy survives, it's suffering decay. And I'll come back to that in a moment. So what's gone wrong? Well, let's start with what has not gone wrong. And that was said, I think, appropriately this morning, that the post-Washington consensus macroeconomic framework has delivered stability and a certain resilience in the main countries of the region which have pursued it. And it meant that macroeconomic recovery after the pandemic was much swifter than most forecasters thought. It meant that governments in Latin America could give emergency aid during the pandemic, not as much as in the US or in Europe, but much more than in the past. And also, as has been mentioned, independent central banks are doing their job. When inflation took off, they were quick to act, and now they're able to cut interest rates again. There is no Erdogan in Latin America who believes that the way to fight inflation is to cut interest rates. I think there are 3 other things that have gone wrong, and I won't dwell on the first one because it's been mentioned, and that's microeconomics. There's a chronic lack of growth. Why? Because of the woeful productivity performance. In the past, Latin America grew because it added capital to workers, because of the demographic boom, because of the migration of workers from the countryside to the cities. But now growth has to come from doing things better. And that is a collective action problem, which the region is struggling to solve. Right? Why are Latin American firms and workers so relatively unproductive? I mean, there's a long list of reasons. But let's start with the fact that 1 Latin American in 2 works in the informal sector, where it's harder to be more productive. But even formal firms can be relatively unproductive because of lack of competition, too much oligopoly, poor worker training, insufficient export experience, poor management by international standards, as well as poor infrastructure. Overregulation and the dysfunctionality of Latin America's megacities contribute to informality. Many workers face a 2-hour commute in the morning and a 2-hour commute back in the evening in overcrowded public transport. Lack of childcare or cultural resistance to using it. And I once visited President Bachelet's project of Salas Cunas, I think they were called, which was aimed at dealing with that, and it was very interesting. But a lack of childcare means that many women prefer to invent jobs at home, which are not very productive, rather than leave their children. You know? So in other words, a big factor behind poor productivity is the lack of public goods, of security, transport, effective regulation. And that's one face of the second big thing that I think has gone wrong. And that's historically weak states, sometimes captured by private interests and incapable of forcing the rule of law. Latin America has been much more successful at creating nations than at creating states. And that, of course, has become an ever bigger problem in this century because of the swiftly growing power of organized crime in the region, which many speakers have mentioned and is getting worse and worse. And I think you probably all know the statistic that Latin America accounts for 8.4% of the world's population, 7.4% of the world's economy, and 30% of its murders. And as a result, security ranks with the economy as the top public concern in the region, and it outranks it in some countries. And I think the third thing that has gone wrong recently is democratic politics as it is now practiced in many Latin American countries. Rightly or wrongly, and sometimes there's exaggeration in the perception, the political class is perceived to be corrupt and self-serving. Political systems in many countries are failing to deliver better public services, which the region desperately needs, or the reforms that are needed to raise the rate of economic growth. As President Lasso said so rightly this morning, la gente quiere que se resuelvan sus problemas. That's absolutely right, I think. So I think politics is actually also the key to breaking out of the vicious circle. Because if you can get the politics going better, then you can start addressing economic stagnation and social frustration. But there are 3 negative political trends which stand out at the moment. One is populism, another is polarization, and a third is fragmentation. To start with populism, properly defined, as for example by Jan Werner Müller of this university, this is not an ideology. It's not of the right or the left. It's a method of practicing politics that involves 3 essential elements. A leader who often claims to be a savior, who defines a people, a virtuous people. The people is not the citizens, the mass of citizens. The people is defined by the leader as the good people, against the third element, the enemy. The enemy is the oligarchy, the empire, the fifis, or the caste. The caste is an interesting phrase because it sums up the way that populism is not of either the right or the left. It's not ideological. Right? The caste, as a phrase, was invented by 2 Italian publicists and adopted by the 5-star movement in Italy. It was then adopted in Spain by Pablo Iglesias of Podemos, and then was adopted by Javier Milei, the hard right in Argentina. which just shows you how fluid populism is. I mean, Latin America can actually claim to have invented modern urban populism. And there were rural populist movements in the United States and Russia in the 19th century. And it was really Juan and Evita Perón who invented modern populism. But I think it's important to say that historically populism was one of the main routes by which the poor were included in Latin American politics in a region where late and incomplete industrialization meant that traditional class-based political organizations were weaker than in Europe or the US, for example. And actually, when I listened to Ríos this morning, describing why at least half of Mexicans think that López Obrador is a good thing, is because he's doing things which benefit them. And that is within the historical tradition of Latin American populism. But at the same time, and this applies to López Obrador as well, there are several features of populism which tend to undermine and deinstitutionalize democracy. Populists, because they are the saviors, are intolerant of checks and balances and independent institutions, such as courts or electoral authorities, which are always the targets of populists. And because of the leader's need to define an enemy, populism tends to polarize. If we think back to the 1990s and early 2000s in Latin America, in quite a number of countries, there was a broad reformist political center that tended to involve, or at least accept, a technocratic approach to public policy. And some of those distinguished technocrats are amongst us today. Here. Often unfairly, technocrats no longer enjoy much credibility. And in this, as in many other things, and to pick up a point that was made this morning, some of Latin American problems are the problems of democracies globally, everywhere, right? And in my country, we had a cabinet minister who said the people are fed up with experts. By God, we need experts in Britain today, you know, because we're in a mess. And I hope we're going to get them again. You know? Social media have ruthlessly contributed to simplify, polarize, and sometimes falsify the political debate in Latin America as in elsewhere. So the result has been the strengthening of extremes and the weakening of the center in country after country. There's been a lot of talk about a second pink tide in Latin America, but I think that was always a misreading. The main political trend has been anti-incumbency, which is another manifestation of that social frustration. No? And so we're now already seeing a shift back to the right in some countries. And I think in the elections this year, we will see a weakening of the anti-incumbent trend, no? In a number of countries. I think actually it's interesting. I think the public mood has changed. I think Dan Restrepo said this morning. After the pandemic, I think people are very focused on the fundamentals, the priorities of keeping safe and putting food on the table. And I think that's a new period in that sense. Polarization intersects with another political trend in the region, fragmentation. Political parties have never been particularly strong in many Latin American countries, but they've splintered in many places. Many new parties are simply personal vehicles. The multiplication of parties makes government harder and more costly. So the challenge facing Latin America, as in many parts of Europe and in this country, is thus to reinvent politics for the digital age, for the era of artificial intelligence, and for new generations. And that inevitably requires new forms of political organization and new forms of political communication. It's easy to say that. It's much, much harder to do it, of course. And it's not an overnight task. It's a medium task. It's one that younger people will have to lead, because I will never understand properly how you communicate. And so you need to, I think, undertake this task. Historically, this kind of, and I'm coming to the end, this kind of political paralysis has tended to be resolved in Latin America through authoritarian interventions. Today, the region's armed forces have little appetite for ruling, at least directly, thank goodness. And we saw that in Brazil at the end of 2022. Rather, the spectre haunting the region today is that of an elected strongman, and they usually are men, such as Bukele in El Salvador, a kind of civilian caudillo. So the challenge for Democrats in Latin America is to offer a better alternative. If politics was working better, I think the prospect for the regions could be very bright, for the reasons that we've heard. But much more of the opportunity that's out there could be seized if Latin America could offer more effective political systems and a stronger rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you so much, Michael. And thank you everyone for staying to the very end. Let's try and keep the energy levels going. Michael, that was such an interesting perspective, coming as it does from your 40 years of experience of not just living in different countries in Latin America, but going back and forth and reporting. I wonder if we can just kind of try and drill down a little into some of the things that you said. One of the things that you said a few times was that politics is the key to unlocking the possibility for both economic development and political transformation in many different countries in Latin America. Given that you say that, and you also say that one of the biggest trends is anti-incumbency, and that's what appears to have happened in many different countries recently, how do you think it's possible to try and stem or buck the trend that you're talking about, the anti-incumbency trend? I mean, is it to do with kind of being patient in some ways, that it takes time for politics or political parties to become entrenched and not fragment and not polarize? I mean, what is it that you think that we need to be looking for in the long term?
Is this microphone working? Yeah. I think patience is important, but you can't demand patience from people who are feeling unsafe, for people who are in poverty, for people who are not getting the services and opportunities that they deserve, and want. So I think patience is important, but you have to find a way of selling it in ways that make sense to people. And I think a lot of this, I think there are two things, and let me try and be a bit more detailed about this. I mean, I remember when I first went to Latin America, and you traveled around countries, and you would come across the offices of political parties in small towns, and there would be people there who believed in these. Either they believed in these parties for ideological reasons, or they believed that there would be some benefits from them in being associated, which is, I mean, that's part of the essence of politics, right? And I think if you now, they're not there anymore. They might appear for elections. Who's paying for them? That's a problem. Before, parties used to have ways of financing themselves which did not involve organized crime. And you had a national conversation, and so you had leaders who could address the concerns of the voters in ways that made connected with them. And it is about connection, isn't it? I mean, it's the leaders who get elected are those who manage to make a connection to the electorate, right? And I think the way you go about that now has to be very, very different, because of the splintering of media, because of the, I mean, the other difficulty, we need patience, but we also need to have space for things that are more than sound bites. And so you have to earn the right for people to listen to more than sound bites.
And yet we've seen most recently with the election of Javier Milei in Argentina, the exact opposite of what you're saying. Perhaps we need to try and nurture inside the continent, that he didn't even have, billboards or, everything he did. His communication was direct, and it was on social media. It was TikTok, on Instagram. And it was also outrageous, a lot of the things that he presented himself as representing. How much of a gap do you think there will be, say, let's just focus on Argentina for a moment, that between what he promises people, which clearly has been successful because he's won the election and he's now in charge, how much of a gap is there between what he says and what he might be able to achieve, which may well result in yet another indication of anti-incumbency? He'll have one term and then he'll be thrown out again.
He may not even finish the term, but we'll see. But I mean, I think Milei is analytically very interesting in the sense that he clearly channeled the real anger in Argentine society, of this relentless decline which had accelerated in the last few years. This, well, I'm conscious that Alberto Fernandez was going to be here, and he would have said it differently. But I mean, I think
I'm sure he would have.
But I think that Argentinians were just fed up with the immense. I mean, the clientist industrial complex that Kirchnerismo erected in Argentina, right? And Milei is interesting because he said, I'm going to be, there's going to be pain, essentially. He campaigned saying, Menem did quite a lot of the same things, but Menem campaigned against shock therapy. Milei said, I'm going to do shock therapy. Now, what worries me is he going to do it effectively? Is there going to be, there's going to be some pain. Argentines know that. The 56% who voted for him in the second round are prepared to accept some pain. But there has to be some gain on the horizon. And I'm worried whether or not that will be the case. Now, the other bigger question is, why was it somebody like Milei who was able to channel that anger and not other actors in what was a pretty consolidated political system, which you had these two coalitions, and well, I think the reason for that was that Macri actually came quite close to fixing Argentina, but he failed because, at the end of the day, hubris, and I think that meant that a lot of Argentines were not prepared to vote for Macri's coalition because he failed at the end of the day.
I wonder if we can just go back a little bit to when you first started writing your book, The Forgotten Continent, because you talk in the book about how you had this idea that you would start the book at a particular point in the 20th century, but virtually every conversation you had with people in Latin America, in different countries, they would go back to the 19th century, and the memory of things felt so current to people. Do you still think that that's the case? Is it still the case that people look back to a different time, or for not necessarily because it was better then, but the long view of history for people is so present?
I mean, I don't believe path dependency is absolute. I mean, I think there's currently a debate about to what extent Latin American societies are post-colonial societies. Well, clearly there are elements of post-colonial societies, but 200 years, a lot changes in 200 years. I mean, and there are lots of possibilities and room for agency, because the problem with that kind of approach is that it's denying people's agency. And so I don't believe in that, but I do believe it, and I think. I mean, thinking about it now that you asked me that, I was a European who started going to more and more different Latin American countries. And I suppose part of what defines the difference, which the outsider doesn't necessarily see, is the historical experience of each country, and you need to kind of understand that to understand the sort of framework of the mental framework of each country in the region. So I think it's probably to do with that.
Do you also think when you alluded to the fact that, you know, there are, I think now 12 countries in the continent that are of the left politically, and you kind of cast that to one side. You didn't seem to think that there was any way of really talking about there being a second pink wave. Is it important that we don't see that we try really hard not to generalize in terms of trends, and that the most important thing is to try and look at politics through the lens of economics, because that defines so much of how people will be able to talk about whether they can look after their children and put food on the table, that in the end that's what we're really grappling with here?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that what I meant was that it's not that there's been an underlying shift in the electorate towards the left. That, a lot of these current left-wing governments were elected because the right was in power, and so people were fed up, and more people wanted change, and so the left offered change. And I think one does have to distinguish between the populist and non-populist left in Latin America, although and I think they're important points of difference. I think in the first pink tide, I mean, it happened to be a period where there was more money, but I mean, it was very important that there was more distribution, more redistribution.
Because of the commodity boom at the time.
Because of the commodity boom, but also, you know, there was a political will to increase the minimum wage, to which you have to be careful about how you do it, but there is scope to do it, and you know, and left-wing governments did it and introduced cash transfer programs. Well, in Brazil, but in Mexico it was a center-right government that did. But I mean, there were socially progressive measures under some left-wing governments, which in a region with poverty and inequality is important. The left, I think, has also neglected important issue, and the left has a blind spot about security, historically. It tends to offer sociology as a response, and when people are scared to go out of their houses.
What do you mean by that? Give me some examples of when that's happened.
Well, I don't want to overemphasize López Obrador, but he talks about abrazos y no balazos. I mean, hugs and not bullets for criminals. Well, you know, but I mean, it tends to be, the left tends to want to focus on the root causes and this is where people don't have patience, you know, because they're suffering. And the left, I think, needs to understand that order and security are a precondition for effective progressive politics. You know, I mean, that's Thomas Hobbes.
And do you think that's partly why or how we can explain Bukele in
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely, of course.
And how, I mean, to what extent do you think that is sustainable? Because it's quite possible, isn't it, for leaders like Milei or Bukele who will implement really quite draconian policies, and they feel like they're working, and then there comes a point where people's tolerance of, say in the case of Bukele, the brutality of it will be the thing that people focus on, as opposed to, well, actually the streets are safer now.
I think Bukele will, my sense is that I may be wrong, but I mean, he'll be around for quite a while because it's a small, compact country, and he has nailed what was the biggest problem by locking out 1% of the population. And eventually, you know, there'll be disquiet about that, but it will take a while. And if and when people repent, it may be too late, in the sense that they will lack the instruments to bring about change. I think Milei, I mean, Argentina is a much bigger, more complicated country. I think he's, let's say, how can I put this? He's a less stable figure. And I think it's a volatile situation.
Yeah, I mean, less stable, not least because of the kind of, I mean, I suppose the most polite way of talking about him is that he's eccentric.
That's a good British.
I wonder though what you alluded to the kind of international context a little bit, but there is still a sense, isn't there, for all of the promise of the continent, there still is a sense that it is forgotten in the context of kind of big international conversations about geopolitics. Why do you think that is? Is that more than just geography?
Well, I think it's partly because it's not growing fast enough. And it's partly because now there are big humanitarian tragedies because of migration and in Haiti, but on the whole, it hasn't had kind of African, it doesn't have African kind of famines because it's fortunately not as poor as that. But also I was struck by the conversation this morning in the panel, which turned out to be about, let's say, the entrails of empire and US policy towards Latin America. And I think, I've always thought that, there is no region that is lower on the US list of foreign policy priorities because the foreign policy issues are not as acute as they are in the rest of the world. But there is no region that impacts more on the everyday lives of Americans. So what has happened? Policy towards Latin America in this country is essentially domestic policy. It's an extension of domestic policy carried out, as was said this morning, by a domestic policy agency. So that applies to the kind of extended Caribbean rim. Historically, to copy a phrase, the backyard, in inverted commas. But most of South America was never as closely associated with the United States. So there's actually no foreign policy to the rest of Latin America, to Brazil, for example, as I think it was Dan mentioned there. And and that's the US. I think Latin America is really important globally for several reasons. One, the environment, as we've heard, and climate change. The other is because it is, despite everything, it's the third great region of democracy in the world, And Latin American democracies are struggling to succeed against this background of poverty, inequality, and organized crime. And that really matters. And the fact that some of the problems of Latin American democracies are global problems, well, a bit of that is things that used to happen in Latin America are now happening in Europe, for example.
What do you then, in the context of everything that you've just said, make of the relationship between, given the rivalry between the US and China's relationship with the continent?
Look, I think there's no point in hectoring Latin Americans for doing deals with China. They do it because it's in their interest, right? And as we've heard, because others, the US and Europe are not offering an alternative. I always remember talking to President Mujica of Uruguay, of the left. And he said, I tell the Europeans, no, I really would rather not deal with China, but the Chinese come along and they offer to build everything and they offer scholarships and they offer all this other stuff. So I can't say no, right? Now, that said, I do think Latin America is sleepwalking into a problem, which is there are some countries in the region, and it's not generalized, some countries and some sectors where Chinese state companies now have a very, very important presence. And they represent the Chinese state. And the Chinese state has a geopolitical project. And the Chinese state is present in Latin America through tools of soft power, in the media, in think tanks, in universities in Latin America. And at some point, there's going to be payback time, right, for Latin America. And so I think at least the region ought to be aware of what's happening. I'm not saying it should change particular decisions, but it should be it should think about these decisions in a much broader context, which includes geopolitics.
And you're implying that they're not thinking that.
I don't think they are.
Right.
I don't think they are.
And is there a kind of knock-on effect then in that context in terms of the relationship between the United States and the continent, given the rivalry between Washington and Beijing?
Well, yes, I think there is. I mean, the US kind of began to see China as a threat under Trump, right? That's now bipartisan. I think we have seen a lot of voices of alarm about the Chinese presence in Latin America, because Latin America is close to the US, or bits of it are, right? And because historically the US tended to see it as a zone of its influence. So, but I mean, the question is, how can you constructively approach that, right? And I do think, it involves the things that were being discussed this afternoon, right? I mean, and you know, I'm encouraged by some of that stuff, but I mean, some of it I think is rhetoric rather than reality. Yeah.
Are you generally, when you look back at your engagement with the continent and the depth with which you have studied it, are you more hopeful than pessimistic about the promise of the continent?
No, I was always, I mean, when I wrote the first edition of the book, I was accused of being very optimistic, right? It's, the second edition is less optimistic. In the last few years, I've become even less optimistic. But I think it's really important to bear in mind Hirschman and the Council Against Fracasomania. No? There is always the possibility of change. Yeah? And I mean, one of the attractive things about Latin America is it's a very dynamic, creative region. And you see that in lots of ways, right? And there is always the sense of possibility and the scope for change. But I think it's important to be realistic about the scale of the problems. I do think organized crime is, you know, look, extortion used to be fairly limited in Latin America. No? I spent 5 weeks based in Lima earlier this year, in Peru and Chile, and Peru is a country I know very well. Something like Peru has a retail institution called bodegas, which are corner stores, right? They're part of the fabric of society and they're family owned. There's an association of bodegueros, and 60% of them reported that they were extorted last year. So they're closing or they're leaving. And you multiply that across the economy. Big companies can pay or hire security. Small companies cannot. And so that is a tremendous drag on economic growth. So, and organized crime is a challenge on a massive scale, and it requires, you know, a huge amount of effort to tackle it. But all that said, I think one has to be realistic, but, you know, there are reasons to, there is resilience, and you know, there is a capacity for response. It needs to be intensified on what President Bachelet said about the fact a lot of responsibilities now lie with local government, and local government tends, I mean, central government, there's a problem of capability of officials, of the public service, but is even more acute in local government.
Thank you. We have about 10 minutes for questions. Both hands in the front there. I don't know if you can just come out.
That's related to the point about optimism versus pessimism. And it seems to me that there's a lot there. I think one sign of hope is what happened in Guatemala. You had Arevalo coming, I mean, no one expected it, right? He won by a 21% margin. But then you had this 5-month campaign to keep him from assuming the presidency. The day of the inauguration, I was there. It wasn't until the wee hours of the morning that it actually happened. That was how intense the campaign was to stop him. Now we've seen him in power for several months, and your point about, you know, the challenge is to offer a better alternative. I think that's what he did. But expectations are so high among the Guatemalan people, and we see that he still hasn't been able to, I mean, he's still dealing with the Attorney General, and while at the same time dealing with these incredibly high expectations from the very people who were behind his election. So I wondered what how you view the future of Guatemala and the Arevalo administration, given some of the hurdles he faces.
But I think one thing it demonstrates is that elections still matter in Latin America. Latin Americans want to vote, and they still have some hope of change a lot of the time, in a lot of places. And I agree with you, Guatemala is a ray of hope. I think because it's a fairly small country, and it is close to the US, and the Guatemalan elite cares about being able to go to Miami and so on, or parts of that elite, then I think it was a case where the international pressure mattered. And that's not necessarily the case elsewhere, right? And so it's not necessarily replicable. And as you've alluded to, the challenge for President Arevalo is not just getting into office, but it's managing to do something while he's in office. And he has the Attorney General who acts in ways which are not consistent with the rule of law and democracy, and it's very hard for him to get rid of her. And he has the other factor, and you were there, and the other factor that by all accounts was very important in him being able to get into office was the organized indigenous population. But he will need to try and offer them something, right? And that's not going to be easy. But I mean, so far so good, is all one can say, I think.
Microphone's in your hand.
Yeah, Michael, what do you think would be the, what do you reckon would be the implications of a second Trump administration for Latin America and for the world, if you will, as well?
Question on everyone's lips.
No, indeed. And I think they're going to be more serious for Europe than for Latin America, with the possible exception of Mexico. I think for Europe, it's really just a huge existential challenge, and European political leaders have started to express that. It's terrible news for Ukraine, and that is terrible news for Europe. I mean, NATO, like it or not, has been the security architecture at the basis of the Western world. I think for Latin America, it means a lot of confrontational rhetoric. It means focus on punitive approaches to migration and drugs. Whether they will go much beyond rhetoric, who knows? I think the implications for Americans, I mean, for people of this country are huge as well, aren't they? In terms of the so-called offensive, or the offensive against the so-called deep state, which is threatened. In other words, the civil service. Protectionism, yeah, probably. I mean, my question this afternoon about, I think we are moving to a world in which there will be more tariffs, and that's, I think, bad news for Latin America. But on the whole, I think if you're kind of Brazil or Chile, it may not end up meaning all that much. For Argentina, well, it'll be a loving, perhaps.
Yes, kindred spirits meeting. Hand just up here. Oh, you got the microphone, yeah, and then we'll come down here to you.
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for your insights and your presentation. I'm Denise from El Salvador, and I just wanted to ask you, given all what you've said, what do you think is the role or should be the role of international bodies like countries, multinationals, international organizations, in these cases where democracy is being threatened, where laws are being bended or constitutions are being changed in the favor of a re-election that is not constitutional. And especially in this context where Bukele has like so much support from the country, and where the mentality of, as we say in Spanish, de los males el menos, from all the bad, it's the least worst. So we keep on supporting this. And also in the context where like social media plays a crucial role. and that sometimes that social media is like partialized or it doesn't paint the complete picture. So what would the role be, if any, of international bodies in this context?
Well, I think it's difficult because the reality is that we don't know precisely how many people voted for Bukele this year, but I mean, an awful lot, the vast majority of Salvadorians. And that makes it difficult for outside bodies to attempt to intervene, right? And I think you have to weigh whether those interventions would actually be effective or not, right? I think sanctions tend to be an overused tool. They're often an excuse for not having a policy. They become a policy when they're actually just an instrument. And it's much easier to evade sanctions than it used to be because of the fragmentation of power in the world. You can find allies to help you, as Venezuela has done, as Nicaragua has done. No? And I think at the end of the day, and this is not much consolation for you, but I think at the end of the day, the defense of democracy is a task for each nation, and outsiders can help, but the central role has to be played by the population of the nation in both democracy and development, and I've always been rather skeptical about the idea that we should do more for some other country, right? So I think it'll be a long process, I'm afraid, which is rather bleak, but I mean, I think that's what it is.
Michael, birth rates are cratering in the region right now. I mean, they've been falling for a long time. It's not just an issue in the Americas, it's an issue in China, of course, as well, and in Europe. But what does that mean for Latin America specifically? I mean, some of these numbers, we ran a piece in AQ back in January, said that between 2013 and 2022, births in 8 different countries fell between 10 and 34%, and accelerating since the pandemic. What does it mean?
Well, I mean, as somebody said this morning, it means Latin America will get old before it gets rich. And, that is starting to, I mean, the second demographic transition towards an older society with fewer workers is around the corner. And that means the productivity challenge is even more important, as I suggested. There are some opportunities. It means that classrooms, the scope to get greater return from the same resources in education, because there'll be fewer pupils, for example. If there are fewer young men, it will have some effect on some kinds of crimes. But I think if we were having this conversation in 10 years' time, I think it would be a much more front of mind issue in the region. Right?
Is there a hand up over here somewhere? Yes, no? Zhao.
Okay, thanks so much, Michael and Razia. So, Michael, you ended your presentation and you referred a few times to the rule of law. And in Brazil, the judiciary has been quite strong and played an important role in the overall maintenance of the democratic process, during the coup attempt and attempt to, of last year. So how do you see the Brazilian judiciary in the context of Latin America? Do you see it as an exception? Do you see it as a potential model? But also, what do you think about this phenomena that social scientists call the judicialization of politics, that we see also from a grassroots level? We think, for example, the movement towards the decriminalization of abortion in Argentina, for example, using the courts as a means to changing the political field in favor of a gender-affirming kind of policy.
Well, I think we've seen the judicialization of politics and the politicization of the judiciary, and both of those things in Brazil and and in Peru in particular. Those countries stand out in that respect. And I think it's a sad story in the sense that 15 years ago, I think the Brazilian Supreme Court enjoyed a very high reputation in the country as a whole. I think there's no doubt there was politicized, and there was this sense when Lava Jato started a few years later that this anti-corruption offensive was new, and it was modern, and it was using new instruments. It was being carried out by a new generation of much more highly trained judges and prosecutors. But actually, it turned out to be at least partly politicized. And it was pretty clear that Sergio Moro was out to get Lula, even though in other cases there was, which is not to say that there wasn't evidence in some other cases that deserved to be investigated. But in the cases he took, I think the evidence was weak, particularly the first one. I think in Peru, you had a political bias the other way, in which the anti-corruption prosecutors were out to get Keiko Fujimori, although she had her party had received a campaign donation, which was not a criminal offense at the time. It was an administrative misdemeanor. She spent 2 years in jail, and she never held executive office, never signed a contract for anything, right? And I think that all of that has discredited the judiciary. The problem is, as I think, Alfonso, you said this morning, I agree with you completely, that the judiciary is the weakest institution in Latin America. It's the most important one in some ways. I mean, this is a cheap line, but I'm always reminded that Gordon Brown said that when it comes to the rule of law, the first 500 years are the most difficult. And it's true. It takes a long time, right? But it has to be kind of step by step. And you have this difficulty. You want the judiciary to be independent, but do you want it to be completely unaccountable? I don't know. No? I mean, how do you deal with that? You also have another problem that law schools are a growth industry in Latin America because they're cheap and they're profitable. So you have far too many lawyers and a lot of bad lawyers, right? And you have a problem that I think the social media world has kind of penetrated the judiciary, and you have judges who talk far too much in public. And that's a series of fairly random observations, but I mean, I think that the region has, there was the promise of judicial reform, but a lot of that was a template that came from outside and was pushed by donors, and it hasn't necessarily worked. And so I think the region needs a big rethink about the judiciary, which is not a satisfactory answer, but it's the only one I can give.
Thank you very much. We are going to draw this session and today to a close. My thanks to Michael Reed and to all of you for staying as long as you have. There is a reception and a dinner for distinguished guests. The reception is across the piazza in the Lewis Simpson building. I hope you will all join us. It only remains for me to thank Michael again and also to thank Juan Carlos and Amaney Jamal for making all of this possible. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Thank you very much.